identity consciousness. Now, for example, now, how many of you feel you have that I identity clearly, I consciousness? If you have not raised the hand, you don't have. Okay. How many of you feel you have that I identity clearly, I conscious? You have that I, that idea. Listen carefully. In the dream state, you don't have that I clearly. That is why the thoughts are driving you. The I is not able to do anything in your dream. You can see your thoughts are acting, functioning in much higher frequency than your individual I. How many of you understand what I am saying? That is why I am saying in the dream state you do not have the I clearly. In the deep sleep you don't have the I completely. How many of you understand there is a space in you where there is no I? So the basic unit units of your life is with thoughts, without thoughts, with I consciousness, without I consciousness. These four crisscrosses each other. I'll explain. When you have thoughts and the identity, idea, I, both, it is called waking state, where almost 80% of you are. Not 100%, I'm seeing still. Some are in Pongal Samadhi, some are in Puri Samadhi, some are in Vada Samadhi, some are in Pav Bhaji Samadhi. I don't know what is the evening snacks. Huh? Mixture. Okay. Mixture and bundi samadhi. Whatever. In the waking state, you have I and thoughts, both. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? I want you to come along with me, so that when I explain the 25 states, it will be literally experience for you. First understand, step by step, where you have thoughts and I consciousness, that is Jagrat state. Where you have thoughts, but the I identity is not strong enough. It is almost non-existent. That is why in one night itself you will see the dream of you getting married, you writing exams, you being chastened by the tiger and elephant and lion. All bad dreams. No. The I is not that clear. Thoughts drive the whole happening. Thinking, thoughts are there, but I consciousness is not there. That is what I call dream state. If you have any doubts, I will further give you more examples and give you clarity. There is a space where you neither have I thought nor have thoughts. You neither have I consciousness nor have thoughts. That's what I call deep sleep. I think 20% of you are there. Whoever has not laughed, I know, they are there. Where You do not have I consciousness and you do not have thoughts. Both are missing. That is what I call sushupti, deep sleep state. Then there is a fourth state, very rarely you experience, where you have I, but you don't have thoughts. Very rarely, when you are having energization. When you are really, really unclutched, or when you go through a very powerful energy experience, those moments, you get the glimpse of it. We call it Turiya, where there is no thought, but there is that I exist. The whole Buddhist enlightenment is only up to Turiya. Understand, these four are the basic units of consciousness. In Sanskrit, I use the word Jakrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Turiya. Turiya means simply fourth state, that's all. Fourth state. There's no meaning for the word Turiya technically. Technically, Turiya, if you translate that word Turiya, means fourth state. Maybe in English I can give a new word, awakened state. I myself can create a word, that's all. There is no English translation. If I translate that word Turiya, it only comes as fourth state. Listen, there is a fifth state on which all these four states operates. All these four functions, that fifth state is almost like this board. Board on which all these four happens in you. The idea of I, the awareness, the consciousness, whatever. That is called Turiyatita, alive state, where the wax out of which your waking state and dream state is made is under your control. You can melt this wax and make whatever you want. Anything you want, it will be under your control. I'll try to repeat once more. Waking state is the state where you have the idea I and thoughts. Dream state where you have thoughts but no idea I, stable I. That is why in one dream itself you will feel you are writing examination, and same way you will feel you have your son next to you. You would have written examination much before your marriage. And this examination fear is one of the strong wedge inserted into your consciousness. How many of you, after 3-4 years of your education got over, used to have a dream that you missed your examination? God, please keep the hands up. I never had this dream. First of all, I don't have a dream. Next thing, I never went to examination. So both problems. Neither I have dreams, nor I went to examinations. Examination fear is the strongest wedge inserted into human consciousness. If we can remove examinations from our education system, world will become non-violent. Really, world will become non-violent. Examination is the worst thing. You go through most horrible experience thinking that if you go through this experience, you may never need to go through any other horrible experiences in your life. It's like I read a one-liner. Husband is a person who stands by you during all the problems, trials, tests, difficulties, which will not be there if he is not there in your life. Now, examination is almost like that only. I am seeing thousands of people every day, either in classes, programs, or giving personal interviews, darshans, or people who come to hear about their Akashic records, whatever. With all my experience, I tell you, the largest reason human beings suffer without experiencing the fourth state is examination fear. The human beings I dealt with, mostly Indians I can say, with thoughts, without the idea, what you go through is swapna, dream state. Neither thoughts nor the identity I, both does not exist. That is the sushupti, deep sleep state. And you have the thought I, but you have the consciousness, identity I, but no thoughts. That's very rare phenomena. Very rarely you go through that during energization, initiation, or Kundalini awakening. That is Turiya. So this is the basic unit. The space where all these four is happening, like this board on which all the four are written, that space is called Turiyadita. Alive state. The fourth state is awakened state. Fifth is alive, Turiyadita. I want you to take few minutes and take notes. Usually I'll say, you don't need to take notes, listen. But now I want you to write also once more, so you are all clear. I can take you to the next step. Please listen. First, I want you to intellectually understand this column. Then I'll explain step by step and define the states of consciousness and give you the example and raise you to that experience. I'll do it literally like a process. When I'm doing that, I'm going to be sitting center of you guys. We'll be sitting in mandala and I'll be there down in with you guys. Now I only want you to understand intellectually. Listen. All these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea. Your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand? Both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions. Both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart. Project that. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti. Deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes. Not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing sushupti and sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes in the whole 6 hours or 8 hours. You are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, that Sushupti and Swapna. Then Sushupti and Jakrat, Sushupti and Turiya, Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic, mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. That line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 that becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It's good, sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I will use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. Even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face whatever, come what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I'm calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no. Does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, that reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? How many of you are able to catch what I am describing? Please raise your hand. Next, the tantrum throwing child is in waking state, but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's in a waking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I will call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, which I marked. Seeking awakened but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed. But you know something you need to discover. I will call that as a seeking but not active. Means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark. The awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, You will say a big capital letter no to everything external. But you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Next, Turyatita and Sushupti. When you enter Turyatita, when the tantrum throwing child enters into Turyatita, and the logic is in Sushupti, I call this accidental enlightenment. No, there are few people who got this. They got it accidentally by Guru's grace or by the high energy experience without their logic planning for it. This J. Krishnamurti actually had a glimpse, but accidentally. The next, your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream but go back to the deep sleep, again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this Sushupti Swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experienced this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? See, I'll put it in a very simple way. What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand, you will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. you are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire, you will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand, next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in Turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into Turiya, and your logic is in Sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently, because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages, because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mungus. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mangus or mungus? How you pronounce? Whatever. The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mungus. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, in whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, You don't lose it. Next, the tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. I think now many are experiencing Bhava Samadhi. I am seeing many faces. Already experienced. I think I am experientially putting you in Sushupti. I am experientially showing you Sushupti. If your belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turiyatita, that's a state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turiyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turiyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what. If both happens, that is what is called Turiyatita, which becomes permanent. Thank you. Be blissful.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Nitya Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, visitors and YouTube subscribers and viewers all over the world, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, YouTube Live and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, India is celebrating her 70th year of independence. Let Bharat Mata be the Jagat Guru. I pray to Sadashiva, let him manifest himself, bless this country such a way, let Bharat Mata be the Jagat Guru. Let me enter into today's satsang. The Kenopanishad, 6th verse. Please recite along with me. Yan manasa namanute yena hurmano matam tateva brahmatvam viddinetam yaditamupasate. Actually, the 7, 8, the next verses also have the same meaning. So I'll recite all these next verses and then reveal the sacred secrets from all the next verses also. Recite along with me. Yat chakshusha na pashyati ena chakshumshi pashyati tateva brahmatvam viddhi netam yatitam upasate yashrotrena na shrunoti ena shrotramidam shrutam tadeva brahmatvam viddinetam yatitamupasate yat pranena na praniti ena prana praniyate tateva brahmatvam viddhi netam yatitamupasate. From the 4th verse to 9th verse, brahmatvam viddhi yenam netam yatitamupasate. Listen, the same line repeated, I can be 100% sure, the whole 108 Upanishads. This is the one line most repeated. No line gets repeated 5 times. Brahmatvam viddinetam yatitamupasate. Netam yatitamupasate. Let me enter into the 7th verse. Listen, the verse, the translation of the verse is, that which is not seen by the eye, but because of which the eye, the organ of sight, is able to see and perceive the seen, you must know that reality alone as Brahman, and not this which is worshipped and cherished here as this finite, limited object. Understand, even the most beautiful expression don't be diverted by what it is trying to instigate in you, but be concentrated on from where you perceive this. Understand? Sadashiva explains about beauty in Agama. In one place, very beautifully expressed. Who is beautiful person? Many places Sadashiva does not use the gender, beautiful man or beautiful woman, no. Because we believe in 11 genders, he just says beautiful being. 3 qualifications he gives. The moment you see, you should be stunning. The eye should just pop up. Automatically the eye should expand. That's the first. Listen carefully. The moment you see, eye should just pop up. That's stunning. Second, the grace should flow in every action. From the moment of waking up to the moment of falling asleep, grace should permeate in every action. And every bhavana that person, the third point, every bhavana that person assumes. If you have to define, translate in a modern way, the every dress he wears or every attitude he assumes, every aspiration he assumes, every bhavana, visualization he assumes, it should radiate beauty. These are the 3 qualifications he gives for a beautiful being. First, the moment you see, stunning, eye should pop up. Next, whole action, sitting, standing, dancing, eating, sleeping, everything should permeate that beauty, grace. Third, every attitude he assumes, means whether he wears jewels or dresses up or no jewels or any aspect, anything should fit. Even if these 3 qualities are expressed, don't be diverted by what is expressed. Look in who is expressing. Understand. Don't be diverted by what is expressed. Look in who is expressing. When you look in who is expressing, you become Jivan Mukta. Look in who can express this. Look in who is expressing this. Even the most beautiful things, sun and the moon and the nature and the ocean, the hill, amazing, beautiful beings, powers, best visualizations, extreme beauty of flowing Ganga, extraordinary beauty of standing Himalayas, whatever. All these visualizations, all these forms, don't be diverted by what is shown, but see who is showing. Understand? The world, my world. For example, you see a mountain. Mountain is the world, and that peace or a mood it creates in you is my world. Whether in the world or my world, don't be distracted by what is seen and perceived. See who is perceiving in the my world. You will achieve the Atman. You will achieve the superconsciousness. See who is showing all this. You will achieve the Sadashivatva. Whether in the world you see who is showing this, or my world you see who is perceiving this, you will achieve Sadashivatva. You will achieve the ultimate. You will achieve the Shivoham Anubhuti. You will achieve the Atmajnana. You will achieve the Brahmajnana. You will achieve the ultimate enlightenment. In both, enjoy both. Don't be distracted by it. Enjoy powerfully, but know it. The source is what matters, not the experience. Source is what matters, not the superficial. Source matters, not the superficial. Always put your attention on the source. If you are putting your attention on superficial, both your eyes will enjoy. If you are putting the attention on the source, your third eye will enjoy. Your third eye will be awakened. That will enjoy. External or internal, let your third eye enjoy always. Understand? Still I have not seen any modern day beautician or the people who work on these beauty industries explain beauty in such a precise way like Sadashiva. What a definition. After defining, he says, look at the source who is showing, because that is too beautiful which cannot be described. If the expression itself is this beautiful, then how the experience will be? If the statement can be so poetic, how the state will be poetry? What kind of a poetry the state will be? If the statement can be so poetry, such poetry, how poetic the state will be? Or if the statement can be so poetic, what level of poetry will be the state? So let all the glory, visualization, beauty you see in the world or my world remind you to the source. Remind you to the source. Remind you to the source. Viddhi netam yatitam upasate. Viddhi netam yatitam upasate. Listen. Listen. Yat chakshusha na pashyati ena chakshumshi pashyati means not which is seen by the eye, but because of which the eye, the organ of sight, is able to see and perceive the scene. That is reality. Understand? Not which is seen by the eyes, but by which the eyes are able to see and perceive. Not which is seen by the eyes, but because of which the eyes are able to see and perceive. Listen, this has to get drilled into you, not by which is seen by the eyes, but because of which the eyes are able to see and perceive. That which is seen by the eye, understand? That which is seen by the eye, not because of that, but because of which the eyes are able to see. The eyes are able to see, but because of which the eyes are able to see. Yat chakshusha na pashyati ena chakshumshi pashyati tateva brahmatvam viddinetam yatitam upasate. Go on contemplating. I want to repeat. How much ever beautiful, graceful the scene is, the handsome the being is, I tell you, look at the source. You will reach the space and taste and experience much deeper, sweeter, beautiful than what is expressed. Any enjoyment of expression will bring boredom at one point. Only if you look at the source, you will make boredom and tiredness redundant in your life. The source from where these expressions happen, the source from which your eyes perceive. Look at the source. Let your attention be on that source. Let your attention be on that source. Yat chakshusha na pashyati ena chakshumshi pashyati tateva brahmatvam viddhi netam yatitam upasate. Yat chakshusha na pashyati ena chakshumshi pashyati tadeva brahmatvam viddhi netam yatitam upasate. I am blown away by the authenticity of the Upanishad. What a sacrifice. It says, anybody who can express always try to make people slave through their expression. That's what the actors do. They want people to become their slaves just because of the way they look, the way they carry themselves gracefully, the way they portray themselves. See here, the authenticity of the Upanishads. I know for sure the Upanishadic rishis have looked more handsome than any superstars, because they are real stars. The Sabda Rishis are the real stars. But with all their beauty, grace, handsomeness, they remind you to look at the source which is expressing, not the scene which is perceived. Because the scene which is perceived will bring tiredness and boredom after some time. But if you turn towards the source, that is the most extraordinary, eternal experience of beauty, bliss, joy, consciousness, all the best things. All the best things. Understand. Understand. What is seen? What is seen? What is perceived? If you can see, start putting your attention to the source. Actually, I tell you, even in your day-to-day life, if you start going towards the source, you will have a very stable family, stable relationship. Whenever you run around based on what is seen, you will have such an unstable relationships, because anything will be stunning if it is new for some days, but nothing will be graceful from morning till night once you start living with it, other than an enlightened being. Understand? So in your ordinary life, even there, if you start seeing what is seen, what is it that is behind what is seen, even your life will become stable. Your life will become stable. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas: seen are the source of the seer. Seer who sees the source becomes seer. Seer who is all the time in seen becomes seen object. The Vakyartha Sadas subject is seen or the seer. The Facebook status for all of you is not by the seen, but by the source of the seer. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwar Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Facebook Live, on hundreds of Adinavasis channels, YouTube Live, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. I welcome every one of you with my love and respects. I'll expand on few fundamental truths on your ability to cognize higher powerful cognitions. Just before the satsang, I was having a very intimate discussion with some of the Mahants of the Sangha. Discussion was about the multi-dimensions of the universe. Please understand, your brain is actually constructed, capable of grasping, cognizing and functioning. Understand the word functioning in multi-dimensions of the universe. Listen carefully. The form I am using is not same. The language I am using is not same. The cognitions I am manifesting is not same. For example, the eyes with which I am seeing all of you, the same eyes are not used in Kailasa, or in Satyaloka, or in Tapoloka. But one thing is same, that is this breathing. Understand? Understand? The air I inhale goes to Kailasa and comes back, comes out. Listen carefully. The eyes with which I am seeing you is not the same eyes I am using in Kailasa. The form I am using is not the same in Kailasa. The words I am using is not the same in Kailasa. The cognitions I am using are not the same in Kailasa or Tapoloka or Satyaloka or in all these 11 planes. I should use the word 11 dimension, not planes. 11 dimensions, because 14 planes. In this plane, in this dimension, you have access to 3 planes. In Kailash dimension, you have access to 2 planes. I think it is too confusing, so just listen to this word, 11 dimensions. Let's stop with it. So the body I am using in this dimension is not the same body I am using in that dimension. The words I am using in this dimension is not the same words I am using in that dimension. The eyes I am using here is not the same in that dimension. The cognitions I manifest is not the same in that dimensions. But the breathing I am doing is the same in all 11 dimensions. That is the common thread which connects the consciousness with this body. Listen. Listen. That is the common factor connects consciousness with this body. Spanda. Connection. Common connection of consciousness with the bodies. See, I have 11 various bodies in 11 various dimensions. Actually, little more than 11, the bodies I am using. All those bodies are connected through this breathing. That is why being in the breathing space only makes you manifest powers. Understand? You can see this form sitting anywhere in two-way video conferencing. In a larger screen, a LED screen, you get a better experience. Anywhere you can hear in HD quality audio, a better clear voice. But none of them can transmit the experience because only through the breathing all these 11 dimensions are connected. The vision I am capturing, the words I am uttering are not same in the Kailasa and here. They are all different. This file does not even go to Kailasa. Only if it is a very important person, it is taken separately and archived into Kailasa. Not otherwise. Make sure your file reaches Kailasa before you reach Kailasa. So, they are ready with your reception and accommodation. The programs team in Kailasa is ready to host you. The cognitions I am manifesting here and in Kailasa are different. But the breathing I am doing is same. In all the 11 dimensions and 14 planes, now the air I inhaled crossed all the 11, 14 and comes out. I want you to know the strength of the life in you is strength of your breathing. When the breathing becomes intense, your brain's capacity to cognize all the other planes opens up. It is like cracking the code, cracking the passcode. Listen, I'll repeat. If your breathing is intensified, by attentively listening to a truth, it will crack a component in your brain which will give you access to Satyaloka. Understand? If your breathing is intensified through dancing, kirtan, it will crack a component of your brain which will give you access to Kailasa, because our kirtan is directly from Sadashiva. Understand? This Tirukkailaya Vadyam, there are 27 items. Unfortunately, only 20 items are available now. The 7, we don't even know how to make them. And in the 20 also, our laziness, we have not procured all the 20. These Vadyams and this 108 Karana are directly from Sadashiva. Listen carefully. Totally there are 1008 asanas Sadashiva has described in Agama. We are able to lay our hands only on 600 to 700, not all the 1000, because we Hindus as usual, losing scriptures is our lifestyle. Not maintaining, not teaching, not protecting, not preserving. So we lost, I should say, at least 400. 300 to 400 we lost. So around 600 to 700 we have. We were able to lay our hands. Totally 1008 asanas Sadashiva has described. Time-lapse version of 1008 asanas is 108 karana. Listen. Time-lapse version means how you fix a camera and capture 24 hours and condense it into 2 hours or 2 minutes. The time-lapse version of 1008 asanas is 108 karanas. So, if your breathing is intensified through this 108 karana based kirtan, our kirtan is completely 108 karana based. Karana means gana in movement. Intensity in movement. Length, breadth, depth is gana. Gana in movement is karana. Our kirtan is completely based on this 108 karanas. So with the karana, because of these karanas, if your breathing is intensified, a component in your brain is electrocuted by that prana, which gives you access to Kailasa, which gives you the perception and cognition of Kailasa. The day you have the vision of Kailasa, you are born in Kailasa. So then you start existing in both planes. You start experiencing two-dimensional life. The more dimension life you manifest, more fulfilling you are, more complete you are, more Sadashivatva manifests through you. Understand? Understand? Through puja, if your breathing becomes very, listen, intense does not mean through dance, getting intense will have a different physical expression. That will naturally be like a big hyperventilation kind of a action. But through puja, when your breathing becomes intense, it will not be hyperventilation type, it will be deeper ventilation type. Like Sahasradala Pangaje Shagala Sida Rashmi Prabham Varabhayagarambujam Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasanna Vadanikshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam Smarechirasiyam Sagam Tatapimana Purvam Gurum. It's actually Dhyana Sloka for Guru. I can see very clearly Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Sahasradala Pangaje Shagala Sida Rashmi Prabham Varabhayagarambujam Vimalaganda Pushpambaram Prasanna Vadanikshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam. On the 1,000-petal lotus, Varabhayagarambujam, Vara Abhayakara, Prasanna Vadanikshanam, with a beautiful, alive, prasanna vadana, smiling, welcoming. Prasanna cannot be translated just as a smiling or welcoming. Prasanna should be smiling, welcoming, alive, illumined, graceful. All that words should be added. Prasanna is something which brings you to the present. Prasanna vadane kshanam sagala devata rupinam. Embodiment, or in the form of sagala devatas, all the gods and goddesses. Smarechirasi hamsaham tatapimana purvam gurum means with my breathing flow, hamsakam. See, hamsam is the integrity syllable of your breathing. Listen carefully. Integrity means being what you are known for. If a lion is known for something and it does that same, it is integrated to being a lion. An elephant is known for something and it is doing the same thing, it is integrated to being an elephant. If suddenly elephant starts eating the flesh, what will happen? He is not known for it. If he does for what he is known, he is integrated to it. So, the integrity syllable of your breathing is hamsam. Hamsam. This hamsam is the ajapa japa mantra, unchanted mantra which gets chanted continuously by the integrity of your breathing. When your breathing gets into your system and comes out, the natural sound it makes is called hamsa. Hamsam. Understand? Where this hum sound takes a turn of some sound is Sahasrara. That is where Guru is sitting. That is why it is called hum. Please listen carefully. That is why he is addressed as Hamsakam. Where the hum turns into sam, his akam resides there. That is his house. If the hum does not turn into sam, you are savam. Understand? If the hum, listen carefully. If the hum is 100 unit and sam is less than 100, 99, you are just aham. If the hum is 100 and sam is 100, you are hamsa, jiva, individual soul, who had pratyagatma chaitanya jagrata. If the hum is 100 and sam is 101, you are paramahamsa. Listen carefully. This hum-sam proportion decides the level of integrity you have in your system. This hum-sam, that decides how many dimensions in your brain are open and available, accessible to you. Listen very carefully. If this hum is 100, sam is less than 100, you are in the plane of agam, human. Boo. If the hum is 100, sam is also 100, you are hamsa. jiva who is awakened. If the hum is 100, some is even 101, you started entering into the Paramahamsa dimension. Means the Guru component has started manifesting in your jiva. Means he started mixing in your taste of life. What is your desire? Your Guru's desires. What is your taste of life? Your Guru's taste. What is your joy? Your Guru's joy. What is your opinions about death? Your Guru's opinions. What is your opinion about life? Your Guru's opinions. His taste, if it has started mixing in your brain, the hum, some proportion drastically increases. Understand? Actually, I am explaining the whole science of opening different doors of multi-dimensions of the universe to you. And now if you are opening your sleep dimension, your Sushupti dimension, Patala Lokam only will open for you. So please, do not plan for Patala. Let's plan for Kailasa. Your breathing becoming intense, especially through certain activities, opens up those dimensions, those planes, and your brain awakens the ability to have access to those dimensions. Listen. Now, you are intensely listening to this truth, and even if it is going above your head, you are trying to let me. Then your breathing actually gets into certain subtle flow, which is intense. Subtle don't think means shallow. No. In subtle breathing also it gets intense. During the puja, that subtle intensity happens. During the kirtan, raw intensity. During the yoga, a programmed intensity. Understand? Regulated intensity is yoga. Raw intensity is karana, kirtan. A subtle intensity is while during puja or during the satsang. Now, your breathing is getting subtle. It will go and hit a component in your brain which will open your ability to access Satyaloka. Listen. Each of the activity and the prana intensified through that activity opens up a component or a part of your brain construct which gives you access to the different dimensions of life. Today I told Mahayoga, I have decided I am going to initiate people into experiencing different dimensions from today. So that is the reason I am introducing. Listen. In yoga, certain regulated intensification of pranic flow happens, which opens certain dimensions in your brain, which gives you access to Tapoloka. In Kirtan, certain kind of an intensity happens, a raw intensity in your breathing process. Because our Kirtan is as per Sadashiva's design. The brain component gets awakened in your system, gives you access to Kailasa. Listen. Visions and Puranas written by our masters are not fantasies and myths. They had access to those lokas through their brain's capabilities awakened. That is why they saw what was going on between the Devatas and demons and the Ksheerasagara Mandana, the milky ocean churning, and they described it so beautifully. Various intense breathing currents, breathing patterns, getting awakened in your system and opening different constructs of your brain and having access to those dimensions is what I call manifesting powerful cognitions and having access to multi-dimensional universe. That's really fun. Understand, it is fun to have this life. Poor are those who try to be a ruler of this plane. Your brain and its construction and ability to access multi-dimension are all theory few years before. Now the scientists have started smelling the broken facts and informations about this truth. And it's my responsibility to reveal it to them. If at all they access this video and they are interested, I welcome. Come and be here. I will provide everything and give you this knowledge, but don't come with some big grants. No, I am not interested. I am not a researcher for your grant. I am a guru. If you want to come and sit in the style of Gurukul style, I am ready to share. Whether you are a physicist interested in having a breakthrough, whether you are a chemist interested in alchemist, whether you are working on this cosmology, interested in various dimensions, or you are studying neurology. Neurology is a set-top box for the universe. Your brain is the set-top box for the universe. So whether you are working on the set-top box or the channels relayed, satellites relaying the channels, whether you are working on your brain or the multi-dimensions available for your brain, you are welcome to Gurukul. I'll share. Everything exists. I am not using the word everything I can.
I am saying everything exists. I'll share with you. Understand, working for grants is not my integrity to me, but sharing everything exists is the way I am. That is my integrity to me. If I work for grants, it will look like lion eating the grass or the elephant eating the meat. That's not me. That's not Mysore Road. I'll tell you everything exists. I'll give you precise landscape of Sadashiva's quarters in Kailasa. Not only give you precise landscape, awaken the ability to access, see that in multiple brains and multiple brains will perceive precisely the same and paint it. To establish the authenticity, nothing else. Your brain is constructed for this multi-dimensional access. Understand? Ability to access multi-dimensions of the universe is your nature. It is there with you. Just the breathing need to be intensified through different methodology to open up those dimensions so you can have access. When there is a heavy truth is told, still you have not completely cognized, but that does not mean you are not able to cognize. It is like a digestion is going on. It is like digestion is going on. It is there on your head like a funnel. It is going inside and you are. During that time, certain intense, subtle breathing gets developed that gives you access to Satyaloka. And when you take certain kind of alcohols, your breathing goes through again intense pattern, gives access either to Swarga or Naraka based on your pattern structure. Deep pain or high joy. No, actually it is nothing to do with here. I am trying to release intense prana so all of you will digest what I am revealing. The intensity of the prana is getting increased, so body is just balancing, that's all. So your brain cognizes what I am talking because I am sending compacted files into your system. All the words I am using are only password, not information. Information is going through the intense files, the compacted files. The words I am using is only the password to open your brain. The words I am using are not informations I am conveying to you. It's only the password. The information I am sending it
the compressed files. The words are used only for opening up, means like a password. The prana only is used to send the compressed files into you. So the file goes and sits directly inside you and the cognition happens. That is why many times after the satsang you go and start talking many things which I never uttered verbally, but matches very logically with the subject I am talking. It means the compressed document has been inserted inside. I am not conveying what I want to convey through the words. I am only opening you through my words. What I need to convey, I am inserting into you through the breathing, through the prana. That is why for higher level initiation, the Shaktipada becomes very important. Being in the breathing space becomes very important. When you are away, of course you will understand what I am saying. You will not cognize what I am saying. You may not cognize what I am saying. When you sit physically, you will cognize what I am saying. After the satsang, when you are doing your job, causing, or when you are talking to other people, Adinavasis, suddenly you will see so many ideas will open up and you will be talking. Then understand the file has gone inside and the file is opening up. Suddenly you will start talking and causing many things you never heard in the satsang or never expressed by me verbally. Means that file is opening up. If you are in the Adinam, do not miss this morning 2 hours chance you get to sit with me. Morning only 2 hours you get chance to sit with me. Morning Pada Puja and Satsang. Don't miss that 2 hours. That is actually the reason why you are here. That 2 hours is the essence why you are here for remaining 22 hours. That is why I make sure the other 22 hours is not that easy. So you are the first reason to remain here is only these 2 hours, not any other hours. All that can be only secondary. But the primary reason should be this first 2 hours. I'll continue to expand. I think try to understand and have Jivartha Satas. Essence of today's satsang. 3 lines. 1. Integrity is being what for you are known. That's all. Second, various methods of making your breathing intense opens up different components and parts of your constructs of your brain, gives access to different dimensions of universe. Third, very carefully listen. Listen very carefully. Neither my form nor my words can be equivalent to my breathing space. Because all these are different in other dimensions. but only my breathing is same in all dimensions. The air inhaled goes to Kailasa and gets exhaled. So the essence of today's satsang, the air goes to Kailasa and comes back. Do Jivartha Sadas on it. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adi Shakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll expand on some more deeper secrets of Sadashiva Rahasya. And also answer some of your questions. Understand, the first thing I want to tell you today, responsibility is not action, it is cognition. Actions may follow, but responsibility itself is not action. Listen carefully. Hindu scriptures are not Hindus, but if you destroy the Hindu scriptures, Hindus will be destroyed. Listen carefully. Hindu scriptures are not Hindus, but if you destroy the Hindu scriptures, within next few generations, the Hindus will not be there. Responsibility is not action, it is cognition, but if you don't allow that cognition, action will never happen. And the deeper understandings you need to have, actions may follow, but responsibility is cognitive shift. Why, there are so many implications. If you cognize, if you misunderstand responsibility as action, understand, if you know responsibility is cognitive shift, then beautifully you will allow the cognitive shift. Everyone wants cognitive shift. No one wants to work. That is the problem. But actually you don't need to work. Allow the cognitive shift. Without even knowing you are working, you will be working. Listen, listen, listen. Today morning I was seeing the Nithyananda Times. The devotees were sharing about power manifestation. Basically understand, the innermost core corner of you always knows you are Sadashiva, but does not make that as a cognizable reality or possibility. You feel, yes. Hindu scriptures are all telling from the beginning, we are God, we are God, we are God. Must be true. Who knows? May be true. But let us go for our next meal. Let us go for what need to be done. It is not becoming a cognizable, important, need to be internalized reality. Understand? For example, if you have $100 million in your bank account, you want to remember that again and again. So, from that cognition, you will make all the decisions about your life. Will you say, oh, there is $100 million, but what is there? Come on, let's go and live in my slum, old slum. No, you will not. You will only plan for, let me cognize, let me encash, let me liquidate, let me enrich my life, let me strengthen my whole life. Whatever way this money can add to my life, let me start doing it. You will start planning. As long as you don't start planning, the possibilities becoming reality in your day-to-day life, even if you know you are Sadashiva, it is not directly useful to you. My job is making that Sadashivatva in you as cognizable possibility. I tell you, only 1 or 2 powers I need to initiate. Later on you will see, you will start manifesting in your life. That is what is my job. For each one of you, my commitment, my responsibility is to ignite that Sadashivatva as a cognizable reality, where you are inspired to encash and start expanding and enjoying. That is why from next year I made Inner Awakening into 31 days program. Inner Awakening is getting expanded. All the Aushadha component of Sadashivatva, understand? The Aushadha component has 4 dimensions. Certain herbs are asked to be taken in. Certain herbs need to be kept between the teeth or in your ears or in your eyes during the process. That is second. Third, certain mutation actions need to be done to your body. Let me explain the mutation actions. fire walking and taking bath in the turmeric water is one of the most powerful mutation. Understand, this season, this month, Adi month, is the usual season for dengue and all types of fevers. Hinduism is so intelligent. Everything is inculcated as a religious and spiritual practice. Do fire walking and take bath in the turmeric water. Keep few neem leaves outside the house. I challenge you will not have dengue. You will not have any of these fevers, these problems. Even with dengue, if you go to doctors, many doctors say, no, boil neem leaf in the water and drink. அதைத்தானடா நாங்கள் சொல்லிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம் 60,000 வருஷமா. If you walk on fire, the small wounds may not get created. Whether it gets created or not, it is mutation of the body. See, one of the side effects is health. There are other side effects where certain intense energies are awakened and negativities are nullified. See, the depth with which you feel violence and violated, with that same depth, if you feel sacrifice and commitment, devotion, that violence in you will be muted. The actions which you will feel violated if you are forced, you are doing it voluntarily in the name of your devotion and commitment and sacrifice to the God or goddess, becomes tapas, mutation of your fundamental instincts. If you are pierced, you will feel violated. If you are put in fire, you will feel violated. You will become violent. That same instinct is kindled. You go through that same instinct, that same action, that same thing with the clarity dedicated to my Kuladevata, dedicated to my Ishtadevata, my sacrifice to my Ishtadevata, Kuladevata. The same intensity is awakened, but muting your feeling violated. Sacrifice mutes, transmutes the feeling violation. Tapas transmutes the feeling violated, violence. Understand? Certain acts like fire walking, body piercing, all these are the third dimension of Aushadha. They are all third dimension of Aushadha. I think by now many people know in Sadashiva we are going to walk on fire. இதுக்குத்தான் அடி போடுறாரா? Understand, the fourth dimension of Aushadha is inhaling certain herbal perfumes and smells while you are falling asleep. These are the four primary Aushadha processes Sadashiva is giving for raising you to a different dimensions of universe and making you manifest the multiple powers of Sadashiva, state of Sadashiva, space of Sadashiva. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma is such a juicy tradition. Such juicy. விளைந்ததையெல்லாம் சந்தையில் விற்காமல் விதைக்கொரு கூட்டி வைத்தோம், கஞ்சிக்கொரு கலயம் வைத்தோம், கஞ்சிக்கு வைத்ததை நாங்களே குடிக்காமல் விஞ்சி இருப்பதை ஊரோடு குடித்துக்கொள்ள குலதெய்வத்திற்கு கஞ்சி வார்த்தோம். கஞ்சி வார்க்கும் திருவிழா பெயராலே கூடி குலாவி வரும் வஞ்சிகளையெல்லாம் கண்ணோட்டம் பார்த்து திருமணத்திற்கு பெண் தேடினோம். தேடிய பெண்களோடு மாமன் மச்சான் உறவு முறை கண்டு நேரில் பேசி வாழ்வின் உறவை முதற்படியாக்கினோம். உறவின் முதற்படி வைத்து உயிர் கலந்தபின் உடல் உறவை கொண்டு வந்தோம். உயிர் கலந்தபின் உடல் உறவு கொண்டு வந்ததனால் பிறந்ததெல்லாம் மிருகமாயில்லாமல் மனிதனாய் பிறந்தது. See, when a relationship happens first, then the sex is brought into the relationship. You will have ultimate completion in life. If the sex is brought first and then the relationship is created, I tell you, 100% it is a failure. You are building a concrete building on empty sand foundation. Relationship first. Means foundation is right. Everything in Hindu tradition is such juicy. I am only a juicer, taking the juice of Sanatana Hindu Dharma out and sharing with you all. Responsibility as cognition first. Makes you not being frightened about the actions. Listen carefully. Even a great being like Vivekananda, When Ramakrishna says you have to go all over the world and teach, he says, no, not me, forget about it. Because your fundamental fear towards the action comes up if you are told the action you need to do. But still nobody is able to break the record created by Vivekananda. Once Ramakrishna made him cognize his responsibility. Once the cognitive shift of responsibility has happened, the actions he performed, oh God, still nobody is able to beat the record. The number of discourses he gave in the number of days, the time, hard work, still nobody is able to break. I am telling you. Even I did not break that record. So maybe the quantity I broke, but not within the time frame. His whole public life was only 9 years. 1893, September 11, Chicago, he starts his public life. 1902, July 4th, he left the body. I need to verify whether July 2nd or 4th, maybe I think 4th. He left the body. That's all, 9 years. 1893 to 1902. But the work he has done, still nobody is able to beat the record. Means, if the responsibility is cognized, you will act without even knowing you are performing so much of actions. Without even knowing you are performing so much of actions. That is what I call enriching. Enriching means enjoying your responsibility. If you are cursing yourself and cursing everyone just to get few dresses stitched for the Gurukul kids, it is empowering, not enriching. Enriching means your responsibility, cognition is the Chidambara in which you are dancing. The enriching, the responsibility, cognition flowers first. Then the actions follow. It is no more action, it is Leela. It's play. Kuttu. Not even Natya. Even in Natya, you cognize viewers are sitting, Rasikas are sitting. In Kuttu, nothing is cognized other than the ecstasy and bliss. That is why we call Nataraj as Ambala Kuttan, not Ambala Natyan. Ambala Kuttan. Kuttu is nothing but Kuttu of modern day.
where there is no rule exists. Not even a cognition somebody is watching exists. Not even a cognition somebody watching exists. I tell you, enriching is all about responsibility, cognition first, then actions following casually, without even you remembering, you are acting. Without any pain or struggle that you are acting. The cognitive shift of responsibility, when it happens in you, you become Devata. Daivatva enters into you. You become God. You become embodiment of Sadashiva. Embodiment of Sadashiva. Next year all inner awakenings are going to be 31 days, because this Aushadha component I am adding into inner awakening, making it the most powerful conscious breakthrough program available to the universe from Kailasa. I am now acid washing the whole thing, and I am making it very clear. I don't want to be introduced as enlightened master and all this stupid. No. I am very clear. I am very clear. I am going to be introduced. I am introducing myself as incarnation as per Hinduism. And anybody opposes, I am going to defend and establish. Why these guys, so many modern, so-called modern day gurus, even though they have a deep down desire to claim themselves as incarnation, they always try to claim enlightened master, so the resistance will be less. It is not actually, this enlightened master idea is not at all from Hinduism. It's completely from Buddhism. A branch of Hinduism, not from the core mainstream Hinduism. So take some idea which is already spread without much resistance, even though it is compromising your own father's name, it is okay. Taking this kind of route, that is not for me. I am very clear. My father is Arunachala. I am very clear about it. So understand. So I am going to be very clear. The way I am introduced, I wanted it to be as per the Hindu scripture. And same way, why? See, these modern day gurus are also after constantly, whether I can grab this, grab that money, this, that. But they never introduce these concepts of Tulabhara Mandala. Why? Because these are all more Hinduic way. No. You give donation for that, you give donation for that. I am very clear. I am going to receive only in a Hindu way, even the donations. It is going to be only Pada Puja, Tomala Seva, the Tulabharam, only Hindu way. Introduction as per Hindu Shastras. income as per Hindu Shastras, expense as per Hindu Shastras. And all the charity also I will do only as per Hindu Shastras. Nanmarai arangal onga. These fools are telling me, why don't you start school? You will get a good name. The Hindu monies, I'll build school to teach Macaulay's education system. Cheating. So even charity described in 4 Vedas. Nanmarai arangal onga. I wanted to tell this very clearly to the whole Sangha. Introduction as per Hinduism. So if the issues are raised, we will defend and fight it out. That is why we are here. We are not here to do pleasant. We are here to do right. So from today, anywhere you have any of my introduction material with this enlightened master idea, it is irrelevant. It is redundant. I am very clear. Destroy all those material. Incarnation as per Hinduism. Let the debating ground be Hinduism. So the moment even you come for debate, you have lost it. The moment you accept the debate, you lost it. And don't accept the debate, no problem. Clear, undebatable. I am very clear. Not only for our Sangha, even for all my devotees and disciples, I want to tell you guys. Slowly, slowly do this transition. Even your professions, careers, build as per the Hindu tradition and Hindu scriptures, because they are so much of life positive. And I tell you, the wealth you generated by being life positive is awarded to you as your richness in any plane. Please understand, with all my integrity to Sadashiva, I give you this cosmic legal advice. For example, if you are a doctor, an ethical doctor, and you are serving the life and making money, that wealth comes with you even when you go to Kailasa or Swargaloka, or when you come back to planet Earth. Please understand, I am very responsible when I am uttering these words. These are really true. But if you kill somebody, murder, sell alcohol or sell meat and make money, not only that wealth will not come with you when you move to different planes, that sin and the torture and the suffering follows you wherever you go.
One of my close disciples who listens to my words, I told him, see, I can relieve you from any sin, but don't run non-veg hotel. Even I will not be able to help you handle when you leave the body. He listened and left it. Left the non-veg hotel. That was his profession, his bread and butter. But he said, Swamiji, you said, that's all. No more. He just shut it down. Contribute. For example, if you are running a software company and making money, it's a contribution. It's good for you. Contribute and make money. If you are selling house, doing real estate, it's good for you. It's a contribution. In that, making profit is not wrong. But fundamentally, it should be contributing to humanity. Never do this meat, alcohol, that kind of business which is harming the beings. Same way, tobacco. Never, never, never do that. Tobacco, alcohol, and any of the violence related, like killing animals, or even the violence based silk, the silk which need to be produced by killing the silkworm. No. Do not go for any of those careers and professions. Let your life be nanmarai arangal vonga. See, for example, when you are running a software company, you invest only $10,000, but you make $1 million, nothing wrong. That is not at all wrong. That's not at all. That wealth will come with you even when you move to a different plane or when you come back. Any wealth generated by contribution always comes with you. It is permanent. Never create a wealth based on violence. For example, you are a teacher. You teach good things, not bad things. Of course, if you are teaching to kill, that will not be a good money. If you are teaching people to contribute and generate wealth, that will come forever with you. Anything done by contribution, addition, will come with you forever. Understand? After all, we are Hindus. We are not that poor to look at the life as if only one birth and one plane. Pooh. Begus. Life is multiple, planes are multiple. You are rich, you are Hindu. Understand, this plane, planet Earth, is only Bidadi, guest house. Bidadi means actually guest house. That is why I built the campus on Bidadi, for you to remember ever and ever and ever. Bidadi means guest house. In Kannada and Tamil both, Bidadi means where you came to reside for a few days. You need to be constantly reminded. That is why Bidadi, 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 Bidadi.
It is Bidadi Kailasa, means you came here to get ready for Kailasa. A bit of Kailasa, I brought it here to introduce it to all of you. It's a marketing department of Kailasa. Of course, very integrated. Very integrated marketing introduction of Kailasa. Understand? While you are in this plane, know very clearly life is multiple and planes are multiple. Plan your life as per that. That is what I am saying. Planning for eternal life. Nitya Jivana. Neither life is one nor planes are one. Life is multiple. When you are in this life, learn life is multiple. When you are in this plane, learn planes are multiple. And all your actions, responses, reactions, and responsibility be from this cognition. Essence of today's satsang. Life is multiple, planes are multiple. You are rich because you are Hindu. I have some questions to be answered today about initiation into Sadashivoham. I'll answer them. About Sadashivoham, I'll answer some of them.
Swamiji, we know Sadashivoham is going to be something extraordinary. Can you please share something about it so we can share with our friends and family and get them also?
To tell you straightforward, it is manifolding. It is actually opening up, happening. I can give you few words of introduction. It is going to be awakening the state of Sadashiva, through fundamental unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi process. Then manifesting means awakening the space of Sadashiva intensely, completion with everything that exists. Then manifesting powers of Sadashiva using all the technology Sadashiva has provided, alchemy products, alchemy processes. The important contribution, Aushadha, tempering and transmuting and awakening your whole system for manifesting Mahasadashivatva. The four methods of Aushadha. Some herbs are taken in and some are kept in your body during the process. Certain tempering process is done to the body by fire walking and piercing and these kind of technologies, and some of the awakening perfumes, aura, are inhaled to raise the Kundalini Shakti and manifest Mahasadashivatva. Above all, ultimately, Mahasadashiva's initiation, Shaktivada. Maybe I will have to continuously introduce in few more satsangs for you to understand the difference between inner awakening and Mahasadashivoham. The whole inner awakening will be finished in first day of Mahasadashivoham. And whatever I shared till now, Shivoham, Nithyanandoham, Sadashivoham, all will be done in first 24 hours. When you walk in the welcome center, you will be given all the alchemy products. When you are welcomed, along with your enema kit, how we give the Panchakriya bag now for inner awakening, you will be given all the spiritual alchemy products. Everything is done before you even you come into the hall. I am also aligning all the processes for the modern day body, human body, and all the legalities of the country. So I will reveal more and more what Mahasadashivoham is going to be all about in the further satsangs, in further few more programs. If I have to say few lines about Mahasadashivoham, it is making you experience multi-dimensions of your consciousness and access to multi-dimensions of your universe and manifesting all the dimensions of Sadashiva is Mahasadashivoham. Not just powers, powerful cognitions, everything. See, powers, all of you know, third eye power. You can do the remote scanning, body scanning, remote vision. But powerful cognition means if I can see what is happening there, it means there is no gap between what is operating in this body and what is existing in that house. This and that is one and the same. That is powerful cognition. If you can see somebody's home in New York sitting in Bididi, you can naturally see what is there in their computer, hard disk, memory. Then you can naturally see what is there in their memory itself and physical, the body, biological hard disk moving from powers to powerful cognitions, manifesting all Srishti Sthiti Vinasha Trobhava Anugraha, creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, and playing with delusion and liberation. Manifesting all this is Mahasadashivoham. Whenever I describe any of it, always looks too good to be true and too much for me. I think even this I am not able to grasp. How is it going to happen? Making things happen to you even though you are not able to intellectually grasp is the mystical operation an incarnation does. People come, sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, this Mahasadashivam, even introduction I can't understand. How can that become my experience? I tell them, okay, as if you understood the whole third eye circuit. I already made that as experience to you. புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதெல்லாம் அவர் பார்த்துக்கிட்டும்பா, அனுபவிக்கிறத மட்டும் நாம பார்ப்போமப்பா. அது நம்ம டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் சாய்ஸில் விட்டோம். So, come, enjoy. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing, living Shuddhadvaitam Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, and a very warm welcome to this evening's very special satsang, Ask the Avatar. All of you have come to love Ask the Avatar sessions. I've seen so many positive comments all over social media because this gives each and every one of us an insight into the various expressions and dimensions of the Avatar, His Holiness Bhagavan Paramahamsa Shri Nithyananda, whom we all lovingly call Swamiji, and how he expresses uniquely with each and every one of us. Tonight, the Adinavasi who gets to ask the Avatar is someone who really needs no introduction. She's a disciple of Swamiji, but to her, we hear her call him very sweetly Jaiji. He's her God, he's her Guru, he's her everything. I'm so excited to introduce to all of you Mahayogini Ma Nitya Mahayogananda. Ma Mahayoga is one of Swamiji's many kids, lovingly called by him as Kanna, which she has sweetly started to call all the rest of us, reminding us of the loving oneness with him. Her journey with her Jaiji has been beyond magical, unimagined, unexpected, a transformation from human to super divine human. Ma Mahayoga heads the Nithyananda Yogic Sciences wing of the Nithyananda Sangha, and she is initiated as an acharya to lead sessions on manifesting the powers of Sadashiva, the source himself, initiated by Swamiji. She's adept in expressing the extraordinary powers, such as blindfold reading, seeing and walking blindfolded through the sight of the third eye, materialization, remote vision, which is seen across vast distances, X-ray vision, which is literally seen into the human body, getting answers to anything using spiritual alchemy products, mind reading, healing through the third eye, moving matter through consciousness, and much, much more. In 2016, she was blessed with the title Mahayogini, which is a great yogini, one in the state of deep oneness with existence by the avatar. 2017 saw Ma Mahayogananda, her parents, and 2 puppies welcomed to Kailasa, the home of Sadashiva, as an Adinavasi. Soon, she'll add 2 lions. Soon, she will add 2 lions and a horse to the amazing power manifesting tribe here. On October 13th of this year, Ma Mahayoga, along with a very power manifesting Balasants, child saints of the Nithyananda Gurukul, will embark on a world tour to showcase the transformation that humanity has been waiting for, moving from human to divine superhuman, experiencing the next level of superconscious breakthrough led by the Avatar. The World Tour events will be attended by thousands who will have the opportunity to understand we can be the masters of our destiny if we live in the state of Sadashiva, radiate the space of Sadashiva, and manifest the powers of Sadashiva. The journey begins at the grandest alchemy humanity has ever seen in the form of a 23-day program called Sadashivoham in December right here at Nithyananda Peetham, Bengaluru Adinam, which is the spiritual headquarters of the Avatar. At Sadashivoham, the most mystical processes combined with potent alchemy-inducing herbal preparations called Aushadha will see attendees able to casually visit other non-earthly dimensions, befriend divine beings, manifest extraordinary powers the likes of which we haven't yet imagined, that make us understand the grandeur of life and the insignificance of our typical day-to-day problems. Tonight on Ask the Avatar, Ma Mahayoga gets to place her questions to the Avatar on behalf of everyone in the world. Before she does so, she wishes for all of us to peek into her journey with the Avatar till date and see what preceded the auspicious moment in her life when she laid eyes on Swamiji for the very first time, a moment which made her understand that he is with her even when no one and nothing else is.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. JG. I first wanted to say that throughout the 10 years that I have been with JG now, the words between us have been very less. And because you've always answered me from inside me. So when this opportunity came to be on Ask the Avatar with you, I tried to write a lot of questions, but every time the answers were coming from inside. So then I decided that spontaneity was the best option here. But my first question to JG is, I ended up experiencing what I went through, and it felt like all of that happened just so I will see you and I will not miss you. And I have seen that JG all these years has known everything I'm going through, everything I will go through, but yet JG will play along with me. And I've heard many devotees, disciples say that they seem to know that you know everything, but you play along with it. What kind of love is this?
Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Mahayoga, first let me respond to that first word, JG. Understand, I have given name to millions of people. There is only one person who gave name to me and I accepted. That is Mahayoga. My gurus have given me names, that is different. My disciple giving me the name and I accepting it. It's the thought current you presented. That I know everything, you went through, you are going through, you will be going in the future, which you will be going through, which you went through, going through, and in future which you will be going through. Everything, but I just play along with it. Understand? This is precisely the way Sadashiva lets the world happen. Just yesterday, one of the very close devotee, he asked me, Swamiji, don't you know when these problems come and when they are going to be solved? I wanted to put this on record. Let all of you know very clearly. All the things related to cosmic law, the logic of the cosmos, is revealed to me completely. Like a past, present, future, everything. All the things related to this normal plane, because I do not have the anxiety about the future, because I am so grounded in security. Understand? When you are grounded in the security and no insecurity, you will not try to peep into the future. Future is just one more room. It is insecure people who constantly try to peep into the future. Not the completely grounded. Not the one completely settled. Understand? It is not that I do not know your future. Only if I play along with you, the inner cognitive evolution you are supposed to have will happen in you. For example, there is a cognition in you, life is pleasure. And you cognize some things as pleasure. If I tell you, no, that is not pleasure, don't go, it will not be that immediate cognition. See, whatever I need to tell you, which will become your cognition, I tell. Whatever you need to go through, play along, and then make that as your cognition. I am not saying life is not pleasure. There are some things which are pleasure. There are some things, if you take the responsibility for it, it will be pleasure. There are some things which you never should go even near it. There are various categories. This cognition, you need to cognize, only then it will be yours. That is the reason sometimes I just play along. But I make sure you are always protected by my long hands. Understand, when I directly give you some understanding, without even going through the life, you just drink it and it becomes your cognition. Then at those moments you are in my lap, I am protecting you. With one hand, with another hand I am doing other things. But when you need to go through something on your own and develop that cognitive maturity, cognitive shift, matured cognition, I allow. Only make sure you are protected through the long arms, and it is there constantly for you. Understand, not only your life, even my life, like that only I run. As Sadashiva, I stand and enjoy my life as Nithyananda. Understand, as Sadashiva, I stand and enjoy my life as Nithyananda. And for all of you, this is the precise way I relate. This is the way I let the games happen and play along with it. Understand? It's not that I do not know. When she was bleeding, 80% of the blood loss in the body in Canada, which is almost means coming back to life, is medically miracle. It's a medical miracle. It is simply sheer medical miracle. It's not that I did not know, but some things needed to be removed from our body for the new DNA to happen, the new flowering of consciousness to happen. It is literally a purification process. And I tell you, being around during those times as a protection, but not intervening in the cognitive shift, waiting for that cognitive shift to happen. I put the seed, put the manure, pour the water, wait for the seed to grasp all this and become a plant. Only then that seed will have the life. Understand? Seed need to have life means all these need to happen to the seed. All these need to happen to the seed. So we need to allow the seed to grow. Of course, I do have a beautiful fence, so no goat or no danger can happen to that plant. But I need to do all the vatavarana, ambience, creation, everything. End of the day, I need to wait for the seed to become plant, for the seed to become life on its own. I tell you, greatest compassion is controlling the greed that your disciples should be transformed immediately. and doing what needs to be done, even if they are not listening, even if they are not evolving, without giving up, waiting. Understand? This thought current, knowing everything, having the patience for the transformation of the disciples. And I tell you, the most riskiest thing is trying to train non-integrated people and letting them near. See, without letting them near, I cannot train. And non-integrated people are the most dangerous. Because even they don't know what they will do. But you need to have patience. It is like you try to save a scorpion from the river and that scorpion bites you. That is exactly, precisely this whole game. You cannot allow the scorpion to bite because you need to protect yourself. You need to be available for other scorpions. You need to save you and you need to save the scorpion, but you need to rescue. And you need to play along the whole thing. I tell you, it is cosmic game. That's the word I will use. It is cosmic game, beyond any love or compassion or any words we can use. Meenakshi, just through the eyes, hatching the egg into life and making the jivas into Shiva just through the eyes. The whole concept of Meenakshi is this only. Just through the eyes, she makes Jiva to Shiva with her tremendous patience, with her tremendous compassion. If you ask me, best guna, character or the quality. Character is too small word, quality is a little better word. Guna, quality of a God or an incarnation, I'll say much more than his ability, shaktis, much more than his buddhi, the sarvanyatva, much more than his yuktis, the way he operates, much more than his love, it is his passions. I tell you, passions to play along. Passions to play along. And this whole space of man becoming God, for which God need to become man to initiate and take them to the higher level, this whole space is still alive and active just because of passions of the incarnations. Nothing else. Everything else is secondary. I'll say, if I am asked to rank the incarnations, of course, you can't rank, that is different. If I am forced to rank, I will not rank them based on their capacity to manifest powers, not based on their capacity to create an organization, not based on their capacity to teach, not based on their capacity to give spiritual experience to number of people or the quality of experience. I will not judge, I will not categorize them in any of these qualities. I will only categorize with one quality, their strength of their passions. I tell you, strength of their passions. I decided today, I am going to do one thing. Without any reservation, I'll just open up me as I am and answer all the questions, the right powerful cognitions with which I am operating. Understand? I am going to reveal, decode the operational software of Nithyananda. I tell you, my glory is not my ability to give boons. My greatness is not my ability to manifest powers or make all my disciples manifest powers. My greatness is not this great Saraswati tongue. Any concept she can just chew like a betel nut, betel leaf and spit. The prasada, the truth. My greatness is not any of that, or this great Nithyananda Sangha, or the courage of Kali and Durga. All this I will not consider as my greatness in my inner space. If at all I have to celebrate me for something, I will only celebrate me for my passions. Understand. You can understand the depth of my passions only if you have the powers I have. With no powers, how you guys lose your passions? With all these powers, still I have not shaken the world, is my passions. I tell you, If I am asked to scale the incarnations or great masters, I will scale only based on the amount of passions, in their Ananta Kalyana Vibhushita Gunas, in their Vibhudis, in their great qualities, the amount of passions they demonstrated. I'll use only that as a scale to categorize them, to rank them. Everything else is secondary. To operate with human beings, the fundamental quality is patience and playing along. Patience and playing along. Getting back to Kailas is too easy. That doesn't need anything else. When there is a best space, what else you need? Getting back to the world needs patience. I tell you, if at all I need to be glorified, all the other things should only come as next. It is the patience I demonstrated with every disciple. And it is not just Mahayoga story. Ask everyone how I play along with them. Every level that it starts from the day one they come and ask the very preliminary questions, or from that day till all the questions they have or the tantrum they throw. Everything, I tell you, if somebody cognizes my passions, he will be my disciple, he or she will be my disciple forever. You will never be bitten by the selfishness. You will never be destroyed by selfishness. You will be protected from the patterns of selfishness if you know to cognize my passions. Whoever understands and cognizes, not just verbally, cognizes my passions, knows my love for you and universe. Yes.
That was a very soul satisfying answer, JJ. JJ, my next question is, when I came and did my first inner awakening in December 2010, and I was such a brat. Sometimes my mother would tell me, I don't know how he's tolerating you. And my dad would sometimes come and tell me, like with the kind of, I was very eccentric, JJ would say, you should be stable, not eccentric. My father would come to the apartment on top and he would tell me, because of you and all your eccentricities only, I am not levitating, he will say. This was during my first IA.
I know for sure that awakening of the DNA was happening in your system, for which I need to be, see, end of the day, whatever you are going through, it is not you are responsible, I am responsible. I know that. So when I am responsible, whatever happening in your system to manifest these powers, and not only that, I know for sure Sadashiva is preparing you beautifully to be part of my mission and the Sangha and manifest everything. It's my responsibility to provide you that Vatavarana, that atmosphere. Go ahead.
JG, so right after that, I used to tell you that I want to be over here only. So that time JG would say that, no, go, I will call you back. So I went, and 1 month after that, Swamiji in a satsang had told, anyone who has got feeling connection with me will manifest Vibhuti in the hands, Bhasma in the hands, which is also known as sacred ash. And that time, I was one of the people who received it. Many such events, incidents happened.
I wanted to put this on record now. See, usually in that God-man space, means that it is called Bhava Spurana, means when the Bhava of the God entering into the human body, the clash of these two takes little time for this God state to get settled with the human body. During that time, the experiences happens, the powers manifesting, all that need to be protected, nurtured, supported. And fortunately, not only my support here, your parents are amazing support. Your parents are amazing support. See, there are some things like you need to go through certain experiences for you to cognize that is not something not required for your life. Some things may be required if I take responsibility. Some things never go near that. All these cognitions to happen. So I was only just protecting you with the long arms. But your parents provided a very good atmosphere, very good Vatavarana for that.
It was their stability that actually brought me through. JG would come and say to me that powers are only dust at Swamiji's feet. Now, these powers...
See, you also look back. At least 2 years, I only established you in the state.
Yes, JG.
Later on only, I allowed you to manifest powers.
Yes, JG.
If you see, even in the beginning, I will always push you back to the state. Hey, let the state become stable, and the system hold that. See, if the system takes the root of the state, means the state cannot be uprooted from the system. If that kind of a rooting has happened, after that any power manifestation is safe. Only then it is called Shakti. If some power manifestation can, manifestation or its side effects can shake the root of the state from your body, it is only Siddhi, not Shakti. All of you listen. You see, it's not that Mahayoga became Adinavasi only now. No. She is Adinavasi from the day she saw Shirdi Sai Baba. From that day, because it was a long preparation. It was a long preparation. All of you listen. First few years, when I was training her, even when some powers are manifesting, I will deny. I will say, no, wait. Let us center, let us get rooted into the state. It should be such, whether power manifestation or the after effects of that power manifestation, like a name and fame, glory, or all the other side effects, attention, everything which you get, right or wrong, sometimes good, sometimes bad, sometimes positive, sometimes negative criticism, all that should not shake the state being rooted in you, you being rooted in the state of Sadashivatva. Understand? That is the fundamental core of existence. So I will always insist, hey, let the state sink in. Let the state settle down. Let the state become a permanent existence. Then any manifestation is Shakti. You will never be disturbed by it. And I can say very successfully, not only Mahayoga cooperated, now it has become a very successfully established state. So whatever she is manifesting is only Shaktis, not just Siddhis. They are not Siddhis because we gave enough importance. That is also one of my quality of patience. Understand? You need to be patient there also, letting the disciple to get established in the state. So never ever the state is shaken or the state is disturbed, because when you manifest powers, there will be side effects. Means you will get positive attention, glorified. The biggest protection is letting the state get rooted into the system such a way. No power manifestation or the side effects of the power manifestation, the glory you get or the criticisms you get, both will not shake your inner space. Both will not shake the state. Getting rooted into that state, protecting that you get into the state rooted deeply. That is the biggest protection an incarnation or guru should do for the disciple. Go ahead.
JG, when you tell me that the powers are only dust at your feet, then I had a cognition that, oh, then JG's feet only is important. Now, everybody who walks into the Adinam knows that Swamiji makes them manifest powers. And these extraordinary powers of the source that you are initiating everyone into, sometimes I see during the two-way video conference, the two-way workshops, people are just coming to the free program and they will manifest the power of the third eye reading, and now in the upcoming workshop it's going to be mind reading. When that happens, my question is, why many times the human who sees a power, they rush after it, they enjoy it, but somewhere the fact that it's coming from that feet, that is forgotten.
See what I am saying. The percentage of people forgetting is too small. Let us see from the whole angle. When they are made to manifest powers, the gratitude is awakened. When that gratitude is awakened and the power manifestation is happening, if they catch the visionary and his purpose for manifesting, they are connected forever and they manifest all the powers continuously. If they catch selfishness, that is when they miss. I should say it is very small percentage, even that can be avoided by making them understand the science of power manifestation. Why this is manifesting? You see, whoever understands that why, and understanding about the oneness, they don't miss. But if they look at this more like a magic, or give and take, demand, bargain, negotiation, then they miss it and miss it. I think we should make people understand nothing can be given for these powers. It is only the understanding of oneness that's a science of power manifestation. Maybe by making them understand the science, the problem can be solved.
Thank you, JG. My next question is, my parents wanted a divine baby, so they were guided by their parents and everyone. They did vratas, this, that, etc. and baby was born. But it was only Swamiji who made that divinity actually to start happening.
See one thing, ma, they bring that kind of a DNA, but the Vatavarana and initiation is required to make it alive, to make that into reality.
So now when JG is sending us, myself and 4 of the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans on the world tour, where we are visiting all of these cities and we are going to showcase manifesting powers as a lifestyle. There many parents, many children are going to come. JG, sometimes today it feels like so much convincing has to be done to just showcase that having a child who manifests powers, who does not go into powerlessness. For example, even today also, my father, if there's a business deal that's happening, he will say, look through your third eye, answer what is happening. It's become so easy. And my conversation and my relationship with my parents has become so mature because of the initiation into powers that you have given me. But when the people come on the world tour and see, they do understand that yes, the power manifestation will give you a higher IQ, deep intelligence. But this quality of life raising, how can people understand that?
See, mixing the power manifestation into your depth makes you stay in the state of Sadashivatva. Mixing power manifestation in your breath dimension makes you very beautiful, graceful, artistic in everything you do. Whether the words you utter or the seat you sit, everything will radiate that creativity when you make the power manifestation into your breath dimension. When you make the power manifestation in your length dimension, every moment of your life will be magical. The words you utter or the business you do or anything, I tell you, will be such extraordinary. The deals you make, I tell you. Negotiation is nothing but conducting a matured conversation and making the other person understand it is a win-win deal. That's all. Whether it is a business negotiation or personal life relationship or friendship or expansion of your life or ideologically convincing somebody, everything boils down to one: having matured conversation. Having matured conversation. Whether you want to impress somebody ideologically, whether you want to teach a class, whether you want to have a beautiful relationship, or you want to have a best negotiation in the business deal, everything boils down to knowing the other person, knowing you in a matured way, and able to bring a matured conversation. That's it. It all boils down to that. I tell you, world need to know, I am not only here to make you manifest powers, I am here to make you manifest powerful cognitions. Understand? Reading others' mind is power. Reading your own mind is powerful cognition. Reading others' mind is power. Reading your own mind is powerful cognition. I am here to make you do both. Not just reading others' mind, reading your own mind too. If you see through the third eye what is happening outside, it is power. If you see through the third eye what is happening inside, that is powerful cognition. So I want to tell you, it is not just power manifestation, it is powerful cognition manifestation too. It is powerful cognition manifestation too.
Thank you, JG. Before, only 1% of the women used to have things like polycystic ovaries, fibroids and all. Today, 90% of the women have this problem. And whenever, after JG initiated me into the powers, when I scan them, I always see this is not a physical problem, it is relationship related, especially the ideas they carry about men, how they feel violated. Now, when we are going on this world tour, for men, women, and JG said that there are 11 genders that the Vedic tradition recognizes. So for all those genders are going to be...
Native Americans have recognized 5 genders. This dual gender is one of the conspiracy against the humanity.
So JG, all of these 11 genders, so many of them are going to be seeing what Swamiji is going to present during the world tour. And majority of them, even men and women, are having so many issues related to fertility and even gender confusion and feeling so violated by society, not being able to get accepted. And I know many men or women who may prefer some other genders, but they get married to someone just because of the pressure. But it is so painful for them. JJ, I would like you to tell how this power manifestation is going to help them make very empowered decisions for their life.
Yes. See, when the Kundalini, your Kundalini is awakened, fundamentally, first thing will happen is your identity about you for the purpose for which you took the body will become clear to you. It will become clear to you. Then you are given a freedom to alter and align your body as you want. Understand? Swatantra, ability to handle yourself first, then the number of choices second. In Hindu tradition, Swatantra first, choices next. If the Swatantra does not grow first, directly choices are given. Depression is life. And I wanted you guys to know, all the fellows who talk about the so-called freedom in the modern way of thinking, the modern lifestyle, I tell you, it is absolute false. Where all you don't need freedom, you are given freedom. Where all you need freedom, you are not given freedom. It is like the cow has been put inside a cage, only the face is allowed to move, And you go, hey, see, the face can go up, down, right, left, center, 360 degree, it can rotate. What amount of freedom! That is modern society. And the cow grazes freely in wild forests. That is Hindu tradition. And that cow is given the intelligence what to eat and what not to eat, and even if it eats poison, it will not get into its system. Please understand, Swatantra is much, much higher than the freedom based on choices. Freedom defined by the choices. Freedom defined as choices is too low than the Swatantra defined by the Hindu tradition. See, the understanding about life has become such mess, and people need to be educated little more about brahmacharya. See, in Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Understand, a man who is involved, a man or whoever, a person who is involved, gets involved in any relationship before 21 will never understand what is his gender, because he is still not fully grown. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. That is why till 21, a person is asked to be brahmachari within himself or herself, discovering, exploring. I tell you, exploring your identity, your gender is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body. We need to bring back the subject of brahmacharya as taught by Sadashiva in the great agamas. We will bring it back. And as an immediate solution, I'll give you this simple, basic two solution. One, do this power manifestation at least 42 minutes a day for at least 9 months, and that 9 months be celibate. Do not have any physical sexual activity. I am not using the word mental, and I am not encouraging, but I am not using the word mental. Make your own meaning. I am only saying restrain yourself from the physical sexual activity for 9 months and do power manifestation. And I tell you, you will discover your real gender and identity. In the discovery process, so much of completion will happen, healing will happen, identification will happen, understanding will happen. Recently, I was conducting sessions for a group of people on brahmacharya. You will be surprised. In that class question answer, almost 90% of the people say they don't feel the gender they are supposed to be feeling as their body. 90% of the people, not a joke, understand. 90% of them are saying, we are not feeling the gender we are supposed to feel as per the society, the body in which we are. I think it's little more than 90. Fortunately, they are having understanding about brahmacharya as per Sadashiva's instruction. The first instruction, as I said, 9 months. No physical sexual activity, and practicing completion means the power manifestation. Second instruction, every morning have neem juice, every night a black betel leaf with a little pachakarpuram, the raw camphor, a pinch of raw camphor. These two herb, if it can be programmed by the master and given, that is great. Even if that is not possible, offer it to Sadashiva's deity or Sadashiva mandala and take. These two instruction can do so much of healing, I tell you. All the toxins gets accumulated in your system because of sexual abusal. Pornography means sexual abusal done to you by you, sexual abusal done to you by others. Both accumulates toxins in your system that can be cleansed. The detoxification can happen by these two. Morning neem juice, night black betel leaf with a pinch of camphor. This can detoxify your body and reveal your original gender to you. Understand? This is what the story, Meenakshi's story says. When she saw Sadashiva, the third dress disappeared and she realized her original gender. She realized her original gender, her original identity. Till we get that, we will not know who we are. When she had the darshan of Sadashiva, the third breast disappeared and she realized her original gender. Understand? These two instruction can bring tremendous healing and realization of your original gender. Can happen in you. That can solve almost 90% of your problems.
JG, before I conclude for today, there is one thing that disturbed me recently. I was reading some online reports and I saw that in New York alone, one of the cities that we'll be visiting, in 1 month itself, 10 people, out of which 5 couples, they were rich investment bankers, medical professionals, and very rich people. But because of monetary debt, and because of some other problems, even despite having children, they committed suicide by falling from the building. And there was no reason, and all this happened within just 1 month. And the kind of notes that were written, it's like there are demons in my head, or the debt is too much, I can't bear it anymore. My whole thing is, for the biggest program that we are gearing up over here is Sadashivoham. And Swamiji said that we're going to be seeing other dimensions and everything. I have personally experienced that with JG, and I've seen how much it has healed me in my life and changed my relationship with you. But for these people, it really feels like they are in a debt not only for money, they're also in a debt for relationships. So when people want to come for this program, they're not thinking only about money, they're also thinking about what will I tell my wife. It feels like there is a debt over there. What will I tell my business? It feels like they're owing something over there. How do they overcome this?
I tell you, all rich fellows will have a debt. Understand? When you do not know how to handle people, all the people around you are relationship debt. When you do not know how to handle the things, all the things around you will be your debt, because you need to be available there at least to maintain them. As long as you need them, you think they are the source of your life, you are indebted to them. And I tell you, ultimately, debt is nothing but the feeling you need them for your existence. I've seen many people, if their car gets into accident, it is literally they lost a part of their body, they will behave. If the house is lost, they will behave as if something is taken away from their very existence. Understand? Nothing can be taken away from you which is yours. You can't enjoy anything which is not yours. Know very clearly, anything which can be taken away, let it be taken away the earlier, the better for you. Let which can't be taken away be with you, that will give you most stable life. I don't know how many people tried to shake this throne and take this throne away. Nobody is able to touch. Nobody is able to do anything. How many people tried to take this? Nobody is able to touch. Understand? If it is yours, it is yours. If it is not, it can never be. And raise the quality of your existence. All the quantity for your existence will be showered on you. Let the focus be on raising the quality of your existence. The quantities needed for your existence will be showered, and they will all be attracted. They will all be there always around you. Let the focus be on quality. Otherwise, see, rich people, really rich people, saying they are dying because they have debt. People with everything possible and life in front of them, saying they are dying because they are feeling lonely. I tell you, if you have everything, even if you have everything, and you don't have you with you, you will feel lonely. And you will not be able to handle life, even if there is a small change. Even if there is a small change of this table moving to that table, you will not be able to live. This table moving that side, you will not be able to handle it. So I want to tell the whole world, neither physical suicide nor psychological suicide. Psychological suicide is depression. Neither physical suicide nor psychological suicide is solution. Solution is oneness and power manifestation. Neither psychological suicide nor physical suicide can be solution. The only solution is oneness and power manifestation.
JG, with that, I invite all of the viewers from around the world, if you're watching this, then you should not be missing the world tour event that we are coming on, that we are embarking on, showcasing the manifestation of extraordinary powers from the space of oneness with Sadashiva, with Swamiji himself. And JG, on a note, I don't want to waste this chance. I want to ask you for the boon, and forever, I want to always be a pure medium of JG.
Tatast.
Thank you.
As I said, if I have to put a note, it's an extraordinary relationship. I should tell this one thing, this should be on record. Many times, like how she feels, I am there with her wherever she is. Many times, whenever I initiate new powers in the courtyard for the Balasans or anything, I just know she is already connected and that power is, she has been initiated. And she will start manifesting the powers immediately next day, without even physically me being there or physically she being here. Same way, the ideas, the concepts I am teaching, even if she is out for some days, for some reason, next time when she comes, she does not need to be updated or upgraded. She just knows what is the next things I revealed and she will start speaking about it in the class. She will start sharing about it in the session. I should say, it is beyond any ordinary, mundane this world. It is the connection with the very biomemory, muscle memory, bioenergy of Sadashiva and Meenakshi. So, with this boon to her, let you always be with my pure channel, medium. I have a special gift for her, the Meenakshi's Kandi. And wear this always and radiate me and Meenakshi. Blessings, be blissful. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Sadashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, participants, visitors, viewers, sitting with us all over the world for this program, Experience Kailasa. First of all, I want to tell you, I recommend you take notes. And I also allow anybody to video record, audio record, So all this should make you understand how important this session is going to be. And I also sincerely recommend you watch this like a spiritual practice for next 21 days. I'm going to introduce Sadashiva. Everything possible which can be introduced, dimension or cosmology, understanding, I'll introduce in every possible way. I'm introducing cosmology directly from horse's mouth. Understand? Maybe if we want to use this horse's mouth phrase in a very Indian Shaivite way, bull's mouth, we can change it. Nandi's mouth. Directly. First thing I want to tell you, people feeling, oh, these big concepts, ideas, cosmology, all these are not for me. This idea is not cute. Please understand. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is very clear. Not able to understand is a lie. Not interested in understanding is the truth. Listen. The word not able to understand is a lie. Not interested in understanding is the truth. So do not cherish with the cuteness. Oh, all these big concepts I don't understand. I don't care. I don't want all these big concepts. You just tell me what should I do. I am telling what you should do. Understand. Now people try to celebrate, feel cute about their decision not to put their listening and integrity together to understand life. Please understand. If you are in this cosmos, you need to understand this cosmos. And you are equipped enough by Sadashiva to understand this cosmos. So all these sentiments, oh, these big words, big ideas, big concepts, I cannot grasp. I am a simple devotee. No, don't. Being a simple devotee is not alternative to understanding. You will be a simple devotee only if you understand the cosmos, not otherwise. Ignorance is not celebrated in Hindu tradition. Ignorance cannot be the quality of a devotee. Many times I hear this argument, oh Swamiji, I am a simple devotee. You just tell me what should I do. I cannot understand these big words, cosmology, cosmos. No. If you are a simple devotee, sit with integrity and your simplicity, you will understand exactly what I am talking and you will experience it now. I am introducing Mahasadashiva as he himself introduces himself in Vidyapada of Agamas, and I have some of the interesting articles by modern day researchers. In the modern day, some people are trying to research from the angle of neuroscience and brain, possibilities of brain and the universe. I have a bunch of set of articles. I will highly recommend all of you read all these articles today after this session. So please read these articles which I am recommending. You will understand many things in the language you cognize. I am not saying these researchers have grasped everything of what Sadashiva talks about cosmology in the Agamas, what Sadashiva introduces. I don't want to say these researchers have got everything, but I can comfortably say that they are moving in that direction. For example, whatever, let me first give you the reference of those articles. It is like a Science Daily, Science News, Multi-Dimensional Universe in Brain Networks. That's article name, and I have few more, maybe around 20 articles.
This is the second article. The human brain can create structures up to 11 dimensions. And then I'm again projecting a sequence of article titles. The next is multi-dimensional universe in brain networks. You can actually take a screenshot of the screen here. The next is new mathematical method reveals structure and neural activity in the brain. Mathematicians help unlock brain function. Multi-scale computational model sheds light on embryonic development. Cold Spring Harbor team to use $2.7 million NIH grant to map long-range neural projections. Researchers propose sequencing-based approach to map all neuron connections in the brain.
Now I want to tell you, first I wanted to express my appreciation for these researchers putting their knowledge and intelligence, time, energy and integrity in this line. And I will really recommend to them to spend little time on Vidyapada of Agama, where the cosmos introduces cosmology. Sadashiva talks about cosmology. It will really be wonderful that they will be helped in their research. They will know which direction they should look, towards which direction they should look. Okay, now all this research is all about your brain. Understand, this is like a mirror. This is the mirror in which the cosmos reflects, and this is the organ. I can't even use the word organ, it is little more than organ. This is the system through which you are perceiving the cosmos, universe, existence. These researchers have done research on what all is being perceived here, means in the reflection. Based on that, they are projecting, assuming, trying to understand what must be there. All of you are understanding? This, what is being perceived, reflected in this, is presumed as photograph or reflection of what is out there. So by studying this, what is going on in this, with a very evolved mathematics called algebraic topology. I don't know whether I pronounce the word properly, algebraic topology, whatever. So with that, they are trying to study, project, understand what is going on in this. With that, they are trying to understand what must be out there. Now, the good news I have for the researchers is, you are heading in right direction, because we have a description of what is out there already by the person who is out there. We have description, a very elaborate and very detailed, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya, all the lokas and dimensions. We have description by the person who is out there about what is there. Your algebraic topology, which they are trying to use, which acts like a telescope and microscope together. Understand? Algebraic topology is like a telescope, can project into the space to study the Big Bang and black holes, and it can be microscope, can be zoomed into inside a forest, a python hiding in the hole of a tree, and the blood group of that python, whether that python has some bacterial infection. It is like it can zoom into the networks. Understand, this algebraic topology is a very sophisticated maths they use, which behaves like telescope and microscope together. And with this, they are studying what is happening here. What is happening here? Roughly, I will equate this as a pindanda. And what is happening there is Brahmanda. By studying the pindanda with algebraic topology, scientists, researchers are trying to understand multi-dimensions of the universe. Listen. Sorry if I am presenting too complicated things. I'll try to map it down to your language and the way you can grasp. Fundamentally, the researchers are trying to convey the various dimensions. 1D means rod, 2D means plank, 3D means cube, and the fourth D is the spatial dimension called time. The scientists are trying to explain, researchers are trying to explain through this algebraic topology, which works like a telescope and microscope together. It is not just this 4-dimension alone our brain is perceiving. Our brain is able to perceive higher dimensions, multiple dimensions. Because of that, they come to a conclusion, multiple dimensions exist, because the reflection shows the multiple dimension perceptions, not only the possibility, but as a reality. They are saying that many of these algebraic topology data they have discovered, they try to map it and see its effect on the rat's brain, and the researchers are confirming many of this data is very realistic. Understand? This is where I wanted to suggest to them. One, please study Vidya Pada of Agamas. You will have lot of input, support and direction. That is one. Second, if you are really interested only in research, if you are not interested in any vested interests, come. You don't need to waste your time on putting your algebraic topology, projections, mathematics on the rat's brain and study. I'll give you live brain. You can study mine. I'll reflect this whole 11 dimension, what is out there in here purely. Study all the 86 billion neurons and its activities simultaneously. I am not interested in any of the pride, all these that. I am saying, let's do something good to the world. Not only me, I can recommend and request many of my disciples also to support you in your research. We can live reflect, understand? Scientists are equipped with a algebraical topology which functions like a telescope and microscope together for microcosm, brain, pindanda. We are equipped with third eye penetrated by oneness, third eye opened by oneness, can be used same way algebraic topology is used in microcosm. We can use the third eye penetrated by the oneness in macrocosm. Understand? Scientists with their algebraic topology, which can function like a telescope and microscope together, study the multi-dimensional happening in the brain. We Shaivites, empowered by Sadashiva, whose third eyes are penetrated by the oneness, can show precisely what is out there in here. All of you are able to understand. In the macrocosm, brain, algebraic topology helps like a telescope and microscope to study what is going on in this. With that only they are coming to many understandings. I am telling them, please come here. We have cosmic algebraic topology, third eye penetrated by oneness, which can function a cosmic telescope and microscope together. I can project and tell you precisely what is happening in the sun now. The precise temperature change or precise happenings of the sun and precisely what is happening in your eardrum when you hear these words from my mouth. Understand, microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is third eye penetrated by oneness. As long as third eye is not penetrated by oneness, it is not opened, it is not yet initiated. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. I can provide true help to these scientists by giving the documentation about what is out there by the person who owns everything out there. It's an owner's document. Who created and who is sustaining his own internal document. That is one. Second, I can provide direction and evidence of whatever is out there by making the pure reflection of that in here. Live human brain. You don't need a rat and rat's brain. We have now enough of powers, empowered human beings who can just through their brain show you precisely what's going on now in Kailasa, what's going on now in Tapoloka, what's going on now in Bur, Buva and Suva, in all the different lokas. Understand, you do not need to use the rat's brain to map the data you collect through algebraic topology and verify them with a reality. We can provide, not only I am open and many of my disciples whose third eye is penetrated by the oneness. I have not even entered into what I want, what I am supposed to share today. I am only introducing the fundamental understandings. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is rich man's religion. Means who is really rich in everything. It is not created to control the mass with certain ideas and concepts and like a mental prison. No. This Dharma teaches you mind is a prison. So it never was generated. So whatever I shared now, I'll give you the essence in few lines. What is out there reflects here some of the scientists and researchers who are studying the reflection have found the reference. What is out there is not just 4 dimension, at least 11 dimension. And the methodology they used, algebraic topology, and the informations they have, they even tried to map it down on the brain of the rat and confirming many of the informations they have makes sense. So I am giving them my support in 2 ways. You are only working on what is reflecting here. Unfortunately, a normal brain's reflection is not complete. That's first. Second, we actually have a documentation of what is out there by the owner who is out there. And it is available in here. We can provide you the documentation. Next to the documentation, we can provide you a live laboratory where you can see the reflection, a pure reflection of what is out there in here, to take your researches further. So you can try to understand what is in here and what is out there. Pindanda and Brahmanda. Like your algebraic topology, which can function as a telescope and microscope together for Pindanda, reflection. Our oneness filled third eye can be used as a telescope and microscope together for the Brahmanda, cosmos. You have a live telescope, microscope together for cosmos. So, the live telescope, microscope together for cosmos is inviting you all to support you all in further researches you want to do on this 11 dimensions aspect. So with this, let me start the program. I started the program saying I am going to introduce Sadashiva. I only prepared you to introduce Sadashiva. I need to convince you why such complex understandings about cosmos and life need to happen. Understand? If you have complex understandings, you will not have complex problems. If you don't have, and if you are avoiding complex understandings, you will have complex problems. Decide whether to put your energy towards the understanding and problem-free life, or avoid putting energy towards understanding and live with problems. In any field, if you want to be successful, you need to put little your time and energy to understand the logic of that field. Even to operate a cell phone, you need to pick up the cell phone, understand where is the number, how to press and all that, and where to keep. You can't keep it somewhere and talk, you have to keep it in your ears and near the mouth. Now you need to understand the logic. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience Kailasa, you need to decide, you should understand Kailasa. You can't say, oh, I am an innocent devotee and I am a simple person. Just no. Your ignorance is neither cute nor welcome. And you are not created for ignorance. Be very clear. Be very clear. All you need is your decision to complete with the pattern of celebrating your ignorance as cute, as if something right, as if it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. Seeker is a person who is trying to understand cosmos. So you have to understand cosmos. You can't say, I want to go to Kailash, I want to experience Kailash, I want to understand the whole cosmos, I want to manifest all the powers, but I am very innocent, little ignorant, very innocent, old devotee. That's not cute. That's not cute. Complete with the pattern of celebrating ignorance, because I am going to introduce some of the very important truths of life. We need to understand cosmos because we are working and living, functioning in the cosmos. Making it as simple as possible and mapping it in such a way your inner space grasps it, experiences it, is my job. That is my job. I will do it. But not even interested in entering, holding my hand to come along with me is not right. So hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listening and come along with me. I'll take you to Kailash now. You need to understand Kailash Pati, Lord of Kailash, Sadashiva, only then you can experience Kailasa. It is actually a beautiful painting here. I am showing, projecting a painting of Mahasadashiva. It's a traditional painting done as per the introduction of Mahasadashiva about his cosmic form. In a way we can understand. Originally he says thousands of heads and thousands of hands, means literally all the identities exist, is part of him. All the heads exist is part of him, whether it works or not. You may ask, even mine? Yes, yours, even yours. That's the good news. Even yours is. Here it is presented with a 25 head in a very symbolic way. Can you project that now? Understand, in the first means the lowest row, which is connected to the neck. 9 heads are there. In the next row, 7 heads are there. In the further row, 5 heads are there. And further, 3 heads are there. Then further, 1 head. It's a symbolic representation. And I wanted to tell you all, I am giving you only very minimal understanding which is required for you to experience Kailasa. It's like if you go to Universal Studio or Disney World, Disneyland, how they give you a very minimal introduction to let you experience and enjoy all the rides and shows and the place. Same way, I am only giving you a very minimal introduction. I am not torturing you with too much information. No. I am trying to make everything user friendly as much as possible. As much user friendly as possible. The row of the heads connected to his neck. Nine faces is mathematics of the universe. Listen. Mathematics of the logic and mathematics of the universe is different. Mathematics of the logic is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number. 1 plus 1 is 2. When you do this addition, subtraction, it is all whether the work or the result is only in your logic. For example, like a paper. If you put 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, that is only in the paper. But the cosmic mathematics is the actual dimensions. Like when I say the first phase, it is not equivalent to mathematical 1. It is a cosmic one, means the first dimension of the universe, length. Two is not mathematical two which exists in logic. It is second dimension, Planck. First dimension can be called as a rod, just one dimension. Then Planck, second dimension, means length and breadth together. Three is third dimension, the length, breadth, depth together. Listen. I think many of you are seeing new me. Who is? After the length, breadth, depth, the four, in the fourth phase only sound even starts. Understand? The science says any particle's movement creates sound. Sadashiva says very clearly, if the particle moves only in the length, breadth, depth, sound is generated. If it moves only from length to length, no sound is generated. Listen. You may say, oh, my hand, if I move like this, sound is generated. Very subtle. It is generated because your hand has a depth. This or this does not generate sound. Yeah. Atom, molecule moving this way or just this way does not generate sound. If it moves only this way or that way or this way, where the depth is involved, sound is generated. So only after the third dimension, Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva introduces nada, sound. This information is very important for you because the mathematical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is not cosmical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In mathematical 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, after 3 suddenly you cannot introduce something extra. 1, 2, 3, it has to be 4. Cannot be 4 and a half. That is mathematical, numerical. But in cosmical, 1, 2, 3, 3 and a half, 4. I don't even want to say 3 and a half. 3, something more than 3 and 4. I don't even want to say it is between 3 and 4. No. Because after the 4, that what came in between is getting added as a load on the 4. That is why, understand, in the 7-9 phase, only after the third phase the upper phases are sitting, means now no more the phases are linear, they are multidimensional. Listen. 9 phase. First phase length, second phase breadth, third phase depth. Now in the depth, sound comes as a new introduction. So after the sound is introduced, it is no more third to fourth, third with one more head on the top and fourth. And the fourth has 2 more heads on the top and fifth. Fifth has 3 more heads on the top and sixth. How many of you are catching it? Understand? Till the depth no sound. After the depth, when the sound is introduced, 4 is not just like how from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, no. 1 to 2 is 1 to 2. 2 to 3 is 2 to 3. But 3 to 4 is not 3 to 4. 3 plus something and 4. Listen. In the depth starts happening sound. How many of you are grasping what I am saying? You see, you need to understand this, because when you explore you will manifest so much. I tell you, all values come when you know you are a valuable person. That is why it is value. In Tamil, Nanayam tan Nanayam therindaldan varum. If you know your value, your worth, only then you will manifest values in life. You will not give up your integrity for 2 pennies lying on the ground. No. You know your integrity is much more valuable than that penny lying on the ground. So you need to understand. Listen. Now, length, the first head, second head, breadth, third head, depth, fourth head, time. But it is not just like how we moved from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, it is not same 3 to 4. Because in the 3, suddenly one thing is added, one head on the top, that is nada, sound. And sound cannot come just in y-axis travel or x-axis travel. All sound is generated only in z-axis travel. Any particle, pure movement of x-axis and y-axis. I don't know whether I showed properly. I think this is x-axis, this is y-axis. Listen, pure movement of x-axis and y-axis of a particle does not generate sound. It is z-axis, z-axis that travel generates sound. So, when it comes from length to breadth to depth, it is not directly from depth to time you can jump. Now you need to consider one more dimension of life, nada, sound as introduced, sound has come into existence. So the time is going to be handled. Time is going to be the totality of not just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 plus the sound. Totality of this 4 is the 4, time, fourth head. Now, fifth head. Listen. Fifth head is connected to the body. The neck is the integrity. Poison is the non-integrity. It is integrity connects the Sadashiva with the whole universe, universe with Sadashiva. Anybody with integrity can penetrate Alahala and connect with Sadashiva and all his dimensions and live. When you miss integrity, you cannot penetrate the Alahala. Listen, first head, length. That's a face. I am purposely explaining with just as per the Agama's introduction, because I don't want this knowledge to be stolen by the people and mapping it back to their understanding and saying Agama has been written much later than the science discovery. Nowadays, in the modern day, that one big crime is going on, steal everything Vedic and then say that Vedas were written very recently after all the modern day discoveries. Some Pandit who did not have a job, he read all the English books and he translated everything in Sanskrit and made a book. No, that's what they are trying to claim. The Vaimanika Shastra was written very recently by somebody mapping all the Western concepts of aeronautics into Sanskrit. Okay. So that is the reason I am presenting it with the original visual map as it is. See, the first phase, length. Second phase, breadth. Till then, those heads are just independent. Nothing much above on them. You see, here they put it like a tower. But actually, when Sadashiva Mahasadashiva introduces himself, he says after the third head starts the next dimension. Means 7, when it is put on 9, only on the third, the next starts. Am I right? All of you understanding? All of you are catching it? So the third is the depth. In the depth is what? Nada. The sound starts. That is above head. The head which is above the third head. I don't want to say fourth head, because the fourth head is next head only is going to have the title fourth head. All of you are catching what I am saying? Above the third head, which is the side effect of 1, 2, 3, is sitting, which is sound, nada. Above the fourth head, two heads are sitting. Listen. Above the fourth head, which is Kala, sound, listen very carefully. Sound and nada and bindu. Bindu means longevity, life. Only when the time is introduced, longevity concept gets introduced. Till the time is introduced, there is no life, longevity. How many of you are grasping? So the head sitting on the fourth one is time, nada, bindu, above, which is this. See, the fourth, nada, bindu. That is life. Only the time dimension in, see, the depth dimension introduces sound in the cosmos. Time dimension introduces sound and life, longevity. Kala is kala kala. Kala is life and death. Am I able to make you all understand? The fifth head, listen. The fifth head is what is connected to the body. Body is the universe. All these heads are units, identity. Understand? Your identity is the unit of your consciousness. If your consciousness, listen, all the identities with which you play as a father, mother, brother, sister, son, daughter, victim, aggressive, all your identities put together is your consciousness. How many of you understand that? That is your world. Here, each head is the unit. Each head is the identity. All these identities put together is universe. Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva. Like all your identities put together is your consciousness. Identity is used as a unit to measure your consciousness. If you are entertaining more unit of father identity, that will be the lifestyle of your consciousness. If you are entertaining the beloved identity more units, that will be major aspect of your life. So measurement of your life, who you are, the Jivatma, Pratyagatma Chaitanya is done by the units of your identity. For example, if I have to write a formula about you, 7 unit father, 8 unit mother, 3 unit being a son, 4 unit being a brother, and 1 unit of being a charitable person, 2 unit of being a beggar, and 7 unit of victim, and 8 unit of courageous person. Identities you use is the unit with which formula about you can be written. How many of you are grasping this statement? Now, the identities of Sadashiva is the unit of the cosmos. See here, first phase is length, second phase is breadth, third phase is depth. But the depth does not just keep quiet as depth. If it is mathematical 1, 2, 3, it should be just 1, 2, 3. But it is not mathematical, it is existential. 1 man plus 1 woman mathematically is 2 person, But existentially, there will be third child. If you allow both of them to be there, there will be child. So existential mathematics is different from your logical mathematics. When the third dimension of the depth happens, I don't want to say fourth dimension, the next thing of a sound happens existentially. And next phase, when the next phase is added, this is time. When the time is brought into the scene, Nada and Bindu both are added. That is Nada and Bindu. Yes. You may say, why Nada should be added to depth and time? When the Bindu is added, Nada is no more an ordinary Nada. Sound which is not created never dies. Sound which is created dies. Sound which happens only with the association of length, breadth, depth can die, but the sound which happens with the association of length, breadth, depth, time and space does not die. So the sound associated just length, breadth, depth is different, and the sound associated to length, breadth, depth, time and space is different. Just the sound generated by length, breadth, depth. Like I am moving this. This sound is different than the length, breadth, depth, time, all four create certain sound that is different. I'll give you the example. The sound generated by the two objects hitting, it is between length, breadth, depth and time. But the sound generated by my inner space, where length, breadth, depth, time and space is also involved, this can create the same space I am in you. But this sound cannot create the same space it is in you. How many of you are grasping? So the head which is sitting on the depth can only be called as Shabda. Head which is sitting on the time between the Bindu is called Nada. Shabda cannot create effect, it can only exist. It can survive, not reproduce. Impotent man. He can exist, he cannot create. But Nada can exist and create because Bindu is added, life is added into it. A sound potent of producing something in you is Nada. Sound impotent of making any impact on the universe is Shabda. Then comes combination of length, breadth, depth, time, space as the fifth head. Above that sits Nada, Bindu, Amaratva, immortality. Above sits Nada, Bindu and immortality, Amritatva. Tattva means unit. Amritatva. In this dimension only, the gods and goddesses who don't get into non-existence live. So from here, there can never be a non-existence. There can only be the transformation, but no non-existence. We may think, why do we need to know all this? If you know these basic understandings, you can map them in your life in multiple level, and it can strengthen your balance sheet. Understand? It can make you healthy, wealthy, happy, blissful, because many of these understandings awakens those dimensions of your brain. Already, if you are feeling too much is happening in your brain, raise your hand. Good. Those electrical signals, understand? When the owner is introducing his home and you are sitting in front of him, his neurons, brain neuron activity mirrors in your brain. Bindu is life, Amritatva is life which cannot be dulled, reduced, diluted by length, breadth, depth, time. Kala kala. Amritatva is the space on which time does not have a say. A cloth, even if you lock it inside a vacuum box for 10 years and then take it out again, you will see it has already withered. No weather would have operated on it, but time operates on it. If you do not allow the time to operate on you, you don't die. If you don't remember you are aging, you will not be aging. That's the truth. A remembrance of aging ages you. The number of time you remember you are aging makes the aging effects on your system. Sadashiva gives an instruction in Agama. Remember, Sadashiva is ever 16, and remember you are he. In those days, that 16 is something like a peak health and peak possibility. Even if you are brought up in a Gurukul way of life, by 16 you will manifest all the powers. So that is the reason that 16. Now, length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these are called dimensions of universe. The Shabda, which is byproduct of depth, Nada and Bindu, which is byproduct of time, Nada Bindu Amritatva, it's called Amrita Kala. These things, these heads above, they are called multi-dimensions of the universe. Understand? You cannot call Shabda as the fourth dimension of universe. No. Third multi-dimension of the universe is Shabda. Fourth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu. Fifth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu Amritakala. How many of you are understanding the statement? First dimension is first dimension. Second dimension is second dimension. Third dimension is not third dimension. Third multi-dimension. Because with the third, the new dimension of Shabda is introduced. Which cannot be called as dimension because we are using the word dimension for fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Third multi-dimension is, see, for example, the third multi-dimension depth has length, breadth, time and depth all together. Sorry, not time. Length, breadth, Shabda and depth together is third multi-dimension. You should know why our masters describe gods with multiple heads. Fools are those who criticize the forms of our Hindu gods, who do not know the universe. They say, why so many heads, so many hands? You don't know. You know only handicapped persons. You do not know multi-handed persons. You know only headless chickens. You do not know multi-headed beings. Third multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth and Shabda. The fourth multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth, time, Nada and Bindu. I do not want to use the same word Shabda for Nada, because Nada with quality of life is no more Shabda. For example, Shabda can be called as a raw, precious metal you have. Nada is like you sold that metal and have a currency, cash in your hand, which is more active and useful and available for you. Shabda is raw, Nada is refined. And when it comes to the next space, space multi-dimension, there that Nada also I don't want to call as Nada, Nada Kala. It is no more just Nada, it's Nada Kala. It is not only the cash you have, it is become an object or a product what you want to have directly. It's like a 3D printer. Out of Nada Kala, you can just directly do 3D printing of anything you want. Above the Nada Kala is Bindu Kala. Above the Bindu Kala is Amrita Kala. The qualities, units, understandings about this multi-dimensional universe as two important use. One, please understand, all of you are now going to meditate. What meditate? Going to remember your original Swabhava Swarupa of Mahasadashiva. I am not just introducing me, I am introducing you to you. I do not talk to anybody who is less in my stature. Understand? This science is called Rajavidya, means a king does not talk to somebody who is less than his stature. This Vidya cannot be taught to somebody who is less than my stature. If I am teaching you, understand, you are same of me. The moment you decide to learn, you are same of me. I have a Shastra Pramana where Mahadeva Sadashiva, Mahasadashiva says, eternal age of 16 years. That's a beautiful word he is telling. He is not saying the 16 which comes after 15 or before 17. He says eternal age of 16. If he says meditate me as 16, you may think before 17 and after 15, that's 16. No. Just pick up the 16 and freeze it into eternity. That is why he is using the word eternal age of 16 years. The quality of the 16 should be absorbed and frozen into eternity. Let me read out the original verse for all of you. Panchasyam dasadortandam spatigabam trilochanam shantam chandrakalachutam sarpasannada sajjatam mantrasimhasanasinam Shvedapatmo paristitam kundalaihi karanai haraihi katistutro darabantanaihi keyuraihi kataikaischaiva channa virais samyutam Shodasa yutam kantam suprasannam smitananam sulam parasu katkancha vajram vagnim chadakshine abhayam pasamanyancha kantam nagan kusautata Vamahasta katam dhyayet anyatacha nigatyate prasalpaya katvanka shakti stulastu savyata vame damaru sarpaksha malendivara purakaihi. Eternal 16 means the 16 which comes before 15, before 17, after 15, has its innate quality of becoming 17. He does not want the 16 which will become 17. He says the 16 should be picked up and made it into eternal. All right, let me come back now to understand. Length is the dimension of universe. Breadth is the dimension of the universe. Depth is multi-dimension of the universe, not dimension of the universe. How many of you are grasping? Length is the dimension of universe. Breadth is the dimension of universe. Depth is multi-dimension of the universe. Time is the multi-dimension of the universe. Space is multi-dimension of the universe. I have just introduced this understanding called multi-dimension. And what is multi-dimension? The essence of this almost 2 hour session is multi-dimension. The purpose of introducing this is two. One, if you understand, great. You can sit as this understanding Sadashiva. If you don't understand, your confusion is one of the dimension. Sit with that. Whatever I understood is one, half understood is one head, and completely not understood is another head. Let me sit with all these heads. All non-understood is avyakta, unmanifest to you, and if you decide to make that as part of you and feel that as part of you, it will start revealing itself to you. Anything which you decide as make it as part of you, even if it is good or bad to you, understood or ununderstood, it will reveal its secrets to you. If you keep something as evil or ignorant as outside, you will be God. If you decide to keep that also as part of you, you will become Godal Sadashiva. If you decide to keep something as ignorant away from you, you are a Deva. If you decide to have that also as part of you, even though it does not reveal its secrets to you or friendly with you, you are Mahadeva. That is why only Mahadeva is worshipped by Devas and Asuras both. Good and evil both worships Mahadeva. He gives boon to Indra and Ravana both. You are going to meditate, contemplate, internalize, do dhyana on all these great truths. That is why I am introducing all this to you. These understandings are only called as Somarasa in tradition, Hindu tradition. So when they enter into your system, you experience Kailasa. You feel real high. With alcohol, you feel high, but you fall down. With Somarasa, you feel high and you fly high. With alcohol, everything will look very tall and big because you are on the ground. With Somarasa, everything will look small and down because you are on the high. Small break, then we will continue. Let's gather for next session to internalize Mahasadashiva more. Be blissful. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful.
Strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. See, these 5 states of consciousness crisscrossing each other forms 25 states of consciousness. This is to give you why you behave the way you behave at some times, why you behave the way you behave at some other times. All your decisions are just because of the state you are in. Your state is so powerful, either to give you clarity or confusion. It can literally project what is not there and cover up what is there. I always tell this. If you see a restroom in your dream, don't use it. It's a trap. Understand, just when the bladder is full, it can just create a restroom and give you a very comfortable, secure feeling till you feel everything is wet. You need to understand each of your intra-organ. Now I am introducing next word. Listen. Listen carefully. Internal organ, intra-organ. Understand these 2 words. Your lungs, heart, kidney, intestine, all these are called internal organs. Intra-organ is your Anahata chakra, your Vishuddhi chakra, your Vak Shakti, your third eye. All these are intra-organ. Listen carefully. Your intra-organ is capable of sending a signal to internal organ and project anything you want in reality. See, have you guys seen the projector light? Before these LED screens, that used to be the way people use, where there will be a light and if a slide is put, that will be projected. In those days in India, during talkies, they will show movie like that only. Intra-organ is the light, internal organ is the slide, screen is the reality. Your intra-organ and internal organ work together in a highly cooperated way, much more than you imagine. When the bladder is full, internal organ sends message to intra-organ. The intra-organ sends message to other internal organs, and the whole toilet is built, restroom is built. Out of nothing. And you are given the comfortable, cozy feeling and the idea of privacy. Understand, I am talking about bedwetting. But this functions on multiple levels. If you have fasted without eating for 48 hours, you will feast in the dream. How many of you have seen that? How many of you experienced that? Same way in the next level, sexual fasting, wet dreams. Understand in multiple levels, this internal organ, intra-organ states of consciousness plays a major role in your reality, either creating which is not there or completely covering which is there. How many of you understand this? Internal organs, intra-organs, and the states of consciousness you go through plays a major role in your reality, either projecting which is completely not there or covering which is there. All kinds of manifestation and manipulation of reality happens by the states of consciousness. SU means Sushupti, SW means Swapna, J means Jakrat, T means Turiya, TA means Turyatita. So, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. In deep sleep, zero power, absolute powerlessness. Dream, I can say that 10 unit of vibrant activity. And in the waking state, I can say 100 unit. In Turiya, it becomes almost million unit. It's a big jump from waking to Turiya. In Turyatita, it is just whatever exists, trillion or zillion, whatever unit of aliveness. The whole oneness. It's not even aliveness, oneness. 5 states crisscross within you. Listen carefully. You have binary existence, Chit and Jata, matter and activity. Understand? In you, there is a 2 platform. Bone, this body with a bone, blood, flesh, physical, and your activity means able to think, alive, being alive. You have binary existence. Roughly I can equate as body and mind. These 2 components go through all the 5 states. Sometimes your body will be sleeping, mind will be very active. Sometimes your mind will be sleeping, body will be very fresh. Body will not be sleeping, but your mind will be sleeping, tired. I should say the word tired is not right word. Bored. See, listen carefully. When mind is active, body is sleeping, we can call that as tired. When mind is sleeping, body is alive, bored. Getting it? If you understand tiredness and boredom, you will catch all the states. Because these 2 you are very easily. Body is fresh, but you don't want to get out of bed. Means bored. Mind really wants to go and do the work, but body is nothing doing, tired. How many of you are catching? Body is fresh in waking state. Mind is in sleep, deep sleep state. That's boredom. Body is in sleeping state, mind is in waking state. That is tiredness. Your binary existence goes through all these 5 states independently. So this crisscrossing happens. Now, if I ask your address, in which state you are in, you cannot say Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. No. I think Sushupti. Body is also in Sushupti, mind is also in Sushupti. This is the way only you can say your address. Your binary existence, what it is going through in these states, crisscrosses and creates 25 states of consciousness. Understanding these 25 states of consciousness liberates you from the clutches of these 25 states of consciousness. Understanding these 25 states of consciousness. First, Sushupti means your body is also in Sushupti and mind is also in Sushupti. It is not actually deep sleep. It is coma. Understand, in deep sleep, only your mind is in deep sleep. Body doesn't fall into deep sleep. All the deep sleep you know. Listen carefully. I say, I'll give this x-axis body and y-axis mind. Okay? X-axis. Let's take that as a body, all the time lying. Mind, all the time jumping. So this x-axis, lying this angle, let's call body for our convenience. Body, and this is mind. Understand, when body and mind both are in Sushupti, it's coma. It is not deep sleep. All of you, the sleep which you know, which you had yesterday, day before yesterday, 1 week, last few days, that sleep, your mind falls into deep sleep, body goes only to the level of Swapna. So in the mind, deep sleep, but in the body, Swapna, which is the state now, SU plus SW. You understand? Which I circled now. This state means SU plus SU is coma. Maybe I'll give the number one, but that is not number 1 state. SU plus SU is coma state. SU plus SW is what is the deep sleep you all know. Listen. Now I am coming to the next point. How many of you, body moves, but you are in a deep sleep? That is what is the SU plus J. Where mind is in deep sleep, body is in waking state. It is even moving. Logically it moves on time. Few feet. Anybody sleepwalkers? Others would have reported. That is this state. Sleepwalking. So, which I crossed is the sleepwalking state. First, coma. Second, deep sleep. Third, sleepwalking. Fourth is the body in Turiya, mind in Sushupti, where body does not engage with your sleep, deep sleep, just mind goes into it and comes out. I should say this is the most healthy state. How many of you are understanding? Sometimes after initiation, you go through this state. Mind has slept, but body is very fresh, very alive. Next state, mind is in deep sleep, body is in turyatita. You have not experienced that. Surely it has not yet become reality for you. How? I'll tell you. You will be in a deep sleep, but whatever you wanted to make it as reality, that oneness, that will be continuously working and making what you want as oneness. When you are waking up, you would have seen you worked your whole night and made what you want as reality. Even in the deep sleep, your cognition will be working for you and making what you want as reality. I think that is yet to happen in you. It'll happen. But you understand this state. It's one of the most powerful oneness, where you can appear in people's dream and bless them and initiate and all that. Next, mind in dream state, body in deep sleep state. I should say body is like a completely tired, but mind is just dreaming. I should say most of your bedwetting happens here only, in this state only, where body is completely gone, but the mind is still dreaming. That is when the bladder is full, body doesn't even want to accept the signal of getting up and going to the restroom. So your mind itself finishes taking care of the whole thing. Body is completely tired, but mind is very active. Next, Swapna. Body is also dreaming, mind is also dreaming. See, restless leg syndrome. Your legs are kicking and you are dreaming. Then mind is dreaming, body is in waking state. Listen, now listen carefully. How many of you felt early morning, you're woken up, but body is not yet under your control. You are trying to enter into your body. Raise your hand. It means body has already woken up. Mind is still dreaming. In India they say ghost was sitting on my chest and pressing me. Which ghost comes there and sits? Actually, you are the bhuta, you are the ghost. Getting what I am saying? What you will call in English that state? Let's give our own name. SWJ, that's all. Sleep paralysis. It is nothing to do with sleep actually. Dream paralysis it is actually. Where your body is in waking state, but mind is in dream state, not in sleep state. Only in sleep state you can perceive. Only in dream state you can perceive. In the sleep you can't perceive anything. Here you are perceiving, you are trying to enter into the body and you are not able to possess the body. All that perception happens. That can happen only in dream. Let's call it dream paralysis, that's all. We will give our own new names. More names are supposed to be self-explanatory. Dream paralysis. Next, mind is dreaming, body is in Turiya. Listen very carefully. These are the states where divine interventions happen. Means, you get the darshan of gods and goddesses. Your body is so pure, it is in Turiya, mind can perceive this is the frequency where gods visit you and give you darshan. Listen, I am making one more statement. If your mind is in Turiya and body is in dirty state, gods cannot visit you. Because your mind is too small layer. Your body needs to be in Turiya for gods to visit you. Next, body in Turiya Atita, mind in Swapna. I can say this is the state you experience different planes. Like Tapoloka, all those lokas experience. Your body needs to be absolutely resting in the space of oneness, alive oneness. See, I can say Turiya state is awakened oneness, Turiyatita is alive oneness. Awakened oneness means cognition of oneness. Alive oneness means practically applied oneness. Power manifestation oneness. In deep sleep and mind in waking state is chronic fatigue. Next comes mind in waking state, body in dream state. Listen to this very carefully. Mind in waking state, body in dream state. Like a mind is fully active, you are neither completely sleeping, just like restless leg syndrome, body is moving little bit. Mind is fully awake. But that doesn't mean your body is also fully awake. No. I can say this state can be called as tiredness. Because the earlier is chronic fatigue. This can be called as tiredness. JJ. Next is JJ. J and J. Mind is also in Jagrat, waking state. Body also in waking state. Now most of you are in that state. I only say most of you. All of you are supposed to be in that state. Most of you are in that state. Understand, this is the state not available for even the gods, goddesses, anybody. Just for this state only you assume human body. Only from this state all liberation is possible. Liberation is not possible from Turiyatita. It is possible from J and J. J and J is the airport of the cosmos. Whether you come or go, it has to be on J and J. Getting into the flight or getting down from the flight is always in J and J. This one state is unique to planet Earth. Just above the planet Earth, this state is not available. Just below the planet Earth, it is not available. So only planet Earth, as the Vatavarana for this state, just for this state only you come to planet Earth. All enlightenment, liberation, moksha, Atmajnana, Tattvajnana, Sakshatkara, Tattvadarshana, everything happens in this state J and J. You need to meet Guru when he is in J and J, and when you are in J and J, only then initiation happens. understand my original state is TA and TA, means Turyatita, Turyatita. But during all initiation, I come to J&J to meet you. J&J is the lounge where we both meet. That is why I insist on being awake, body and mind both being in waking state. Next, mind being in Jakrat, mind being in waking state, body being in awakened state. This happens in you when you sleep or when you sit next to my mandalas. The mandalas I give, they work on your body. They push your body to Turiya. So even your normal, you see, when you are in your office also have a mandala. Always your body will be held in a Turiya. So your mind is in the waking state. You will be constantly achieving success. Mandalas keep you in this state. This state helps you a lot in your success, decision making, negotiation. If you are a young entrepreneur and the other person negotiating with you is a young woman, never go without mandala. Only mandala can save you. Otherwise, you will not bargain. You will bargain. Next, mind in waking state, body in Turyatita. Again, when you start more and more power manifestation, you will experience this state where body is completely detoxified. It is in ecstasy all the time. It's in a complete alive state. Mind is being in waking state. I should say this is also a state where you get the darshan of gods, goddesses. You visit various planes. This is more a higher fuel to your system. Next, mind is in Turiya, body is in Sushupti. How many of you heard Ramana Maharshi was in Samadhi for 9 months? Ramakrishna was in Samadhi for 9 months. This is the state where mind is awakened, body needs to accommodate that such a highly awakened mind. Body needs to just detoxify itself to accommodate the highly awakened mind. That is the state. Sometimes body needs complete rest to cope up with the higher spiritual experiences. This is the state. Ramana Maharshi, after achieving enlightenment, 9 months he was in that samadhi. Next, mind in Turiya and body is in Swapna. I should say, mind is in samadhi, but body started doing its basic activity, like a 1, 2, 3, eating, that kind of a state. Again, it is not your experiential state, so maybe in next few days you will start experiencing that. You will be in such ecstasy, you will do all your day-to-day activity, but you won't even remember that you are there in some space. That's the music of that state. Mind in Turiya, body in waking state. Precisely during the energization, this is where you go. Mind gets into Turiya and body is in waking state. During energization, this is what you taste. But immediately you shift after energization to Turiya and Turiya, means body also goes into Turiya. mind in Turiya, body in Turyatita. This is the state you start manifesting powers. All power manifestation starts here. Understand? That flickering, where once bottle listens to you, second time it doesn't listen to you. Banana moves once and it doesn't listen to you second time. Or you say right turn and it takes left turn. All that flickering is this state. It almost feels like you are there, almost. Come on, now, mind in Turyatita, body in Sushupti, in deep sleep. I should say, this is the state my body goes through. When my body rests, my existence is parked in Turyatita, body is led to rest. Actually, after the state of Turyatita, word mind has no meaning. It is, I should say, existence. Next, existence in Turyatita, body in Swapna. This is the state I appear in your darshans for you wherever you are. When I give darshan to you, in your dreams. See, if I have to appear in your dream, I have to appear dream body. Understand? So, my existence is in Turiya, but I assume dream body to give you darshan. I myself don't have dreams, but I assume dream body to give you all darshan. And next is my existence is in Turyatita, body in waking state, the state in which I am now. And when I materialize vibhuti or kumkum from my murtis, wherever, this is the body I use. Understand? Listen carefully. The body you are seeing now is in this state, not the body I am using. The body I am using is in Turyatita. The body you are seeing is in Turyatita Jakrat. Listen. I am here. You can see me only here. The gap is almost 2-3 million miles. That is what is the gap between Kailasa and Buloka. I exist here in this Turyatita. I perceive my body, my existence here. You perceive my existence here. Clear? Turyatita, mind in Turyatita, existence in Turyatita, body in waking state. This is the state in which I do the materialization and all in your home. If the vibhuti, kumkum, something is materialized in your home, in your place, for materialization. If it is only darshan, it is TA plus SW. All of you are getting? If it has to be matter, something materializing, it has to be TA plus J, Jakrat. Next is funny. If I have to initiate you and make you do power manifestation, it has to be TA plus T. Turyatita. Existence in Turyatita, body in Turya. I assume the Turya body. If you are manifesting powers through remote initiation. With physical Jakrat body, I cannot give initiation. I can only materialize. For initiation, it has to be Turyatita in existence and body in Turya. Only then your Kundalini will be awakened and you will start manifesting powers. So next, Turyatita, mind in Turya, existence in Turyatita, body in Turyatita. Welcome home. That is Kailasa, space of Mahasadashiva. Oneness, exuberating, radiating. And physically when you are initiated and you manifest oneness, that happens when I am in this space. Only from this space I can manifest oneness in me and oneness in you. Because you become literally part of my existence. Understand? In this state, body is also in Turyatita, mind is also in Turyatita. Anybody who is seen by me becomes part of me. That is why just like my body, your body manifests oneness. This is the way the initiation is given. For you to manifest powers. Thank you guys. Be blissful. Listen. Again, Mrigendragama, Vidyapada of Kamikagama, fundamental principles and understandings about the cosmos. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then, the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level.
Understand, Mahadeva very clearly says, Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. There are some Vedic verses he exactly repeats in Agama. Knowing which you became, that is Brahman, cosmos. Listen carefully. Just because if you know about this pillar, it's not that you will become this pillar. Just because you know about this screen, it's not that you will become this screen. But consciousness is such, just by knowing about it, you will become that. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Knowing cosmos, you become cosmos, because you are cosmos. It is like you remembering some of your qualities. I'm going to introduce the next principles or the next dimensions of the cosmos. Length, all of you know logic. Whatever you understand as per your logic is length. Breath is rhythmic flow of your logic is breath. Breadth includes length. Depth includes breadth and length. How many of you understand that? Depth is the source from which length, breadth, both are manifesting. Clear? Listen, I'm defining time. Length is your logic. Length is your logic and universe's logic. There is a lot of gap between your logic and universe's logic. How many of you understand that? Breath is your rhythmic flow and universe's rhythmic flow. Again, there is a lot of gap. Much less than length, but there is a lot of gap. How many of you understand that? In depth, your cognitions and your cosmos cognition is one and the same. Listen. In length, things are different. In breadth, close but different. But in depth, you come to such close quarters, jumping of the flame happens in the depth dimension. Means whatever you cognize, you start causing as reality. Whatever is reality, you start cognizing as your existence. Listen. Listen to the fourth statement. Time, kala. Time is a rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Tell me, is there any difference? Your kala and kala of the universe? You know
the gap between your logic and logic of the universe. You know the gap between your breath and breath of the universe. In depth, both come near. Means shadow falls on each other. Your shadow falls on universe and universe's shadow falls on you. But in time, there is no separation. I don't want to say there is oneness, but there is no separation. Your time and universe's time is one and the same. Listen. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. If you feel your body is this many years old, it is separate from the universe, that is not you. Listen. I am telling you two things. One, don't think, oh, earlier itself I heard all these Vedantic lessons. That and all doesn't work for me. The moment it becomes time, I feel hungry and all my Vedanta goes in the air. Listen. Earlier failures does not confirm it is impossible for you at all. Earlier you might have failed due to various reasons. Now you will be successful because I am going to be the reason. Listen. I may be ferocious, but I am a go-getter. I'll make you get it. I am integrated to my job. I'll either convince your logic or confuse your logic, but I'll make you get it. I'll make you to come to the conclusion and this cognition. Let me put it in this way. Listen. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breadth. Your breadth, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Listen carefully. Anybody who is introduced to the time dimension, Kala, manifests even one or two powers related to Kala. you are liberated from death. Listen carefully. You need to know the principal unit why you are manifesting powers or why you are not manifesting powers. If you know, that solves literally every possible problem. See, I know, like how I try to find solution for every problem. There are people who can find problem for every solution. But even they will not be able to find problem. If you understand these fundamental principles, idea you have about life will get upgraded into such powerful cognition, you will have so much of relief. Not just from worries, so much of relief from powerless cognitions which can be source for future worries and problems. I am not married. Once I get married, my problems are all solved. See, people are laughing. And if you think, I don't have a son, if I have a son, all my problems are solved. See how many are laughing? I don't have money. If I have money, all my problems are solved. No. As long as powerless cognitions are sitting inside you, you are not going to taste life. These powerful cognitions not only liberate you from present sufferings, it liberates you from the possibilities of future sufferings. Actually, liberation is too cheap. Very, very cheap actually. It's not at all costly. Just listen to this one fundamental truth. If you have tons of cotton and you need thread, if you have a tons of cotton source material, will you be worried about having less thread? No. You know you can make. Same way, if you have understanding about Kala, you know you can make any amount of time for your body and mind. I'll give you the secret given to Bhishma by Ganga. Bhishma is Ichamrityu. How many of you know that? He can choose death when he wants. I'll give you that understanding. Listen. This is the lesson Ganga gave for Bhishma. Exist with what you think as purpose. Listen carefully. Exist with what you think as your purpose. Work only for purifying your cognitions about purpose, not bother about whether you have time to fulfill your purpose or not. Listen carefully. I am not giving you a teaching, I am giving you an understanding. The number of times you remember you have become old makes you old. How many of you understand that? Number of times you remember you don't have time makes you don't have time, not to have time. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Now the next statement I am going to make is little mystical, but listen. If you die as a billionaire, when you assume the next body, you will be born in a billionaire family and whatever you left will be with you. It's a law of cosmos, understand? You don't get cheated. Listen carefully. Lives after lives after lives, you are a continuous rhythm. It's a little mystical, but I'll establish experientially for you in the next few power manifestation and powerful cognition manifestation. Sometimes in the mathematical class they tell, oh, let us assume x is equal to y till we come to the result. When we come to the result, you will understand x is equal to y. Like that, let's assume this proposal. Your life is a continuous rhythm. Whatever you acquired, whether power or money, or love, or relationship, or fulfillment, or completion, in the last Janma, and where you left, where you dropped out, you again start from there. It's a proposal now. It's not an experience for all of you. It's a proposal. I'm going to give you a few more understandings, then once it sinks, you will understand time. There is no crowd in front of me. There is only one and one and one. All of you are sitting alone with me. Because the profound truths I am talking, I am touching the core of you. I am addressing your individual cognitions. That is why even if the other persons are sitting, you are having a separate relationship. Time is a frequency, dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully, your logic and logic of the Devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and Devata's breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and Devata's depth, little more closer. But in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle, unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. If I give you some of the utility values of time dimension, you will understand, because man is such, only useful things he will listen. If I tell this is the use, dabbu chindi, then all 5 senses will be up and alive. When you are working with this power manifestation, how many of you have already started feeling precisely you will come to know now it is going to manifest, because you are falling into the tune of that needle. Like almost that needle is showing the north, that magnetic needle is aligning. Now it is going to manifest. No, I don't think now it is going to manifest, because I don't think the needle is aligning. How many of you are able to catch that precision? Raise your hand. Listen. Power manifestation should not be an accident after a few days of practicing. First few days only it will be an accident. It may come, I am telling, this is like my wife only. 10 days before I told, now it is been doing. First 2-3 days it is okay. But after a few days of power manifestation, you will catch, hey, and now I know, because my inner space is connecting. I know in my spine what usually happens. Now it is going to happen. How many of you are able to catch that? Listen, all of you can catch what I am saying. Listen carefully. Now sit up and come to that same moment, same space. Come to that same space of oneness. Tell yourself, declare to yourself, whatever Swamiji is trying to teach us, let me download and manifest. Come to the declaration, then it's easy for me to download bunch of understandings into you. If you do not understand the fundamental principle unit, even if you manifest powers, you are only part of cult. Some cult. Only if you understand the fundamental principle unit and able to manifest powerful cognitions on your own, you are part of the culture. How many of you are getting what I am saying? That is why I insist so much on you understanding this fundamental principle. Only if principle cognitions, why things are happening the way it is happening, is cognized by you. And you design your own powerful cognitions and manifest few powers which I did not teach, but on your own ability, you are part of the culture. How many of you are getting what I am saying? Neither I am a cult, nor I want you to be part of any cult. I am a culture. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the oldest spiritual culture. And I want you to be part of that culture. That is why I want you to understand these fundamental units, principles. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. By remembering your body, do you feel powerless? By remembering your mind, do you feel powerful? With what association you feel powerful? With what association you feel powerless? This binary. And please understand, the number of times feeling powerless when it is increases, it's called depression. Number of times you feel powerful, when that increases, it's called joy. This feeling powerful or powerless by association, this binary is time. That is Kala. By remembering your Guru, if you feel powerful, you are in oneness. என்ன வேணா இருக்கணும்டா, இருக்கட்டும்டா. கடவுளே என் பக்கம், அப்புறம் என்னடா? Whatever it may be, the ultimate decision maker knows my name. That's all. Leave it. That is actually the initiation. That powerfulness behaves like a shark and swallows all the other powerlessness. How many of you already started feeling powerful when you remember power manifestation? Hey, I think I can do it. I think I am making it. I am cracking the code. I am catching it. So when that starts happening, so in that binary, the power manifestation starts adding more powerful cognitions in you. But once the manifestation starts, that binary will change. This power manifestation will start making you more and more confident, and the moment you remember power manifestation, you will feel confident. You will feel, I can make it. It's powerfulness. Understand, anything which you feel makes you powerful, you start cherishing romance with it. Cherished romance. Listen carefully. Cherished romance makes the frequency of you in tune with the time. That is why time is forgotten when you are in love. When you are in love, you do not know how time passes. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Being in cherished romance with the whole life is mastering time dimension. About this binary,
associating with something feeling powerless or powerful. This binary is Kala. Associating with something and feeling powerful is cherished romance. You start cherishing romance with it because it is making you powerful. It may be power manifestation or guru, God, with whatever. It can be even money, anything with which you feel it is making you powerful, you cherish romance with it. And cherished romance raises your frequency to the frequency of Kala. That is why when you are in romance with something, time is forgotten. You don't know how the time is moving. If you are sitting with your close friend 3-4 hours, you don't even remember time is lost. Your dating period. With the whole life being in cherished romance is what is powerfulness of the Kala dimension. Catching? That is what keeps you ever young. That is why Sadashiva describes himself in Kamikagama as eternally 16. In his Dhyana Sloka he says, I am eternal 16, all my disciples will remember you as me as eternally 16. He uses the word, all of us will meditate on him as us, means Shivoham, Sadashivoham, as eternally 16. I think intellectually I have given you some understanding about this Kala and its flow in us, this binary. Actually even now, like I am heating and beating. How many of you are understanding that? I am not taking any class. I am just talking to somebody who is inside you. Somebody who is deciding for you, because stupidly you don't decide for you. There is somebody else sitting inside you who is deciding for you. I am talking to that person. Ideas. Listen carefully. See, this is not elephant. This is an idea representing elephant. Am I right? This is not elephant. Elephant cannot be so small. This is idea representing elephant. Am I right? But all practical purpose we call this as elephant. Hey, remove this elephant. Bring the elephant. Keep the elephant. Stupid are those representing things are considered as equivalent to the real. If you start equating it to real, you are stupid. How many of you are understanding that? This body represents you. Don't say it is you. How many of you are catching? Why, if somebody takes your name and abuses, you feel hurt. They have not hurt you. If this is you, if they put the knife, you should be suffering. But if they take your name and abuse, you are hurt. It means you are this also and something more. So this represents you. Catching it? Now listen. Now is the climax, punchline. In you, please listen, in you, whatever you consider as you and whatever you consider as represents you and faulty misidentification, this represents you, but most of the time you go on cognizing this as you. Some things are you are more alive in that, but while you are cognizing, you don't cognize when you take decisions, you are too alive in that. How many of you are catching that blind spot? Sometimes your profession, your career, your goals, your vision, your mission, you are more alive in that. While you are taking decision to risk them, you don't understand that. When they are really suffering, the suffering you go through, you understand you are not able to handle it. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Now listen. How this and time is connected. Listen. Your day-to-day time represents Kala. I am starting again. This represents elephant, not elephant. This represents you, not you. Sometime what is you do not understand that represents you, and what represents you do not understand that is you. It is called blind spot. Clear? Your day-to-day, 24 hours time represents Kala, but that is not Kala. Your Kala is your life vision. Your time is your life mission. No, I think I missed a link. Listen. Your life's vision is to become enlightened and yogic body, Vedic mind, and living literally like Swamiji. Mission, morning till 11 o'clock sleeping. And 11:30 rolling on the bed once and 12 o'clock thinking, should I get up or not? Now how many are catching? Your time, see, I am talking from the utility angle, the dimension of time, how it penetrates you, and where is the gap, these few things. I am not talking any morality, I am talking about some of the, how the vast gap between your ideas and reality is your old age, tiredness and boredom. Why you are not in eternal romance with life? Because what you want, what you do is different. So what you want, nowhere even the horizon is seen. And you are thoroughly convinced nothing is going to be done, at least in this birth. And you blame your wife. I'm married to you now. Over. Or your husband, or your job, or your country. No. Mahadeva uses a word called pasha in Agama. Not knowing why you are doing what you are doing, but continuing to do is pasha. Your purpose, vision is something, but your day-to-day actions are all your day-to-day life is no way matching, and you don't know why you are doing what you are doing every day and continuing to do. Thinking suddenly one day somebody will appear in your life and change the whole thing. And when that person comes, you try to change him. How many of you are getting what I am saying? The blind spot between your kala and time is pasa. Now I am explaining only the problem, don't worry. I'll come to the solution next. I'm only analyzing the problem. What is time? The higher frequency of length is breadth. Higher frequency of breadth is depth. Higher frequency of depth is time. So, if there is a problem in time, where is the problem? If there is a problem in depth, where is the problem? Now the good news is, I gave one proposal just now. Can anybody remember? I gave one proposal telling that till the end let it be a proposal. It is rhythmic continuum. That's the word I used. Rhythmic continuum. For example, if you developed a very high quality of completion with you and others, but suddenly died before getting enlightened, you will start from this and move towards the next step. Same way, you developed a wealth cognition, an accumulated wealth, suddenly died. You will be empowered and endowed with this wealth, and you will start from there. Rhythmic continuum. Listen. Listen, I am going to connect this proposal which I kept, and now whatever these long understandings I have shared, you need to catch this connecting point. Each power manifestation, listen, each power manifestation is nothing but infusing consciousness in your time or depth or breadth or length. Listen, each power manifestation is nothing but infusing your consciousness into your time or depth or breadth or length. Any time you spend on it is the most useful time of your life. Because
Any power you manifest comes back to you till you become powerfully established once for all as Sadashiva. Listen. That is why Patanjali says, Shaktis come back to you even if you have practiced a little bit in some remote past birth. Krishna says, Svalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate magato bayat. Svalpam apyasya dharmasya drayate mahato bayat means even if practiced little removes huge fears of life. Now listen. I told about good news, now I have the great news. Fortunately, your time is lower than my space. How many of you are getting? I can just chew your time like a beetle leaf, swallow or spit it out, both. Which I am going to do. I want you to know these powerful cognitions you manifest, you are going to manifest now, is because the higher space is breathed into your time. These cognitive shifts will make many of your past memory not just redundant, just erased. Whose memory load which makes you powerless is less than 16-year accumulation load. Listen, till the age of 16, in those days especially, you do not accumulate the load of memories which puts you in powerlessness to make you experience the binary. How many of you are understanding? If your load of what, see, powerlessness, powerfulness, only then binary happens. If one load is taken away, can binary happen? Now, by making you manifest powerful cognition, I am going to take away the one load. The principle why the powerful cognitions are manifested and what is the side effect and after effect of that in you. I know too many things have gone above your head. I'll do one thing. I'll give this whole discourse, this whole understanding as a video. Watch 4 or 5 times. Because I have cracked too many codes. Higher frequency of length is breadth, and higher frequency of the breadth is depth, and higher frequency of the depth is time. Time, by its very existence, is having binary effect on you. Associated powerfulness or associated powerlessness, binary effect makes you experience time as your existence.
And when the associated powerlessness volume is reduced, the number of hours you spend in cherished romance with life increases. That intensifies the quality of life in you, which in turn manifests as powerfulness and powerful cognitions. If you manifest powerful cognitions, that makes you feel more cherished, romantic with life. In turn, that reduces the powerless cognition's weight and stops this binary oscillation. Pasha means doing what you are doing even though you know you don't know why you are doing what you are doing. You know you don't know why you are doing what you are doing. Listen. You know you don't know why you are doing what you are doing and you continue to do. Knowing you don't know why you are doing what you are doing and continuing to do what you are doing is pasha. Pasa. That makes you old and tired. Manifesting powers makes you manifest powerful cognitions easily. See, your small identity is like a dam. Never strengthening a river can break a dam. Dam needs to be weakened, only then it will break. Have you ever heard strengthening of the river can break the dam? Weakening of the dam only can break the dam. Weakening of the dam means poking on your SDHD. That can happen only by power manifestation. It is power manifestation questions what you think about you is right or not. Understand, I am not disagreeing. Manifesting powerful cognitions is the goal, but I am deeply disagreeing. Manifesting powers is wrong. I tell you, the number of enlightened beings I am going to produce, not out of arrogance, I am not talking out of arrogance, I am talking out of reality. Number of enlightened beings I am going to produce, that is going to speak the authenticity of what I am saying. By increasing the quantity of the river cannot break the dam. Dam doesn't care damn about river. It says, I am a dam. You are a river. Listen. From the side of the river, you cannot hit and break the dam. From the other side, if you poke the hole, only it can be broken. Power manifestation is breaking the dam, drilling the dam. Drilling, questioning your very smaller identity. Only that can open up and make the flow happen. Now listen. I have given you the proposal that life is the continuum, rhythmic continuum. Based on this cognition, I am going to make you manifest some of the powerful cognitions and powers. I am coming back to the logic I introduced when I introduced Sadashivoham, the Sattva Tattva. The logic I introduced is static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence is one and the same, and strategic existence has power over any dynamic activity and any static matter. Am I right? Feels like I heard 1 year before, na? So with this cognition, you manifested few powers. So that manifestation strengthened those cognitions. Now I am going to work on life is a continuous rhythm. Rhythmic continuum. Anyway, is okay. Rhythmic continuum or continuous rhythm. Now the cognition with which we are going to work to decode the time. Listen, with power manifestation and the powerful cognition manifestation, I'll make this into reality, means existential reality for you. As of now, it is a proposal I am giving you. In the West, proposal means different meaning. With that flower, they say, "Oh, will you marry me?" Maybe you can consider this. Mahadeva is giving you the proposal. Will you become me? Marrying is a cheap word, 4-letter word. Will you become me? That's the right proposal. Marrying is the proposal of the length dimension. Will you become me is the proposal of the space dimension. Thank you guys. Be blissful. Understand, states of consciousness as per Agama is not states of mind as per Freud. Power manifestation is not telekinesis. Telekinesis is not equivalent to power manifestation. States of mind as per Freud is not equivalent to states of consciousness. God, God is not equivalent to Sadashiva.
Western idea of enlightenment is not equivalent to Hindu Jivan Mukti. Western idea of heaven and hell is not equivalent to Hindu Kailasa or Naraka. Please understand, you can't do in telekinesis all these. Third eye reading is not equivalent to midbrain activity. Those are all small things stolen from Hindu tradition. That is why they do not have a logic of connecting everything. They can't connect everything. So do not try to have wrong understanding. Sadashiva is God. No, is God L. God means GOD, generation, operation, destruction. Here he has two more extra responsibility. Lord of delusion and liberation. In Agama, the activity of Mahadeva is 5. Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasa, Trobhava, Anugraha. Manifestation, maintenance, withdrawal, delusion and liberation. 5 aspects is not equivalent to 3. Don't even think 60%. No. There's no percentage in it. Same way, 25 states cannot be equated to 3 states. The very understanding is different. Same way, the so-called Western science knows only 4 dimension: length, breadth, depth, time. They don't even know fully about space. I'm going to give you experience of 11 dimensions. To understand, don't try to map it with the Western words. I'm not against it. I'm only saying it is too poor. It is like you describe lot of drops of water put together is ocean. You know water, na? In the glass. Like this lot of glasses put together, ocean. You think this is the description of ocean? No. It is totally different dimension. See, I'm going to stitch the most subtle part of you with my spiritual umbilical cord. See, the most subtle part of you is where you feel you exist. I'm going to touch that part. This initiation is called Nirvana Diksha, where you stand with Guru literally naked, not without this cloth, not that naked. You are very being naked. Your core being touched. Only then the Turiya Atita can be infused into your body and mind, in your being aspect and doing aspect. See, morning when I was explaining, I was giving 2 words, mind and body. It's for you to roughly understand. Much better word is the body can be considered as being aspect, mind doing aspect. Understand? You may be thinking I will give the difference. No. Body is the being aspect of you, mind is the doing aspect of you. Mind does first, body always follows. Anything your body does, mind has finished doing. You cannot say vice versa. You can't say vice versa.
Anything your body is doing, mind has finished. Can you say anything your mind is doing, body has finished? No. Doing aspect of you is represented by mind, being aspect of you is represented by body. That's the two words I used, which is again roughly equating. Doing, being can be much better word. Now, your core existence, I'm going to connect with it. The initiation is going to be very soft process, almost like breeze, no music, no dance, no jumping. It's going to be almost like a stitching. How the surgeon stitches you when you have some injury. I'm going to just stitch it. Stitch your Anandagandha with my Anandagandha. Just go and sleep. Actually, you can't sleep. You will see your body, your being aspect is in Turiya, and the doing aspect just settles on the Turiya. It's like you will be skating on Turiya. You will be just skating on Turiya. This is not hypnotism, mesmerism, what you are doing, not telekinesis. No Western equivalent word exists for this. It is not even Siddhi, it is Shakti. Understand? Siddhi is stepmother, Chitti. Shakti is mother. I'll tell you the difference between Siddhi and Shakti. Siddhi, the powers you gain while you are traveling towards enlightenment cognition. Shakti, due to Shaktipada, the enlightenment cognition shifted in you. From that, whatever grows is Shakti. Listen. Because of Shaktipada, the transmission of lamp happens. From that cognition, whatever grows is Shakti. Shakti is mother, Siddhi is stepmother. Shall we start? Listen to the instruction. I am going to chant Mahavagya as an intense vibration. So whatever sound releases from your system, allow it to release. Just try to in tune with Mahavagya. You will not be able to catch up to my breath. Actually, please understand, the body I use in Kailasa, the body now I am using with you is different. The language I am using in Kailasa, the language I am using with you is different. But the breathing I am doing in Kailasa and breathing I am doing here is same. This breath now goes to Kailasa and comes back. Only in prana I am connected. All of you are getting what I am saying? So I am going to mix the Mahavagya into the prana and breathe in. You will not be able to cope up with my frequency, but when you are trying to cope up, many sounds will get released, like a cough or yawning, or many patterns will get released through various sounds. Allow it to get released. Allow it to get released. Clear? So I am not asking you to chant loudly with me. I am asking you, try to tune with me. Means, when I am chanting, just try to hum along with me.
capturing my chandas, not sound. Listen, I am not asking you to repeat what I am chanting. I am asking you to catch the rhythm of my chanting. You understand the difference between the word and the rhythm? I am going to chant the Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. I am not asking you to move your tongue and chant along with me. Keep your lips closed, hum along with me. Capture the chandas, tune of the rhythm I am chanting. Don't try to capture the word I am chanting. If you try to capture the word I am chanting, you will be very grass, physical. But I want you to be very subtle. So just hum along with me. I am going to be chanting, but you are going to hum along with me. So many things will be cleared. You will see many pains in many parts of your body will get released. That is nothing but when these 25 states of consciousness opens up in your system, tremendous healing happens. Listen very clearly. Now I am going to open all these 25 states of consciousness in you very clearly in your being aspect and doing aspect. So problems becomes power. Shall we start? Just hum along with me. See, after today's initiation, go and sleep. Whole night you will be humming. Automatically, you don't need to try, you will be humming. Tomorrow onwards, whenever you do power manifestation, you don't need to chant the Mahavagya. Hum the Mahavagya. You will see power manifest. When you chant, the way you manifest powers, when you hum, you will manifest 10,000 times more because the intensity is different. Till now you were running on battery. Now only you are getting hooked to the grid, Kailash grid. Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Don't chant, just hum. Only then that all the patterns will be released. Only then the intense sounds will be broken in your system. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Just keep your lips closed. See, do. Lips should be closed. Only the frequency should be happening in you. Capture my chandas means my tune, my rhythm. See, my rhythm is connected to the breath. My sound is connected to your listening. Listen carefully. மூச்ச புடிச்சா சித்தம், பேச்ச புடிச்சா பித்தம். It's a statement from a Siddha.
When I am making, if you capture the word, you will only become mad. If you capture the rhythm, the breath, you will become enlightened. Understand? Moocha pudicha sittam, pecha pudicha pittam. So capture my breathing, my rhythm. Tune yourself for that. A great Siddhar called Bohar, who has established Palani temple, he has written a beautiful book called Karukkidai Nigandu, means how the thought current can be impregnated into an herb. Nigandu means dictionary, thought current. Karukkidai means making it, putting the thought current and making an object pregnant with that thought current. In that he describes. Pechai pidikka pittan, moochai pidikka sittan. So capture my rhythm along with me. I'll repeat now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. My next commitment to all of you, I'll make you experience Kailasa. The very light of Kailasa removes all the blind spots in the beings. Now I'll complete Vidya Tattva and Shiva Tattva, both, and make you experience the 11th dimension. It is actually a game to make you understand and visualize each dimension, what all it consists, what it takes to generate and what it takes to sustain, what it takes to evolve. When Shabda is generated, how it is sustained as Nada and evolved as Nadakala. It is just a contemplation game to make you understand, to make you engage with the infinity. I'll just show you a simple video. How many of you saw that antimatter? I just shared in my Facebook page. I'll show you and then I'll talk to you guys about it.
How many of you teleported successfully at least once? Raise your hand. All of you already produced antimatter. Understand, only if the vibhuti here, bhasma here becomes antimatter, it can travel and settle down in any place and become matter. Listen, I'll project now. This other side is just antimatter. How many of you are catching? The other side of all the heads. Avyakta. Understand? Now I have given one side. The other side is avyakta. Avyakta means antimatter, unmanifest, which exists but does not have any of the positive perceptive qualities of this vyakta. Listen, vyakta means which exists and can be perceived with a positive definition. With the positive definitiveness which you can perceive is manifest, vyakta. I know, many are thinking, anyhow, vyakta itself I have not understood, forget about avyakta. ஏண்டா மேக்ஸில் 100 மார்க் வாங்கின, இங்கிலீஷில் ஏண்டா 20 மார்க் வாங்கியிருக்க, அது பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்து எழுதுன கேள்றா, என்ன ஏண்டா கேட்குற? Means one father is asking his son, in maths you took 100 mark, why in English only 20 mark? Father, you should ask that to the fellow who was sitting next to me and writing the exam, not to me. So vyakta itself we have not understood anything. Avyakta. Listen, what we call parallel universe, unmanifest, avyakta, the delusion component of Mahadeva, Throbhava, cannot be exactly translated as delusion. It should only be translated as ununderstandable, ununderstood, or unknown. Throbhava is not, the precise word is not delusion. Precise word is unknown. The various permutation combinations of the 5 units, 5 unit principles is length, breadth, depth, time, space. 5 tattva, principal tattvas. The various permutation combination of these 5 principles forms 11 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth. These 3 dimensions operate in Bhu, the pure space where all other things merge into the space is Kailasa. The 14 lokas. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Bhatala, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapas, Satya. All those 14 lokas come under these 11 dimensions. Understand this 11 dimension, then I'll initiate all of you. Not just educating, I'll initiate also. Just I need to change the fuel in your body. The fuel with which you are functioning now needs to be changed. You will automatically have your eyes pulled by the third eye during the initiation. I'll also teach you guys to
teleport and materialize antimatter. See, all teleportation has to happen only through the antimatter. Vibhuti has to become antimatter, only then it has to become a Vibhuti again. So if I just ask you guys to stop in between, that's all. You have antimatter and billions of dollars. Now I am really going to work with them and give them antimatter. That NASA or whatever, whoever is doing it. Understand? Now I uttered the words, this 11 dimension, in this exists 14 lokas. It's all word for you, I know. Atala, Vitala, Sulatala, Talatala, Batala. Well, now what will you understand? I know. Very rhythmic. Tala, Tala, Tat, Tada. That's all. Bhur, Bhuva, Subha, Tapa, Satya. Again, more or less words. I am actually going to change the fuel in you into the pure prana which raises you to Kailasa. Understand? I am not expecting all of you will experience Kailasa now itself. I am just going to change the fuel and infuse that fuel. The breathing of Mahasadashiva into you literally. Literally Mahasadashiva is going to breathe in you now. I am expecting it will take 1 or 2 muhurta. Muhurta means 1.5 hours is 1 muhurta. At least 2-3 muhurta it will take for this fuel to spread into your subtle body and give you the experience. But for some people it can even raise now. Decide to put both your eyes into your third eye. Both your eyes are just identity, understand? It's not an organ. Only when you open it, you operate. How many of you are understanding eyes are not just organ? It's through which you communicate with the whole universe. That's why many times when you close your eyes, mind stops suddenly. Decide to put both your eyes into third eye. If your eyes get closed, it's okay. If your eyes don't get closed, it's okay. That's what is Dakshinamurti Mudra. Dakshinamurti puts both the eyes on the third eye. So half eyes will be closed and half eyes will be open. Put both your eyes into your third eye. Hum Mahavakya intensely along with me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Maha 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 Sadashivoham. I welcome all of you for this Shiva Tattva and Vidya Tattva session. Let's invoke Mahadeva's presence, Mahasadashiva's presence. Let him bless all of us and allow us to understand him in us in him. Things I'm going to talk are too strong. Till now, whatever you heard. If it is 1 unit confusing, this will be 1,000 unit. Not actually confusing, I should say that too strong understanding and you seeing me is very important. Lot of Sami Unnada moment will be happening, so you seeing me is very important. See, one thing all of you understand. I'm initiating you into deep understandings and powers. It will all click when you start living more and more. It will be like a digestion. Every day you take bath, while you are under shower, suddenly something will click. While you are going for two, something will click. While you are brushing your teeth, something will click. How many of you are constantly seeing nowadays, whole day, something is clicking. Because I am injecting you guys with intense energy. See, it needs certain kind of a muhurta to be developed. Muhurta means where you and me are in a friendly meeting space where things can be told as it is, where the deeper understanding can happen, where Amrita Kala can be transmitted. See, I have spoken only about 5 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. I have not spoken on all the 11. Now I am going to speak on all the 11. Understand, all the length, breadth, depth, these are all different dimensions, different planes.
space in you and the space outside you where you are living, and the whole space is actually one and the same. Your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial makes you feel they are separate and you are separate. Fortunately, your self-hatred is not more powerful than my ability to initiate you. That's the good news. See, fundamentally, Mahadeva, when he describes this Vidyapada and Shivatattva, Vidyatattva and Shivatattva, the whole chapter is called Vidyapada, Mrigendragama. It is actually fourth part of Kamikagama, but this chapter is so independently intelligent, Mahadeva has given a separate title for this as Mrigendragama. How many of you are able to cognize, even roughly, that space is one and the same? Chidakasha. Chidakasha is the space where you are living. Daharakasha, Chidakasha, and Mahakasha. I want all of you to know, if you have teleported 21 times consistently, the Akasha element has fallen in love with you and it is in tune with you. You are in oneness with Akasha and you don't have death. When you leave the body, you will not lose memory. The moment Akasha element, you have oneness with Akasha element, no more death fear. I am going to introduce Mahasadashiva, all his aspects and dimensions. Even if you don't intellectually catch it, it's okay. Just sit. At least let your intellect knows he is beyond your intellect. Even that is also in a way catching it. Knowing that you can't know it also is in a way knowing it. So you can see Mahasadashiva's, the way he describes himself in Agama with Adi Shakti. You can see him with 25 heads. I should say, head without third eye is head. The moment third eye is awakened, it is no more head, it's identity. Head becomes identity when third eye is awakened. Till your third eye is awakened, even if your head is cut, no use. Nothing is lost. Because nothing worthy is there in the head. Once the third eye awakens only, you become an identity. So, because your existence is needed. Your existence is needed for you, for society, for humanity, for the universe. Till third eye is awakened, your existence is nothing more than these animals in the slaughterhouse. People look at that only as a next day meal. It's not looked as an animal. Of course, that is not right. That is the next. So you can see him having 25 heads. First layer 9, second layer 7, third layer 5, fourth layer 3, last layer 1. Listen, Actually, this 25 is not number 25. It is just countless. Any identity is part of Mahasadashiva. Then it is zillion or zillions and zillions. It's countless. I'll explain, then you will understand. Please see this. Below the 9 heads, they represent unit dimensions of the cosmos, like a length, breadth, depth, time, space, the unit dimension. The other 4, don't worry about it now, I'll explain later. Let me give you understanding step by step so you understand it is your own head. Listen. The lowest rung, that lowest line, represents length, breadth, depth. Why I want you to understand, by understanding it you will understand you also have all this in you. Some of your heads are not awakened, that's all. You also have all this. Most of you are awakened only with the first head. That's why only one head length. That's all. That's all you know. In this length and in this length. For all greed, for all fear, over. You know only length. Listen. First unit, length. All of you understand. Your logic. Breath, your visualization or emotion, heart. Understand, as long as there is only length and breadth, only these two exist. But when the length and breadth gets matured to depth, not only depth is born, in depth there are many other things born. Listen, when there is a water and land, these two are separate 2 units. When the water and land gets mixed, not only the fertile land is born, in the fertile land multiple things are born. How many of you are catching it? That multiple things in depth, when the length and breadth operates, the first thing starts is Shabda. Shabda. In depth, length and breadth crisscrossing. Your visualization and your logic crisscrossing. In depth manifests Shabda. Like one man, one woman becoming husband and wife and living in a home creates Shabda. Man is length, woman is breadth, house is depth. It is not just length, breadth, depth. Now the side effect starts. So that is why from the head of the depth, the multi-dimension starts. The next second layer is not called second layer, multi-dimension. Listen, because in that Shabda head, it is not one head, it is inclusion of length, breadth, depth together. So how many heads? So 4 put together is represented by one identity. Length, breadth, depth, all these are unit dimension. This is called Tattva, unit. Listen carefully. Just now you all understood this Shabda head, this head. All of you are able to see the Shabda head. That is 4 in 1. Am I right? Which is not. Listen carefully. To give you the first initial understanding, I told that is 4 in 1. Now listen. Length is 1, breadth is length, breadth plus breadth 2. Then depth is length 1, breadth 2, depth 3. So how many? When the depth is 6, how can Shabda be just 7? How many of you are understanding? Listen. So now, 1 length, 2 breadth, 3 depth, put together goes into multi-dimension. So it is not 4. It's how many? Let's calculate. Length 1, breadth 2. So how many it becomes now? Plus 3 of the depth. So then 6 plus the 1 Shabda, which is outcome of the 6. So how many? Shabda is not 1. Shabda is how many? 7. Listen. 7 plus this 3 plus this 2 plus this 1. How many of you are getting? So what is the Shabda number? When you look, 13. When you look superficially, how it looked? No, first 4. 1 layer depth. When you look, how it looked? 7. 1 more layer depth. When you looked only where it is coming. So the Shabda head is not 7. You see how it describes, when you look in the front, 9 faces appear. When you look in the side, again 9 faces appear. When you look in the back, 9 appears. When you look this side, 9 appears. Then it is round pyramid structure. 9, any side if you see 9, it does not mean 1 layer he has only 9. Understand? Come with me. In this calculation, I am teaching you depth. How universe multiplies. How life is multiplying. Shabda. Tell me now. Length is 1. Length 1. Breadth 2. Depth 3. So in depth, how many heads are there? So now, this gets into Shabda, where Shabda, when it is, see, till your child is born, he is part of both of you. The moment he is born, he is one independent entity. The moment Shabda is born, he is independent entity having all? Length 1, breadth 2, depth 3 as part of him. Because he has become independent, he himself has 1 more length, 1 more breadth, 1 more depth. Everyone is catching? So it is not plus, it is multi. Universe is multidimensional, not universe. The word is itself is too small. Multiverse is the right word. Now, when time is added to the length, breadth, depth, the next dimension, next unit is time. But understanding this in your cognition is very important. Time, when it is added, time is not 4th head, 4 head together, which is not 4, which is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Because time is born now, it is 4. Now, When the time and Shabda gathers, forms Nada. Nada means defined sound. If the time, with the time when it forms rhythmically, it is called Nada. Shabda is wild sound. Nada is language. You understand the difference? Shabda is wild sound. Nada is language. Shabda is wild river. Nada is embanked canal. Nada kala is pure drinking water. I'll explain about that next. It is in Nada kala your will is created. Understand, your will does not belong to a language. Sometimes even what you don't describe will become reality because it belongs to intelligence. See, when you create a will to manifest power, your wordings will never be adequate. How many of you understood that? The word you generate for manifesting powers, your will, the words you generate will never be adequate instruction. It will be like a legal document only. Unsaid, unforesaid, foreseen, unforeseen. A person who can bring integrity to his thought current only can experience Nada Kala. Means while you are thinking, completion. Listen carefully. Listen. While you are making a will to manifest power, if you are not comfortable and complete enough about the instruction you generated, and you are feeling very unstable, little incomplete, I don't know whether I did it right and am I completely creating the, all this, how many of you are having? That is what is non-integrity with yourself. That is why insistence on integrity. You understand, integrity is not morality. It is a spiritual power. Ability to make a clear will. Hey, this is it. Leadership, integrity is one and the same. Chastity and integrity is one and the same. Listen now. I am not asking you to practice integrity as a morality. I am asking you to practice integrity to define your Nada to Nada Kala. Means subtle purification in your thinking. Subtle purification in your thinking makes your whole body ecstatic. Listen, there is a beautiful story. Somebody goes to this great Swami Brahmananda, who is literally considered to be son of Sri Ramakrishna. In Ramakrishna mission, Swami Brahmananda has a higher place than Vivekananda. If you are an insider, you will understand. Brahmananda is considered to be the spiritual son of Ramakrishna. This Brahmananda Swami, somebody goes to him and asks, I want sannyas. I want to be brahmachari and sannyasi. He was actually sitting and peeling that potato, Bengalis. Potato and sugar. Even if they want to commit suicide, they will add that in the poison and drink. Bengalis, even if they want to commit suicide, they will add potato and sugar in that poison and drink. Only then they will commit suicide. If you are there is any Bengali, don't feel offended. So he was peeling the potato. Mach mishti tamak, that is their life. He gave that potato to that boy, young man, and asked him peel. That guy was shocked. I came for sannyas and he is giving me the potato and asking me to peel. He peeled. one potato, and the Brahmananda Swami took the potato and said, "You will not be a sannyasi, get lost. I won't admit you in the monastery. No admission, rejected, get lost." He says this only. The subtle clarity in thinking, a level of integrity is required for chastity. Sometimes my administrators who work around me, I'll tell them, the person would have done a mistake in accounts department. I'll say, hey, she's not chaste. He is not a brahmachari. There's a hole in the pot. He cannot be sannyasi. They will think, how can I make such a big observation for some 30 rupee, 40 rupee accounts missing? It is not what has happened, it is from where it has happened. The Nada Kala. Understand, this whole detoxification is to raise your Shabda to Nada, Nada to Nada Kala. To bring you more and more integrated to your thinking. That's all, nothing else. What you want, if you can tell yourself, you can get it because you are Mahadeva. Understand? Length 1, breadth 3. How many of you are understanding? It's not 2. It is 1 plus 1 plus this one, 3. Depth 1 plus 3 plus what? 3. 1 plus 3 plus 3, 7. Because the moment depth is born, that is 3. The moment child is born, you can't keep him as you want. Because he is born out of you does not mean he will be under you. You always have this stupid thing, equating him also as equivalent to you. No, he is both of you put together and his own craziness. You never value his craziness. Understand? That is why you are shocked when you see his craziness. So now, what about time? You yourself calculate. 1 plus 3 plus 7. So what is the number? 11 plus 11. Because the moment time is born, it has all the identities of this 11 into it. Not even 11, 12. Because time is its own independent identity. How many of you are catching? What is space now? No, actually you will have to visualize clearly. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, and count. By the time coffee has come to mind, no, come back. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I am not confusing. I am making you guys understand the futility of your mathematical length. I am just making you guys move to the next level. How many of you are catching what I am saying? It is not pyramid structure, it is living identity structure. See, again it is gone. Tell me now, you are in the time zone. What all you can experience? The very depth of the time. Lengths, all the things. Breadths, length and breadths. Depths, length and breadths and depths. Lengths, breadths, depths and time in time. Listen, I am not confusing you, listen. length of the length and length of the breadth both exist in time. Length of the length and length of the breadth and length of the depth exists in time. I mean, if you are catching, because now time is born, the length of the time. I mean, if you are understanding. You may think, why should I know all this? Because, listen, even all this being informed to your depth, you will play with the powers very properly, and you will know if at all you are stuck somewhere where you are stuck, and you can just clear it. Understand, knowledge is power. Brahmavit Brahmaiva Bhavati. Understanding Brahman, knowing Brahman, you become Brahman. Mahadeva says in one verse, if you just know what gender you belong to, you will simply become brahmachari or highest virile person. Highest virya and brahmacharya, both need not be practiced. You just need to know which gender you are, that's all. All failure in brahmacharya or in celibacy is not knowing your gender, he says. Just you know your gender, you are brahmachari or the most virya person, powerful person. Any confusion, complexity, contradiction created due to sexual attitudes, attributes is just ignorance of which gender you belong to, that's all. Same way he says, any confusion with cosmos is nothing but ignorance, that's all, nothing else. If Mahadeva's 11 gender understanding is revealed to the world, whole so-called sexology and psychology will become irrelevant. That is a separate subject. Let's come back here. In time, what all exists? Length's length, breadth's length, depth's length, time's length. Breadth's breadth, depth's breadth, time's breadth, and depth's depth and time's depth. And time, because it is born now. If you both have not produced a children, that is okay, a child, that's okay. But once it is produced, it's an independent entity. Number 3, understand? Multiple things coordinating its existence in tune with the existence of everything is universe. The being which makes everything independently intelligent but continues to make them all operate as independent intelligence is Mahadeva. I'll repeat. Length is an independent intelligent. Breadth is an independent intelligent. Depth is independent intelligent. Time is independent intelligent, Kala. But there is somebody who keeps all this as independent intelligent and moves them without interfering in the independent intelligence, coordinating beautifully without controlling, leading without bossing. By the innate intelligence, they all coordinate and exist and be part of that ultimate independent intelligence. That being is Mahadeva. Understand? This is the unique truth revealed in Hindu scriptures. Neither personality nor just automated intelligence, automated independent intelligence inseparable existing solid personal appearance. No, you have to catch it. No other way. I will sit, I will make you sit, but you will have to catch it. Space, if you talk to space, it responds to you directly. That does not mean there is nobody higher than space. There is somebody leading, but not bossing. Who responds is innate part of the space and above space. Is embodied and above. Mahadeva is Kala Bhairava and above. Kala is Kala Bhairava, time. Mahadeva is Kala Bhairava and above. How many of you are getting it? What all is there in the space shall we see? Length's length, breadth's length, depth's length, time's length and space's length. Am I right? Then breadth's breadth, depth's breadth, time's breadth and space's breadth. Am I right? Depth's depth, time's depth and space's depth. Am I right? Now, what will be the number for space? Now, what about the space of the number of time? Time's number and components number. Sorry, the space's number and the components number. Because space is now independent entity. It has its own leaves allotted and its totality. Like your son sits for a dinner. He gets his plate and your plate and your wife's plate. Because he represents both of you. And he is also independent, so he gets his third plate. How many of you are understanding? That is precisely the way the multiple intelligences are operating in you. Now, how many of you understand this God is one is the most stupid, silly conversation human being can ever have? It is more silly than any politician's speech. Politicians declaring they will bring peace. Hey. Understand? Not being afraid of multiple intelligence existence, consciously knowing that there is a coordination, it is not chaos, it is order in the whole chaos, brings tremendous restful awareness in you. There is an order. One of the biggest problem all of you have is, when I make a will to have a health, I am doing it, it's manifesting. When I make a will to manifest even third eye reading, I am manifesting. When I make a will to manifest wealth, why I am not doing it? How many of you have this conflict? In some zone my will is manifesting, in some zone my will is not manifesting. Understand? The moment your will is manifesting in one zone, the order has started happening in you. Now it is only the question of healing happening in all the regions where you have committed the damages. If you can heal your headache, I guarantee you can raise your bank balance. If you can raise your bank balance, I guarantee you can just teleport anything from anywhere. You don't need to do shoplifting. No more need for any shoplifting. And nothing will be lifted from shop. It will be sourced from the air. So don't worry. See, if you resist even to understand these numbers, that is what is fear of chaos. You think everything is chaos, anything I can't understand is chaos. Fear of unmanifest, avyakta. When I said Shabda is 4, everyone was very happy. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I said, no, it is not 4. Now, fundamentally, I want you to know, breath is length, breadth put together and its own independent existence. Understand? See, length, breadth. Is this going in this direction, in this direction, in this direction, in this direction? Fundamentally, what I am trying to convey, ability to increase the frequency of your existence, ability to be present without getting overwhelmed. Confusion is okay, overwhelming is okay, that is also part of one of your head, which is unmanifest. Your own head of logic is trying to grasp your unmanifest dimension. There exists confusion, which is not something away from you, as Mahasadashiva, all both exists in you. This length which is trying to understand, and the depth which is non-understandable, and the confusion generated which is avyakta, unmanifest. During this whole process, how many are understanding? Getting comfortable with your inner space, knowing it is too large to be judged by you. Even though he is sitting with Adi Shakti, he is the ultimate brahmachari, sannyasi. Even though he gave this whole agama, he is in eternal silence, mauna. Listen carefully. Can you guys understand this? Put the number for space. Then put the number for shabda. Then put the number for nada. And put the number for nada kala. And put the number for bindu. And put the number for bindu kala. And put the number for amrita kala. See, multi-dimension, multiple dimension, and Shakti dimension. The multi-unit becomes multi becomes multiple becomes so vibrant, it is no more a matter, it is just energy. In Amrita Kala, it is just infinity. How many of you are already feeling headache? Good. Few minutes. Shall we put the number? Come on, let me play with your length. Now, after you put the number, I will reveal the fundamental secrets Mahadeva is telling. Every one of you try, because you see, trying makes you engaging. Understand, whether you are able to understand or grasp, it's okay. Engage with those words, engage with those understandings. Shall I just give you the fundamental unit explanation? You see, Shabda is sound, wild sound, Nada is organized language, Nada Kala is poetic music, rhythmic music. When the space is added, when the time is added to sound, it becomes language. When the space is added to the sound, it becomes music, or vibrant, alive, living manifestation. All the will is generated in Nada Kala and becomes reality. Then Bindu. Bindu means whatever you are seeing as reality in the front is Bindu. Why? What is the energy that keeps this pillar in the shape of pillar is Bindu. Bindu Kala is purity of this, like a source of life, source of visualizations. Nada is verbalization, Bindu is visualization, source of visualization, the cosmic visualization. Amrita Kala is just eternal existence, which exists forever and ever. Just existence, pure, undying existence. in all its beautiful, glorified form. Let's see how many of you are going to use what all formulas to. This is called Shiva Vidya. Mahadeva describes this as Shiva Vidya Tattva. Okay? If you understand this only, you will become Shiva Vidya. How many of you finished? How many of you are still doing? How many of you understood it's not possible? And how many of you understood it's not possible and not doing? No question of not doing. Now listen to one line. How many of you think Shabda is totality of length, breadth, depth? From that Shabda appears. Listen. Yes. It appears from length, breadth, depth, no doubt. So you will put the totality of length, breadth, depth to Shabda. But it cannot exist without space. That is why multi-dimension. Anything in multi-dimension may be generated from some of the unit dimension, but it cannot exist without all the unit dimensions cooperation. How many of you are getting? So all the unit dimensions have to be present in even the first of multi-dimension. Understand? I am teaching you the tattva, unit of the cosmos. Can sound, shabda, exist without space? In length, breadth, depth, it will be generated. But it will die the moment it is generated. Only if the space, it can hold it and keep it alive. Without space, can the sound be kept alive? Then without space, the word I utter here, sound I utter here, it will die here. It will never reach your ears. It reaches your ears because there is a space. How many of you are understanding? So, multi-dimension means all the unit dimensions have to be present there. Multiple dimensions means all the unit dimension and multi-dimensions have to be present there. Now calculate. You are contemplating on Mahadeva and his glory. Understand? Only when your logic understands, it cannot capture. It allows the breath, emotion to open up, devotion to open up. When your devotion also understands, I cannot capture it. Your depth opens up. Your depth says, where am I to grasp him? Then your time opens up. Your time, when it goes crazy, the space opens up. The space only creates oneness. Listen, engaging with infinity is not to measure it, but to get disappeared, dissolved into it. So till you dissolve into it, you have to engage with it. You cannot say, oh, it is infinity, so I am sleeping. No. That is not, you have to calculate now. You have to engage with infinity. Oh, it is infinity, I came to conclusion I am sleeping is Vedanta. No. In Agama, you engage with infinity. Each of you, the numbers you arrive, that many number of powers you are going to manifest. Then decide. Engaging with Mahadeva. He is proposing, will you become me? Understand, engaging with Mahadeva, engaging with infinity. Few minutes, understand. How many of you are engaging with the infinity? Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful.
नित्यानन्देश्वर सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि आदिशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Now I am going to enter into the exact dimensions, that 11 dimensions. So let's remember Mahadeva and request his presence. For us he is avyakta, unknown. So he only has to reveal his grace by being here and making all of us experience him. Let me introduce the first dimension. Dimension means aspect of the universe. See, 25 aspects of you only is the 25 states of consciousness. Now internalize. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 11 aspects of the universe is 11 dimension. 5 aspects of God is Panchakritya. First dimension, it's called length. Listen. Each of this dimension has its own tattva, unit. Sometimes we think why these complicated theories need to be understood. I am a simple devotee. No. You trying to be cozy with your ignorance does not qualify you as devotee. If you are a simple devotee, listen to whatever I am teaching and imbibe it. That is what is simple devotee. Trying to be very cozy with your ignorance. Ignorance is not cute. Ignorance is not cute. You need to catch. You need to understand because you are an adult. Understand? As an adult, you need to qualify yourself to live same way as a consciously matured being. You need to understand the fundamentals of the universe to move to the next level. Yes. Oh, I am a simple man. I don't even know how to drive car. Okay. Then be in some remote village and rot and disappear. That is not going to be the life. Ignorance cannot be celebrated. At least in the universe. And don't try to make your ignorance cute. Many times you try to make your ignorance very cute. No. No, it is not cute. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or
If you add this acid and this acid, this is the product, comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical, comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Almost 99.99% of the known Vyakta is logic, length dimension. Whatever is known, 99.99 are length dimension. Your idea of currency, your idea of ownership, your ideas about mathematics, almost much of your science other than the quantum physics and parallel universe from Vedic tradition, much before Newton, the whole length dimension is explained thoroughly by Ganada. All this, which functions with a clear logic, is a length dimension. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breadth dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length, rhythmic logic is breadth. Breadth does not mean it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. See, I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand these 11 dimensions. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. All language, all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension. rhythmic flow of logic is breath. Means, it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic. Like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breadth dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Listen. If something is a straight logic, it is called length dimension. Almost there is no blind spot. Same way, there is no depth. Listen carefully. Playing your whole life in length dimension is like a ship in the port, shipyard. Safe, but ship is not built for it. Ship is safe in shipyard, in port, but ship is not built for that. You are always safe if your life is based on logic, but you are not built for that. Anybody who feels secured by the logic dimension's abundance is foolishly feeling secured. Please listen. If you are cognizing you are very secured because of the bank balance zeros you have, electronically generated zeros in the bank computer screens by the exploiting ignorant stupid guys, if that is giving you the concept of security, you are stupidly secured. I am not saying that money cannot give you comfort. Yes, it can give you many things which you cannot buy without it, no doubt. But if you cognize that is going to give you a complete security in life, you are fool. It can give you painkiller, it cannot remove pain. Bed is not equivalent to sleep. When you don't have bed, you equate bed to sleep. Only if you have multi-bedroom house, you will understand bed is not equivalent to sleep. Same way, security you feel based on length dimension is the security ship feels in the port. Is that security for the ship? No. Security of the ship is its ability to handle everything of the ocean. Security for you is your ability to handle all the 11 dimensions. If you don't tumble down in the 25 states of consciousness, you are secured. The ultimate security, please listen, in the doing aspect and being aspect. Sushupta sushupti, to turyadita turyadita. If you can handle, that is what is security. See, in this, that doing aspect, y-axis, being aspect, x-axis, in both aspects, your ability to handle all the 5 states is security. Anything in the length dimension can get you comforts of the external world, no doubt. Comforts which can be delivered to you does not mean security. Maybe you are little more secured than the person who does not have that comfort. But that does not mean you are secured. Security is not relative, it is absolute. Relative security, you call it or you consider it, you cognize it by mistake as absolute. That is faulty generalization. Yes, surely if you have a home, you are more secure than the homeless, especially in this biting cold. No doubt. You think Yama cannot walk into your room. That is where you are fool. You are little more secured than a homeless is a right statement. But you are secured in your home is not right statement. Comparatively secured, but unfortunately, your cognitions carry a lot of blind spot. When I am explaining now, you understand, okay, but when you are relaxed, when you are on your own, what is your cognition? Listen, how many of you really cognize when you are on your own? Money is a big security. With money you are secured. It is a blind spot. Come on, let's understand. With money, you are better secured, not secured. So you need to clear the blind spots. Many of the blind spots, when they are cleared, they manifest as power. Listen. When you treat money cheaply, it just follows your feet. No, really. Money is not Lakshmi. Your ability to treat money cheaply is Lakshmi. Very cheaply, abusively. Almost like, Because, listen, if you come to an understanding what is real wealth, you will just know how to keep the wealth running behind you. Listen, now I am giving you a very important understanding. You need to come to these cognitions. That is why
the lessons about the 11th dimension. These cognitions are needed. Actually, I am teaching you how to come to powerful cognitions with this 11th dimension. With this 11th dimension, the two important results you need to achieve. Mahadeva says the first result is manifesting powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. Listen, there is a big difference between these two. Listen carefully. If you read through third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and starting reading is manifesting powerful cognition. Understand now, I want you to manifest powerful cognitions about life, wealth, everything. What is wealth, you know? The number of hours you are able to be alive intensely a day is your wealth. Number of hours you are alive without being shaken by your chemicals and hormones. That's wealth. That's Lakshmi. If you cognize this, you will go for the wealth which is in your depth. Even if the logic, number, currency, money is around you, you will not feel you are wealthy. Only if you achieve this, you will feel you are wealthy. With this, all this will be always serving you. Vishnu is all the time sleeping, but Lakshmi is pressing his feet. Because he is in right cognition. And you are all the time pressing Lakshmi's feet. Not even Lakshmi, Kubera's feet. Whether in your thinking, in your doing, in your being, in your lifestyle, if it is all about logical flow, you are a superficial person, Shudra. Superficial person is Shudra. If you know, when you get up from the bed, if you know your whole day till the time you are going to come back to your bed, you are a Shudra. Don't live that life. You have not taken something great. If you have taken something great, you will not know your whole day. You will not know what kind of a client going to come, what kind of a people you are going to meet, what kind of a possibilities are going to open up. Understand, if you know your whole day routine, from morning till night, you are living in the length dimension. Your security is false, your wealth is false. When some accident happens to you, you will wake up. Oh God, everything for which I was working, it was all false. I will strongly recommend you be your own boss. Really. Understand, Now you all know there are multiple births. Even if you don't fulfill now, you will be fulfilled in the next Janma, but be your own boss. By working for somebody, you will never be fulfilled. Let that be done by the people who are not introduced to these great truths. You may say, then who will work for others? There are many fools. Let them work for you. You fulfill your dream, or you will be hired by somebody to fulfill their dream. My disciples, thou shalt not work for others. When you get up in the morning, I don't want to say you should know your whole routine. I only want to say you should have freedom to explore your whole routine. If you know your whole routine means somebody is dictating your whole routine. You are a sutra, you are sold. Never bend your body just because somebody has put a name yoga studio. You will go and bend your body and show everything to him? That is what is going on in many of the yoga studios. Who knows why he designed that step? No, all you guys question. Who knows why he is asking you to do what he is asking you to do? Why you guys never thought in this angle? Now all you guys should put this in the cyberspace, in the social media. Without giving the Shastra Pramana, if your yoga teacher is asking you to do some bending, who knows why? Why you guys are not thinking in this angle? Come on. Sorry for being little graphic, but I have to tell you the truth. So, first thing, ask your yoga teacher Shastra Pramana. Why should I bend? Just because somebody puts the board, yoga studio, you will go and... All right. It's graphic, but truth need to be told. Truth need to be analyzed. Same way now, when I am giving you these understandings about dimensions, this false security given by the length, anything which can be multiplied or divided, this false security stops you searching towards the real security. Understand? If you are not given the false security, you will not stop till you find the reality of the life. This false idea of retirement insurance does not allow you to think beyond the retirement, death. I tell you, the best place to be born and brought up is Indian village middle class family. Because there is no security there. You will have to think end to end your retirement, death and beyond death. So you are forced to develop a cognition till the end. First death I faced in my life, I am forced to decode death. Crack the code. I have to crack the code. Till then I cannot sleep. Because I am very clear, I was not given any false security.
Understand, if somebody has dumped the cow dung on me, saying, oh, a lot of money, we will keep it in the bank, and once you fall sick, we will take you to the hospital, and the hospital doctor will take care, and we will become all right, and we will come out. All that stupid theories. The security concept of the logic was not put in my head. The first death I saw, I cannot rest till I decode, till I crack the code of death. Unfortunately, in the modern India, cities are not giving this possibility. The first death I faced in my life, I was shaken, and I am very clear. Only after I cracked the code, I solved it in. I was resting. I was able to rest. Till then it was sitting on the head. Fortunately, nobody was giving me false security ideas. False security idea, listen carefully, is one of the biggest danger you experience in length dimension. Breath is rhythmic flow of logic. Understand? When you enter into the second dimension, breath, many of your rigid ideas are questioned. Like suddenly you fall in love and you don't know why you behave like this. Even some of your own unknown territories, even you do not know you can be such good person. Actually, when you fall in love, that is why you feel so good about you. Many of your known logical conclusions are questioned. Usually you will be very selfish. If this is there, this is for me today and this is for me tomorrow. When you fall in love, many of those conclusions will be broken, which gives you a very deep feeling that good about you. The rhythmic flow of logic, length is breath. All the actions and activities of heart and art, goes into breath dimension, where there is a logic, but there is a flow, not rigid logic. Listen. All your patterns function from breath dimension, not from length dimension. Like if I sit in cold, tomorrow I'll get fever. Because my father had diabetes, I will also have diabetes. This kind of stupid cognitions. All these patterns, I don't know how many of you know, diabetes is not at all a disease. It's a business. No, it's a business. For my grandfather, 150 was high BP. For my father, 140 was high BP. Now for me, 130 is the high BP. For our next generation, 100 will be high BP. Who is deciding? BP medicine sellers, pharmaceutical companies. It's a business. Anyhow, listen. I'm only going to introduce today whatever is known part. Because Mahadeva gives instruction, without suffering I have to teach you. Now, some of the Mahadeva's instructions, you see, he gives instruction what should be given free, what should be battered, means exchange, what should be businessed, what should be like high priced, what should not be given even if any money is given. He puts different things: education, food, and medical care, 100% free. In these three, you cannot do even exchange, means you can't even expect respect from the other person who receives it. If you see some of his ideas, amazing, life positive economist. See, economy need to be happening, but it's all about life positive. If medicine is given to the hands of the people who do business, who can be healthy then? It is completely life negative economy idea. Understand, all life negative things should be made difficult. All life positive things should be made free. He is a complete life positive economist. It's all for life. Maybe I'll write a book on Mahadeva, the great economist. Mahadeva's ideas about economy. He gives a lot of understanding about why something should be free, why some things should be high priced. Rhythmic flow of the body language is dance. Rhythmic flow of the verbal language is poetry. Rhythmic flow of the sound is music. Rhythmic flow of the life is peace. But depth of life is bliss. Peace is not bliss. Understand? Powerfulness of the length is relaxation. Powerfulness of the breath is peace. Powerfulness of the depth is bliss. Length is your logic, breath is your emotions. What is emotion? A logic out of which you functioned many times, now you automatically function based on that logic is emotion. Packed logic is emotion. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? You know, in this situation, this is the way you have to behave. Because many times this is the way you have done. This way your father has done, your grandfather has done, your grandmother has done. Length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. Fundamentally, that is what is
your being, what you know as you, but not actually you. Listen, what you know as you, but not actually you. Actual you is Mahadeva. But because that is too big spot, you don't want to park your car there. Oh, that is 11 floor top parking spot. No. I want in my floor parking spot. Length is logic dimension of you. Length is logic dimension of the macrocosm, universe. Listen. Length is logic dimension of you. Length is logic dimension of the universe. I am making two statements. Length is logic dimension of you, macrocosm. Length is logic dimension of universe, microcosm. Telescopic and microscopic simultaneously. Listen to this word. Telescopic and microscopic simultaneously. It can get into your DNA movement and it can get into planets and universes movement. This whole thing which functions on a logic is length dimension. Whether your DNA or the movement of the planets, anything which functions with a logic is length dimension. How many of you are understanding the length dimension? This is what is you may feel little difficult, but the truth. Any logic within you, if you can understand and handle, you can handle anything there. Microscopic powers are always twinned, coupled with telescopic powers. How many of you are understanding? I'll introduce this word, algebraic topology. Mapping of microscopic logic and telescopic logic at the same time. If you can handle your kidney, you can handle Saturn. If you can handle your heart, you can handle the sun. This is where you are feeling little, oh, I cannot handle my heart, so naturally I cannot handle the sun. No. I am saying just open the doors here, too easy because it is too close. You can open the doors there. Balancing, ability to balance the hormones of the body, ability to play with the whole nature. That is what is Savitri's chastity. By her chastity stopping the sun. The powers of microscopic being projected into telescopic. Just ability to handle the hormone. Ability to handle the hormone is chastity. Ability to handle the hormone is brahmacharya, that's all. Just with this power, moving that. Repeated logic rhythmically is breath.
your heart, emotions, whether microcosmic level or macrocosmic level. Rhythmic logic in microcosmic level is heart. Rhythmic logic in the macrocosmic level is art. Cognitions from which length and breadth erupts out is depth. Z-axis from which the Y and X erupts out is depth. Conclusions from which your logic, your emotions erupt out is depth. How many of you are understanding depth? See, in 3-4 agamas, Mahadeva gives various definitions of this Jnanapada, but all of them are in sync. I am compiling the whole thing and presenting to all of you. The very thought current, I am mapping it in English. Just these modern day words, this algebraic topology and all, I pick it up from the internet, that's all. Otherwise, the idea of telescopic and microscopic is directly from Agama. The Brahmanda and Pindanda. Of course, the word is the telescopic and microscopic is from internet. But the Brahmanda and Pindanda, both functioning in, it's called the Trishul of both edge. If you see, Subramanya will be carrying a Trishul with both side Trishul. That is a symbol of knowledge, Vidya. Understand? The symbol of knowledge is the Trishul, both side. Subramanya carries. So microscopic and macroscopic, both. Telescopic and microscopic, in both direction, the power manifests simultaneously. Brahmanda and Pindanda, in both it penetrates. I'll repeat. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breadth dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. So with this, let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respect.
I am introducing the Vidya Tattva. The next most important part of Mahasadashiva, this one session, please understand, this is the essence of the purpose of the whole universe. Don't think I am exaggerating. Whatever words I use to glorify Mahadeva, it is only lowest form of introduction, not even decent form of introduction. I am not going to talk in this very stupid way of, oh, all glory goes to God and all that language. No. All glory is God. What goes to God? I am going to introduce some of the fundamental sacred secrets. One good thing, introduced properly, these sacred secrets become just part of your very cognition just by the introduction, because they are real. Give me little friendly ear, that's all I want. I commit with you, I'll make the cosmos into your experience. Understand? I'm going to introduce cosmology, Vidya Tattva. As per the Agama, so for every concept or idea I introduce, I will give you the original verse. I will first give you the understandings, then I will give you the verses. Every truth now I am going to introduce you, I will give you the original verse. Just I do not want to interrupt a kind of a continuous understanding. I will give in the end. There is no other tradition like Hinduism gives so much of freedom to revive, rejuvenate, reinterpret. Because it gives so much freedom, we have no right to distort, abuse, hijack. Understand? I am repeating. Because your mother gives you so much love, freedom, trust, you should not harm her. Because she never expects harming from you. Hinduism gives so much of freedom to reinterpret, reinvent, rejuvenate yourself. So you should not hijack, abuse, misinterpret, manipulate. Nothing else is required. If all the Hindu gurus come back to the original Shastra, planet Earth is saved. Nothing else is required. We have more number of gurus, infrastructure, everything. Just only one thing need to be done. All of them coming back to the original Shastras. Then planet Earth is saved. You don't need any other revival, any other resources to make the planet Earth enlightened. The whole Earth can become enlightened if just all the Hindu gurus decide, the Indian gurus decide to get back to the original verses, original Shastras. Because Shastras don't have expiry date, they are still alive. There's no expiry date. You just need to take them and practice them. Simply there. The result is there and manifestation is there, and they give you so much of strength and confidence, you just get more and more involved. Every day we are only getting more and more integrated to the original Shastras. Fundamentally few understanding. Please listen. You are made of the same material in which Sadashiva is made. In Sanskrit, the word dhatu is used. You cannot literally translate that word. The word has no equivalent English word, so I am creating my own word, Sadashiva wax. I am just trying to map that word dhatu into English. There is no equivalent word. Lot of Agama words have no equivalent word in English because the concepts are too big. Unfortunately, the English language did not evolve to capture these concepts. Understand, I am not condescending when I utter these words. I just have to tell you exactly what it is. So upfront I want to tell you I am not condescending, and I neither have a superiority complex nor have an inferiority complex. I am neither arrogant nor humble. I am not humble. See the way I am sitting, the throne. I am not humble. And same way I am not arrogant. I am not interested in being arrogant. What is there for me to show you? I am very straight. So please give me a little friendly ears so all these great truths I can transmit it to you in a very straight way. So this word, when I utter Sadashiva wax, you get a certain idea. Oh, it's a kind of a wax material in which Sadashiva is made. I am also made in the same way, same material. So this understanding, this thought current is captured in that one word dhatu. Mahadeva uses the word dhatu in this to explain this thought current. So I wanted the original Sanskrit word to be introduced. Reason one, so I will not forget it. Every time I will repeat. Second, when I give the original verse, you will find this word as a key word in the original verse. You are made of the same material in which Sadashiva is made. Mahadeva says in Mrigendra Agama, as my own extension, when I decided to become many, to celebrate my existence, I manifested whatever is experienced as reality. Let me repeat. Listen. When he decided, I am using the word he so you don't feel offended, but it's me, I. At least when I am teaching you this truth, I am simply radiating, only then I can put me in you. The me in me is only sitting as me in you. These two only is talking to each other.
Understand, I can only talk to me and give my understanding. I cannot talk to anybody else and give my understanding. So the me resides in this as me, is residing in all of that as me, so that me, through this me, talking to me. When he says, understand, when I say I am him, if you don't offended, only then you will have the confidence to say you are he. You feeling offended when I say I am him is nothing but your guilt and deep SDHD that you are not him. Listen. Guts to say I am him. Even when you have not experienced, it is not wrong. Sometimes people come and tell, how can I say I am Sadashiva? Is it not lie? Oh, as if you don't tell any lies. Come on. Oh, what a great integrated person. Tell a lie which is going to lead you to higher consciousness than telling lies which is leading you to lower consciousness. Even if it is lie, it's okay, start telling. Tell a lie which breaks your SDHD. You are telling lies which is strengthening your SDHD. And now I am telling you, please understand, Mahadeva is very clear. Even when you are struggling to realize his existence as you, he is you. Understand? I am repeating. Even when you are struggling with your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, to realize you are Sadashiva, even during that period, you are Sadashiva. So you do not need to feel shy to tell yourself and others you are made out of the same material wax Sadashiva is made. Listen carefully. Getting offended is nothing but you so strongly believe you cannot become Sadashiva because you cannot become, I also can't become. Because I have become, I strongly believe you can become. Because you can't become, you strongly believe I have not become. And this is what is the whole fight going on. The first truth I want you to understand, you are made of the same wax in which Mahadeva is made, Sadashiva is made. Second, see, I am taking you step by step because I am going to give all the original verses. So you will find whatever now I am telling, like a verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, he is giving a very beautiful, how to teach a beginner. So I am not jumping. And even if you think, oh, I have heard all this from Swamiji already, it's okay, listen once more. Because there are many people who are new. For their convenience, I am repeating step by step. And also it is good as if you heard and became enlightened or what. Listen. It is nothing wrong in listening once more.
So till you become enlightened, listen again and again and again. That's all. So second, listen, Mahadeva says, I become many to celebrate my existence. You become many only to celebrate your existence. Anywhere there is no celebration in your life, you forgot, you decided to become many. Listen to this interpretation. Whether the zone of your health, zone of your relationships, in any zone of your life, if you are not celebrating your existence, you forgot, you decided to manifest that. You decided to project that. Because this is too important, understanding you need to have. Wherever you are not celebrating your existence, whether your health, your relationships, your wealth, your relationship with humanity, your relationship with life, your relationship with nature, your relationship with existence, your relationship with cosmos, anything you forgot, you decided to become that. You decided to manifest. If you know you are manifesting, it is celebration. If it is not celebration, you are manipulating your own manifestation. Next verse, Mahadeva is introducing why he is talking about cosmology. Please listen carefully. If you don't know cosmology, after your death, even if all the 11 dimensions are there, you will not recognize them. Now, do you understand why I am introducing cosmology to all of you? Please understand. If you cognize there is only one birth, there is only one plane, and there is no next birth, there is no other higher planes. If you function only on that cognition, after death, when all the dimensions of the universe opens, you will be overwhelmed, you will not recognize any of them. You will be stuck to your dead body. That is why the religions which teach only one life ask the body to be preserved. Please understand. Here I wanted to clarify, I am not going to criticize or put any religion down, but I am going to tell you the truth as it is. And also I want to tell you, whatever now I am saying as Shastra Pramana, I tell you with all my integrity, Mahadeva has given this as an experience to me. And not only he has authorized me, he has empowered me to give this as experience to all of you. So I am very clear about what I am talking.
I am responsible for what I am talking. Let me tell you one incident happened in my life. In Bangalore, I was giving a satsang on Ashtavakra Mahagita. I received the information my father passed away, massive cardiac arrest, and he passed away. My mother was in the satsang. So I continued the satsang, and after the satsang, after darshan, when I got into my car, called the mother and made her sit in my car, and she's a village lady. First time in her life, she is leaving my father alone and coming and staying somewhere outside in her 27 years of marriage. And he passed away. I don't know how many of you will believe. I lived there with them 17 years. I never saw them even once arguing with each other. I'm sure they would have had difference of opinion, arguments, because they are human beings. Even Mahadeva and Sati had argument. What about, come on, even he had marital problems. So, no, I'm not saying they would not have had, but at least they managed such a way that never in front of us, never in front of kids, I've seen them raising their voice or arguing. Very happily they lived. So she's sitting next to me, and I'll tell you exactly just few words I told her. First word I said, Ma, I think father is not feeling well, he is in serious condition. She just looked into my eyes. Next statement I said, I think he is dead. She looked into my eyes. Third statement I said, please understand, I'm talking to my mother inside the car where nobody is there. It's a complete private conversation. I told her, you know, I can bring him back. Do you want? That's all I asked. You know, I can bring him back. Do you want? The statement she made, I tell you with all my integrity, Swamiji, that is between you and his soul. I will not interfere. That is between. Just now she received the news, and she knows I can bring him back. She's a village lady. She did not have time to think and answer, spontaneous, straight answer. I know how dependent she is on him. She said, in Tamil she said, Swami, அது நீங்களும் அவரும் முடிவு பண்ணணும், நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது சாமி. I just hugged her and said, that's why I chose you as my mother. There are many moments you are proud of me, now I am proud of you, I told her. There are many moments you are proud of me, having son like whatever. I said, now I am proud of you. I told her in Tamil. பல நேரத்தில் நீ பெருமைப்பட்டிருப்ப, இப்போ எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்குமா? Understand with mother, in the moment where my father is dead, you can't expect me to lie or give a false hope. All of you understand? With that integrity, I am talking to all of you now. The integrity with which I was talking to my mother when my father is dead. I told her, all right, I'll relate with him and then decide Anyhow, he wanted to rest, he wanted to relax. He said, what more? Just. He wanted to rest, so I liberated him, and that's different. Understand, I cannot and I don't need to lie to my mother when my father is dead. And I have a very intimate relationship with my mother. With that intense integrity, I am introducing this cosmology to you, and I give you two commitments. One, all these dimensions are in my control. When I say, I really mean. I'll give you understandings about these dimensions. This is the first commitment. When I say understanding, not just intellectual, experiential. This is my first commitment. Second, I'll empower you to play with these dimensions while you are in the body or after you leave the body. This too is my commitment. All I want from you is just sit and internalize the truths I am sharing with you, because introduction is very important to relate with this higher dimensions. Please understand, Mahadeva introduces why he is talking about cosmology. Understand, I am talking with the responsibility. See, for example, you are asking me how to go to Bangalore, and I am giving you the whole GPS understanding. I am responsible for what I am talking, because the moment you go out, you are going to follow what I am saying. And I don't want you to be stuck somewhere and get into trouble. Even for Bangalore GPS, how responsible we behave. Don't you think the Cosmos GPS, I will not be that responsible with you? Understand. Why I need to insist so much on my integrity? Because many of your old cognitions you may have to give up. Surely, there are multiple births. Please understand. It's not faith, it's a truth. People ask me, do you believe in reincarnation? I say, no, I don't believe. I just know reincarnation is the truth. Multiple births and multiple planes of existence is the truth. Please don't be offended. God did not wake up one day 4,000 years before and He did not create all this. No, I am not criticizing. Don't you see, it's a very silly conversation. See, I am not talking in a religious stage where debate and all this is going on, or where the religious supremacy is declared. No. I am talking to all of you, giving you the GPS for your life and death. So I am talking with responsibility. Don't brush me aside thinking that I am one religious leader talking high about his religion. No. Please listen. I am not declaring here supremacy of Hinduism. No. I am introducing you the science. I am talking like a scientist, not declaring any supremacy. The cognitions you hold and operate while you are in the body matters
what you will do while you leave the body. Understand? Even if you don't experience cosmology as per Hinduism, but only you heard because your old grandmother was nagging you, even that is enough. While you leave the body, when all these doors are open, you will tell, oh, my grandmother told, right. This is there, okay, let me move. Understand? Even your grandmother's nagging, if you have heard about rebirth theory, reincarnation theory, and Bur, Bhuva, Suvat, Tapa, all the lokas, I wanted to tell you once more, the hell and heaven in the Western religions is not equivalent to Swarga Naraga of the Hindu cosmology. Again, I want to tell you, I am reminding, I am not declaring any supremacy, I am introducing a science. Please understand, I am not a religious fanatic. I am not declaring any supremacy. I do not want you to miss the science I am introducing due to any of the stupid thought currents. Even if you have missed power manifestation, it's okay. Don't miss what you are going to do after your death. Your cognitions now, please understand, your cognitions now matters what you are going to decide after you leave your body. And I give you all guarantee, this whole satsang will be repeated when you leave the body. I'll be there. I'll be there repeating this whole satsang for you when you are leaving the body. Not just satsang, telling you this whole thing. What you cognize about you, universe and Mahadeva, Sadashiva matters because you are going to decide when you leave your body the ideas you have about these three, many major decisions of what to do further. For example, somebody is in a big trouble. Only if he knows what all countries he can enter, what all possibilities he has, he can take the best decision for his future. Understand what I am saying? If somebody is banned in one country, he cannot enter that country anymore. He needs to know all the choices available for him to design his life further. Same way when you are dead, when this body is taken out of you, you need to know all the choices in front of you. Only then you will make the best decision. I tell you, teaching human beings there is only one life is the greatest sin. Because all the higher possibilities are locked for that man. So understand, this is the same thing you will do if you don't have cognition about the cosmos when you leave the body. What I am doing now to you guys is the ultimate life insurance. Everything else is death insurance. What is life insurance? No, I really want to know. You are insuring yourself for some million, few $1 million, which is going to be received by the fellows who are waiting for you to die. Come on, let's be very clear. That is why in Hindu tradition,
when somebody is about to die or even after they are medically declared dead, they will immediately read Kathopanishad and 14th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, because that shows this whole cosmology which I am introducing now to you. The whole thing is clearly described there. So the soul can capture the understanding and make decisions about future. Why Mahadeva is introducing cosmology, you need to know. He does three things. He introduces cosmology, then he gives the methodology to experience it even now while you are in the body, not after leaving the body. That is separate. That's the first chapter. Second chapter he gives while you are in the body. Third, he gives how to bring the things from that plane to this plane and enjoy while you are in this body. He gives the science of bringing Kamadhenu, Kalpavriksha, Ratna Singhasana, Pushpaka, all that from the other planes and strengthen the existence of this plane. Please understand, I am a very good storyteller, but now I am not telling stories. No, really. I want you to know, storytelling is different. I am into some serious, matured conversation because I am talking to your soul. And many decisions your soul is going to take based on the words I am going to utter now. I am responsible. With that responsibility on my head, I am talking to all of you. So please listen. But you will not have much complication in internalizing. But if you are new to this tradition, especially cultural shock, I think most of these Indians have cultural shock. I am telling you. No, really. Don't, if you are from other countries, don't think, oh, these Indians are fortunate, they know everything. No, relax. Relax. Which is not true. One benefit you will have if you are from Indian Hindu family, you would not have heard any other ideas, so it will be little easy for you. Okay, yes, I think must be, because this is the way my grandfather will scream at me. No, this is the way all the grandmothers, grannies will scream at the grandsons. They will scream at the grandkids. Means they will, while they scream, they will tell all this. Listen, don't do wrong things. Otherwise the karma will come after your death. You will go to Naraka. You will be, if you do this, you will go to Kailasa. You will go to Vaikuntha. See, for our time, our clock, and the clock of the Devatas, for us 1 year is 1 day for them, because their intensity, their frequency is different. So as per their frequency, today is the early morning when you are supposed to wake up, the Brahma Muhurta. Brahma Muhurta is 4:30 to 6. 4:30 to 6 early morning you are supposed to wake up, as per Agama. So the Brahma Muhurta, today the Brahma Muhurta starts. Till yesterday it is called Pagalpat. From tomorrow it is called Rapat. Means the conjunction, the meeting point of day moving towards night starts from today, as per the Hindu almanac, Hindu calendar, Hindu Panchanga. Vaikuntha Ekadashi is the day. So tonight Dwadasi starts. Now all the devatas are supposed to wake up and do their panchakriya and yoga, nitya anushtana, and start their puja. As a gift, bonus, Vishnu opens all the 11 dimensions and blesses the universe. Anybody has a free entry today. This few days, all the 11 dimensions are opened and made available for all the beings to come and enjoy. They give you free tour and free entry. And I want you to know all these are not jokes. It's true. It is really true. The next truth. Listen very carefully. The next truth. The decisions, actions you do based on the cognitions strengthens the cognition. Listen carefully. Now please listen. Listen. I'll give you an example. You cognize because I am telling, or your grandmother told, there are multiple births. And you make the decisions based on that cognition. It can be good or bad. It can be good, oh, because there are so many births, let me not do anything wrong. So I will not suffer next birth. Let me do good. I will be happy next birth. That is a good decision. You can even do bad decision. Oh, there are so many births. Why to do anything? Let me just loiter around and I will come back and do anything next time. What is the urgency? We have enough time. You can cognize that also. Whether good or bad does not matter, but the number of decisions you take and actions you do based on the cognition strengthens the cognition. Listen. Even if you decide just to lie down because there is eternity in front of me, what is the use now? Come on, such a nice breeze and nothing to do. You may not have many things in this world now if you decide not to do anything from this cognition of multiple janmas are there, but the cognition gets strengthened. Listen to this idea. I am repeating. Good or bad does not matter. Good or bad you decide based on the result on this birth. Good or bad does not matter. Number of decisions and actions you do based on the cognitions strengthens the cognition's existence in you. The cognition gets more and more grounded in you. I'll give you one by one understanding. One by one. So it just becomes part of your cognition. And now when I read Agama, I am wondering what an amazing teacher Mahadeva. Every step beautifully, it is like sipping a cup of coffee only. He doesn't tire our logic at all. He takes us so beautifully and suddenly gives that opening. So I am following exactly as he is and translating it. The part I am teaching you all now is the Vidyapada of Kamigagama. The chapter name is Mrihendragama, and I will give you the verses. End of the session, you can read and understand whatever I am talking to you. Cosmos is introduced by the fellow who created it.
He himself is telling what he created. So this is the most authentic version. Especially when it comes to knowing about universe and all, don't learn from silly conversation books and silly conversation ideas, concepts. Be very careful, because that is too risky. Whether you practice yoga or your understandings about the cosmos, life, always find the original Shastra Pramana. Please understand. My first priority is keeping the authenticity of the Shastras. Even power manifestation is second priority only. Understand? Shastra works. Not whatever works is Shastra. No. Understand? Not whatever works is Shastra, Shastra works, is my statement. Sometimes, you see, in India, these compounders, assistant to doctors, after 10 years assisting a doctor, they become doctors. They go to a remote village and put up a board, doctor, duck, duck. And they learn by practice. Oh, headache, white tablet. Stomach pain, black tablet. Leg pain, green tablet. Yes, it will work as long as the pharmaceutical companies don't change the color. Understand? Even if it is little difficult, learn from the proper methodology, time-tested, foolproof, well-established, original, authentic source. So I am repeating, whatever works is not Shastra, Shastra works is my statement. Sometimes we tend to, oh, if it works, it's Shastra. No. No. That's compounder. It will work sometime, but not for all, not for everything. Atma Pramanas, unless they are acid washed with the Shastra Pramanas, should not be taught to everyone. Many times Atma Pramanas are only for us. Only if it is acid washed with the Shastra Pramana, it is for all of you, for everyone. Mad Guru, only after acid wash of Shastra Pramana can become Jagat Guru. Not before. Let me go to the next understanding. Please listen. Cosmos, because it is unknown to you, if it is introduced in a very friendly ambience, listen, you digest the whole thing as experience. Listen. Mahadeva says very clearly, if I teach you something based on which you need to make decisions immediately, which is going to change your life, because you don't want to change your life, you will question the very teaching. Listen carefully. When I say, hey, practice completion with your spouse, you will question the very fundamental of the completion. Why? But
If I tell you there are 11 planes, they look like this is the understanding, in a very friendly space where you don't need to make immediately any decisions about them, you just tend to imbibe. The unmanifest, avyakta, need to be taught in a very friendly ambience. Listen. If it is taught in a friendly ambience, the whole thing becomes your experience, wasting your time, births, is drastically reduced. The 11th dimension I am going to introduce, you can realize this 11th dimension, its reality, spending some 200 lives on your own, going to every door and knocking after every death. You can do it on your own, no problem. You will just waste 200 births, that's all. See, 100 things Agama says. 10 things worked for me. I tried and it is helping me to manifest powers. I am enjoying, it's really clicking, it's all right. Then why will I waste time in checking out on all the other 90 things? I will fall head over heels and just practice. Why will I waste my time on reinventing the whole other remaining 90? By 10 things becoming reality, by that time, because the 10 things have become reality, I should become a spiritual fruit, not still hard nut. See, when I start being a hard nut is not wrong. But by the time the 10 things have become reality, I should have become matured to become a spiritual fruit to grasp the remaining 90, because many of them are unmanifest. You can't be sitting with the teeth in your stomach. How many of you understand this teeth in the stomach? Constant agitation, ready to pick a fight. You told in Kailasa there is a big banyan tree. I went there, it was not there. Give me a photograph. Waiting to pick a fight. Teeth in the stomach. Understand? Now, if we both sit and please listen. I was telling you each chapter, the first Sattva Tattva, we worked, then Atma Tattva, now the Vidya Tattva, then it is going to become Shiva Tattva. Listen. Atma Tattva, Mahadeva teaches to Subramanya while he is training him for waging a war. This Vidya Tattva, which I am going to talk now, he is teaching to Devi when she is sitting on his lap. Understand? Exactly the same way in our temple, Devi is sitting on Mahadeva's lap. This need to be taught with a very intimate trust. Literally all of you are sitting in my lap now. It is not physical, it is the kind of the understanding and intimacy where we both know we are integrated to each other. Understand? Because I am talking about something unmanifest, avyakta. Yes, you can be doubting, but what is the result? Waste of your time. How many of you are understanding? That is the reason I am picking up this chapter after giving you enough experience of power manifestation. See, when you came, if you were a hard nut, nothing wrong.
But now, after all this power manifestation on your own and seeing others and so many things, when 10 things have worked, you should jump into the space of becoming spiritual fruit, where this intimacy and integrity comes, where you are ready for the unmanifest, avyakta component to be introduced to you. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? See, some concepts in the initial level where you need to check out should be presented like that with that kind of a logic. But now the truths I am going to explain to you has to be conveyed in the language of Sami, Onnada. Understand? He introduces, now Mahadeva introduces the situation around him. Devi is on his lap and she is intensely looking into his 3 eyes. Her 3 eyes are meeting his 3 eyes, where he is just showing the multi-dimensions of the universe and describing the characteristics known. Whatever is already manifested to you can be introduced with a logic with which you can play both sides, pro and con. But the unknown, avyakta, can only be introduced in a very intimate integrity ambience. You need to know, I will not lie to you. I need to be very clear, you are internalizing what I am talking. Only then I can talk the truth as it is without wasting my time in trying to convince you or paint it the way you wanted. See, if I am sitting with the idea, oh God, there are many religion people are here. If I am hurting some of their sentiments, it is not good. So let me say all religions are one and the same. I am stupid. It is not. Yes, if somebody is interested only in your money, they will tell you that. I am interested in you, so I cannot lie. I have to tell you things as it is. I am not even interested in the religious components. I am interested in introducing the cosmos as it is. Somebody was trying to tell me, no. When some religions say there is only one life, when Hinduism says there is multiple lives, both are one and the same. They are told for various reasons. No! They are not one and the same. For any reason, the cognition you are given, decisions you make based on those cognitions while you are operating your body matters. The decisions you are going to take after you leave your body. Please listen. How you are going to make friends in your elementary school and high school matters, because that is the way you are going to make friends in your college or after you get into a job.
the cognition with which you are operating matters. Every day morning when you wake up, when you decide about your job, where you want to live, what do you want to do, why you want to do, all that boils down to your understanding about you, universe and God. Am I right? Whether you make good decision, bad decision, I don't know about that. And I am least interested about it. Understand, I am not at all bothered about this world. Politicians have already screwed it. It is no more livable. Let me be very clear. I am not at all interested in this world. So I am not interested in being a revolutionary and all these stupid things. And don't doubt because I am going to revolutionize, so I am introducing these ideas to you. No. I am a simple being directly from Kailash to introduce all the whole cosmos to all of you. And I am not bothered about the side effect and after effect of this introduction. I'll just do this introduction. When I feel it is enough, I'll just go back, that's all. After that, it's up to you guys. But whatever introduction I am bringing is very authentic from the source. It will give you the conscious breakthrough, the next phase you are supposed to experience in your evolution. I am interested in that. I am interested in that. I don't have any other vested interest like declaring the supremacy of Hinduism or creating a revolution. No. Please understand. If you have even all these ideas in one corner of your mind, you may miss all the great truths I am telling now. I don't want you to miss. That is the reason I am taking so much time clearing all your doubts. If some of you are hurt when I am introducing these great truths, because it is not confirming to the beliefs you are earlier taught, I am sorry. But what I am talking is truth. Understand, when you get up morning and decide to brush your teeth, take bath and go to your office and attend to your work, earn money, you can decide because you have multiple births and you are free. It is just because you are enjoying what you are doing. Or you can decide, no, I have only one birth. I just have to squeeze maximum from this planet Earth and bring it under my control and do everything I can within this 100 or 100, whatever time I am going to live. Anything can be the reason why you are doing what you are doing. Whatever is the reason why you are doing what you are doing is going to be more and more strengthened in you by more of the decision and actions of you. How many of you understand this? So, I am not bothered about why you are deciding or doing. I am bothered about what is pushing you, what is the fundamental cognition. When you are all alone inside your blanket, do you believe? Yes. Do you cognize? Yes, multiple births is one of the important possibility I have, and I think my decisions in life is going to be based on that. Or you feel, no, who knows? People are telling so many things now in front of me, this only is there, let me just decide based on this. What is cherished in your heart matters while you leave your body. How many of you are understanding this? Not what you tell others as what you believe, but what you cherish in your heart as what you believe. About you, about cosmos, about God. Come on, listen. I'll give you a few minutes now. You don't need to show to anybody else, just for your own sake. These three questions, what is the idea you cherish in your heart? Do you really feel that you are going to exist after death? Means there is a life after death. First question, do you feel you are going to exist after death? Second, you see, you are not going to show these answers to anybody. It's for you. It's not survey. Understand? It's not monkey survey. It's mind survey. It's for you. It's not for others. Do you feel there are multiple planes in the universe? Yes or no? It's for your own. What you cherish. Do you feel there is an independent intelligence in front of which you are going to be there? When you go and stand in front of Mahadeva, in the throne, you are going to see mirror. You are going to see the mirror in the throne. Means you are going to be there. Whatever stuff you are made of, that same stuff only is going to be there. Anyhow, this is understanding I am giving you. What you cognize. Take 2-3 minutes and pen down your answer. Even if you have confusion, you can answer. You can write that as answer. Just for you to understand. Because these cognitions matter for you to raise your consciousness to the next level. This all matters not only your journey after death, even your journey while you are alive. It's for you to contemplate and think for a few minutes. Because many times, just because you never thought about them, they remain as a blind spot. See, you have a huge property in your hometown and never you have been informed about that and you never saw your document and not using it because you did not know is the huge blind spot. Same way, sometimes many of these great understandings and experiences, because they remain as a blind spot, you never contemplate or look in. You don't use them in your life. Just like how I was talking to my mother, too intimate, completely naked. It is straight truth. Later on I asked my mother, at that moment did you cognize I have the power to bring him back? She said, why? What is this, Swamiji? Why not? I know for sure if I asked, you would have brought him back immediately. But I decided he is a soul and
You are the authority and it should be between both of you. I am nobody to interfere in that. Understand how intimate and completely. No, I neither need to convince her or show her my prabhava, nor she need to be very polite in front of me. Oh, I should not be demanding. No. It was a straight being to being conversation. In that naked, pure integrity, you have a conversation with yourself about these 3 questions and pen down your answer. You are not going to answer to anybody. It's just for you. You don't even need to pen down. If you just come to a confirmation, that's enough. Come to a clarity. I just do not want a blind spot in these 3 questions. Even if your answers are not as per Agama, no problem. But have some answer. So these understandings can slowly get into you. And whatever happens, let it happen. That's all. Let's have a matured conversation with ourselves about our existence. Listen, almost all the important ideas I need to convey as an introduction to Vidyapada, I have conveyed. This last one idea, please listen. Because it is all about unmanifest. Listen, please listen. Listen. Because it is all about the unmanifest. Unmanifest means not directly perceived by your senses. But don't think it does not exist. If the software with which you are operating, if that software is upgraded, see, it's like if you upgrade your software in your iPad, in your tablet, the camera definition can be increased. It can be HD camera. The quality can be raised. Or the information you capture can be processed in much higher level. In higher frequency, capturing, processing, everything can be done in next level if the software is upgraded. Same way, unmanifest does not mean it does not exist. Atheists are those who claim unmanifest does not exist. Communists are those who are frightened about the unmanifest. Understand? Seeker are those who are curious about unmanifest. Enlightened are those who enjoy the unmanifest. My disciples are those who own the unmanifest. Don't even enjoy, just own the unmanifest. See, Mahadeva defines initiation. Because of your oneness, feeling connection, just imbibing, downloading the cognitions of your Guru as your own without wasting time in reinventing is initiation. Now what I am going to explain, most of them are unmanifest, avyakta, for all of you. But I am going to raise
Upgrade your software means the material out of which you function. If it is agitation, you will not understand the unmanifest. If it is restful awareness, your connection with unmanifest will become so strong. Unmanifest will become strength of your being. Understand? Ultimately, when unmanifest becomes your strength, your life becomes extraordinary. Roughly, you may have a little idea. Whatever idea you know, starting from there, slowly, step by step, making you understand and realize the unknown to your known. See, I cannot start directly from unknown, and I cannot just stop with your known. I am the bridge between your known and unknown. Mahadeva explains Vidya means from known without suffering, you need to be connected to unknown. Understand, he uses the word without suffering. That's my responsibility now. I cannot let you suffer. I will have to put the chain from whatever you know, step by step, I will have to connect to avyakta, unknown. Let me do my job. You are made out of the same Sadashiva wax, same material out of which Mahadeva, Sadashiva is made, means ultimate. Whatever is ultimate, that ultimate is made out of some stuff. The same stuff out of which you are made. That's the first thing. Second, you decided to become many, to celebrate your existence. So wherever you are not celebrating your existence, you forgot, you decided to become many. See, now whatever I have spoken is the introduction. Mahadeva gives as few understandings about the knowledge and why the Palashruti means why. What's the result? What for? So I have given you the gist of all that. Let's gather for next session. Thank you. Be blissful.
When I asked you to share something as your status, it's actually an enriching activity. If you immediately do, you give a statement to me, I am all yours. Then I give you the statement, I am all yours. If you think the little money you paid is only mine, then my energy will say, okay, whatever is equivalent to that, let it be yours. Whoever feels, the moment I say, please, let's do that, and you are just jumping into it and doing, raise your hand. I give you the statement, already oneness has started. Already oneness has started. When you say you are all mine, I say I am all yours. Over. Even if you decide now, let me come to the cognition, I am all yours, let you all be mine. Then the possibility for the oneness opens. How many of you are ready for that at least? Let's do it. If you feel, I think I'm being used for enriching, I don't need you. I have a huge team working from Kailash. Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, all the names I said yesterday. Yesterday I did not mention few names. Not that I did not respect them. It's one long list. Second, many people I feel they are part of me. Especially Puttaparthi Sai Baba and Shirdi Sai Baba, both Sais. I don't even feel like mentioning their name, they are just part of me. I don't know, if you come to my room, you will see only one photograph in my room. That is Puttaparthi Sai Baba photograph, nobody, nothing else. It's too intimate relationship. Too intimate. I have a huge team doing my enriching, so don't worry. You can't enrich more than Puttaparthi Sai Baba. You can't enrich more than Paramashivoham. You can't enrich more than Ramana Maharshi. How many of you are here guided by earlier masters like Ramana Maharshi, Ramakrishna, Puttaparthi Sai Baba, and of course, one more name I have to mention, Bhagavan Nithyananda of Ganeshpuri, and Baba Muktananda, Paramashivoham, all these great beings have guided you to me and you are here. Raise your hand. Please just look around. Every one of you, just look around. So if any of you are thinking, you are enriching, when you say, I am all yours, life responds to you with the same statement, I am all yours. Wherever you want complete life to support you, decide to support that with your complete life. Even if you put whatever you know about you, it is only 2% of you. And I am going to give you the remaining 98% of you now only. I tell you one of the important secret. When I decided, whatever I received, I'll start sharing, doing Mahadeva's work. I saw, when I exhausted my 2 hands and 1 head and whatever I have, he started adding me more. He started giving me more hands, more heads, more energy, more existence, more strength, more depth. When I started sharing that also, he started giving more. Share more is the logic of life. Listen carefully. Forget about everything else for now. Listen to this sacred secret. static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence. All three does not have boundary, does not have border. The strategic existence which is in you wrongly believes in delusion. The dynamic activity and the static matter is not in your control, which is a lie. The belief you are carrying is a big lie told to you by human beings. Truth from source of your existence, which I am bringing you to now, your strategic existence is capable of experiencing the reality. The reality is your strategic existence, dynamic activity, and static matter has no border, has no boundary. It is in oneness. Now I am going to make you manifest 21 powers. Just to make you understand the multi-dimensions of this truth. Listen. Listen carefully. This, the part of the truth I am sharing with you, this part is called Sattva Tattva. The unit of purity. This is the chapter Sattva Tattva. Mahadeva reveals in Agama. See, I use 4 or 5 words for Mahasadashiva. The word Mahasadashiva, Sadashiva, Mahadeva, Shiva. All these words point towards the same being, which is totality of all of us. So, if you are new to Hinduism, please don't get confused. Let me repeat. Usually I use all these words: Mahadeva, Sadashiva, Shiva, Mahasadashiva, all these words, Parashiva, all these words denote the same being who is totality of the whole existence. All of us. Nithyanandeshwara, all these words denote the same being. Mahadeva explains in Agama this part which I am talking to you now as Sattva Tattva. Please listen. You need to know this important information. He says, teach this truth only to a person with whom you feel they are your own. This whole Sangha, this whole organization, this whole buildings, this whole thing, what for? For both of us to sit and for me to transmit this highest cognitions to you and you manifesting it, that's all. And I tell you, not this Sangha, whole humanity's purpose is this only. Purpose of the whole humanity is this only. Human beings having the next breakthrough. Understand, when these cognitions, higher cognitions, become your driving force, you are no more a human being. What drives you decides whether you are an animal, human or divine. If these higher cognitions drive you, I tell you, it is not just about power manifesting, even your existence will be so sweet, you will be happy about your existence. When these higher cognitions become your fuel, which runs your existence, I tell you, you will be happy about your existence. You will be so pleased about your existence. You will dance about your existence. You will celebrate your existence. That is what I said yesterday, the state of Sadashiva. He dances not because of anything. He is so happy about his existence. That is Mahadeva's dance, the cosmic dance. He is so happy about his existence. Understand, when you manifest powers, especially realizing, cognizing my strategic existence. Your strategic existence means, let me explain, all the time you are strategizing. Good or bad is different. All the time you are strategizing. How many of you are understanding that? Your strategic existence unfortunately feels you are only a fox, limited, powerful. That is why you think like fox. You are a lion. Your strategic existence has power over all dynamic activity and all static matter. Now, actually, I can see when I am uttering, in how many years it is not even going till the earbud goes. Now, I am not angry with you. I feel, why should so much of life negativity should be entertained and cherished by you? Understand? Mahadeva, when he gives rules for sannyas, he uses very beautiful two words. Somebody is trying to become sannyasi, like a krama brahmacharya. Krama brahmacharya is not sannyas. You are trying. You can always drop the vows. See, you take the same vows of sannyas, but not in front of fire. You just take requesting Kalabhairava to support you to be successful. Any day you don't feel like you are not able to, you drop, there is no karma. There is no karma. You can always drop and you can do what you want. There is no karma involved in it. It's only an attempt. He gives a beautiful explanation. When you are trying, hormonal pressure builds up and you miss the vows. It is not sin. There is nothing, no prayaschitta, no punishment, nothing needs to be done. You just need to realign. If you want to decide to continue the same vows, otherwise you can drop the vows, no problem. But cherished romance cannot be entertained while you are having those vows. Listen, like some negative things happen in your life, something did not go as you want. You feel beaten and broken. For half an hour, 1 hour, you are completely life negative. Okay, that can be tolerated. But constantly having a cherished romance with negativity, that is where the problem starts, which is not required. See, I am not saying
If a snake appears here, snake comes here, don't run away. That is real danger. That does not mean whole day you will be snake phobic and thinking, oh, snake is going inside my nerves. I'm all the time feeling snakes are moving around on my body. That's a big difference. Entertained phobia, actual danger. There's a big difference between these two. Precisely when life hits you, falling into life negativity, all the time engaging and entertaining life negativity. Don't you see the difference between these two? These higher conclusions, either you can logically think and come to that conclusion, or by the trust, I think if Swamiji says that's a truth, so I am deciding to come to that conclusion, and I know I will be convinced about it. If not, I will struggle with the doubt, but I am not going to deny his statement. That is oneness. I may doubt his conclusions, but I will not deny his conclusions. I may doubt his conclusions, but I will not deny his conclusions. How many of you are ready to come to that conclusion? That is enough. I can make my conclusions work for you. See, when it starts working, after that naturally it is going to become your conclusion. Only till it starts, that virtuous circle starts. Once you manifest power, you will believe this higher conclusion. Once you come to this more and more of higher conclusion, more powers, more higher conclusion. That is all. You will be naturally raised to Kailasa over. See, Kailasa is nothing but your existence on highest conclusions. No, it is straight. I don't eat. I eat higher conclusions as my life source. See, you can have the conclusion, my existence can move only maximum my own body, that also all the time not. You can live in that conclusion. You can live in that cognition. Who is going to suffer? Naturally, your ability to move goes on reducing. One day you stop moving, that's what is death. I tell you, you do not need to withdraw because it has not become immediately your realization. I'll give you experiential proofs to you as your own experience through power manifestation. That will start poking holes in your doubts. And your doubts will collapse. When your doubts collapses, this cognition becomes your cognition. And living with these higher conclusions, higher cognitions as the source of your life is what I call existence of Mahasadashiva, state of Mahasadashiva. See, you also exist, he also exists. He exists with a clarity, dynamic activity and static matter has no boundary. I am one with everything, so everything listens to me and my strategy. Let me repeat once more. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence has no boundary. So if your strategic existence decides something, declares something, dynamic activity and static matter obeys literally, simply. Next statement, you do not need to spend your whole life logically to come to this conclusion. If you decide, Swamiji has come to that conclusion, he will teach me only right thing. Let me declare, this is my cognition, and that declaration is enough for me to help you to manifest the powers related to this truth. When you start manifesting powers, you will understand it is not just Swamiji's conclusion, it is now your own conclusion. Till I sign the check and put the money in your account only, it is my money. Once I put it in your account, it is your money now. Same way, till it is my conclusion and not yours only, you need to depend on my cognition. Once you start manifesting powers and understanding, now it is your cognition. Now it is your conclusion. Now it is your way of existence. How many of you are understanding? That's all. This part of the Agama is called Sattva Tattva. Why I am telling you, two reasons. One, I should remember to give respect and reverence and all the credit to Mahadeva. Second, all of you need to know, everything I am teaching you is from authentic Hindu scriptures. It is from Vedas and Agamas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is from Hinduism. Once more I want to remind you, this knowledge source is from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is from Hinduism. Fundamentally, I am shifting the way you exist to a higher conclusions, experientially, step by step by step. How many of you are understanding this whole logic? Clear? Initially, I need to support you with my understanding and my cognition till you start picking up that cognition. That is what is like a father making the child walk. He doesn't allow the child's small tender legs to hold the whole weight of the body. He puts his hand and takes the whole weight. So the tender legs need to just try. Same way, your ability to manifest powers is like a tender legs. I am not going to put your whole negativity weight on that. What will happen then? You will never try. That's the problem. So I'll hold. That holding and making you walk is what is initiation. That is what is called initiation. Once you walk, you know you can walk. Your legs believes it can walk. Initiation is done. You can live, manifest it. That's all. When I am walking here, I am holding you to walk.
every power manifestation should be done with complete integrity, because only if you do it with integrity, your cognitive shift will happen. Don't try to see through the hole and tell no. You are not doing it for anybody else. You are doing it for you. It is a spiritual practice. The highest integrity need to be maintained, so you gain confidence. You gain the higher cognitions. You gain the higher existence. Understand? Static matter, vibrant activity, strategic existence has no border, no separation. It is all one and the same. You can do whatever you want with all these three. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all of you, all the MSS participants, MSS graduates, Inner Awakening graduates, the Inner Awakening participants who are still here, few, and MSS graduates, and the people, devotees, visitors, viewers, samajis, satsangis, here for MSS continued education session. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I will explain few fundamental principles about the 11 dimensions. Then I will initiate you. See, Vedas clearly describe how these multiple dimensions manifested. Ekoham bahushyamaha. Listen. Let my one become many to celebrate me. It actually goes further and Sutra and Bhashya and Vartika and Tika, if you see all the four, it's such a beautifully aligned I should say, truth is revealed in a very beautiful way, where the logic of the listeners understands the truth. See, those days, the people's logic, it was intense but light. Understand, there is a difference. All the casual logic only will be long, like you talking to your spouse. Talk 10 hours, then again. But listen, she will start from the same point, or he will start from the same point. It means throughout, it was a casual logic. There was intense logic. Will be light, means the time need not be spent, or more words need not be spent to make an intense logic understand something. That is why the time of the sutra, Vedas, just few words only sutra, the truth is revealed. Egoham bahushyamaha. Then the time of the commentators, Bhashya, logic has become little casual and little longer, so you need to interpret and make them understand. Then comes the time of the Vartika, means commentary on commentary. You need to use more words. Then comes Tika, commentary on the commentary of the commentary on the commentary. Then huge words. See, Sutra is like a call between boy and boy. Hey, come to the messenger, or we'll talk there. That's all. Bhashya is almost like a call between mom and married daughter. Little more. Then comes Vartika. It's a call between man and a girl when they are in love but before marriage. Little longer. Then comes Tika. It's a call between two girls who are trying to catch the same boy. It will not end that easily. Both trying to get more information about him from other without telling the purpose. So it will go on and on and on. She will talk about every person in that college to come to his roll number. Because directly if you ask about him, then she will know that you are interested. So you start from the person 2. You see, that number 2 fellow, roll number 2, his glasses are so rare. What do you think about that roll number 3's jeans pant? What do you think about this roll number 4's new bike? And this fellow's roll number is 757. But she has to finish the whole thing for the other person not to doubt. And this one will also be sitting and waiting when she can come to this roll number. Then comes Kali Yuga. This one verse if you are in that depth level of logic, you will understand this one verse. Let my one become many, not my oneness. Understand? Oneness never becomes many. Aham. He is not saying ekam bahushyamaha. No, ekoham bahushyamaha. Aham can always only be one. Let that one become many. Listen to every word I am talking, because I am going to give you solution for almost all your problems based on this one fundamental principle. When he decided to become many, to celebrate himself, all the dimensions of this universe opened. Understand, your whole life is nothing but you deciding. See, at one point in your mother's womb, you decide, ekoham bahushyamaha. Only then you open the womb where you were residing for 10 months and come out. But after that, everything is mess. That is different. Listen. Many times you will hear me saying, whenever you have a problem, always see how your ideal, your guru will handle this. I used this as a technique when I was young. I always used to connect. Whenever I have a problem, Annamalai Swamigal was ideal for me. Ramana Maharshi's disciple. First thing I will say, how Annamalai Swamigal will handle this? Of course, after Arunagiri Yogeshwara happened, he became the ideal. Then I will always look how Arunagiri Yogeshwara would have handled this. Have this one understanding how Sadashiva will handle this. The moment the one became many, all the problems you have, he also started having. Don't think he does not have a problem. Yes, all the organizational problems you have, relationship problems you have, everything you have, yes. He solved it. You have not. That's all. If you understand this one principle, let me repeat once more. For example, this cup. Inside this cup there is a space. That is aham. The space inside the cup is connected to this cup. This whole thing can become multiple, but the space itself cannot become multiple. Anything which has become multiple, as the source of oneness inside them. Listen carefully. Anything which has become multiple, as a source of oneness in them, oneness has not become many, only one became many. Aham associated with oneness, one associated with oneness has become many, but continue to be filled by the oneness. Understand this fundamental cognition. If you spend little time on it and contemplate on it, many of the moments which will lead to divorce can be led to darling. See, if you know, even in the other person's aham, there is a stuff which is in me also. The space in that glass and me, in that cup and in me, is oneness. One only became many, not the oneness. Oneness is same. Understand? Actually, all these things are only proposals and theories. Rosy word proposal. Proposals are not equivalent to matured relationship. Proposals cannot be equivalent to the life lived without divorce for 100 years. So his words are proposals. But I will tell you, conclusions by the owner who created. Listen. Simple understanding. You know, if you go late from office, in the house there is going to be a small Kurukshetra. When you go, if you are preparing yourself with aham, that one, it is going to hit each other and can lead even up to divorce. But if you go with understanding, the oneness which is in me, making me feel the self of the selfishness, is same in that self also. Understand, the self of the selfishness, which is here and there, is one and the same. If you go with that understanding, end of the Kurukshetra, it can even become Ardhanarishwara. It is not necessary it should become only fight or divorce. Understand? Everything. If you are in a dimension of anything other than you is your enemy, you are going to be in Naraka, hell. Anything which harms me is my enemy, then you are going to be in planet Earth. Come what may, I know how to convert the enmity into friendliness. You are going to be in heaven. Because end of the day, if you know how you develop enmity, you will know how to undevelop. If you know how to build, you know how to unbuild. Then you know how he has built, why he has built, and you can unbuild. And most of the time, I should say not most, almost all of the time, even if you have ideological differences and make the other person understand, you have your space, I have my space, let's live our ideology, problem is solved. There, the space can sort out the issues. Please understand, even organizationally, look at this whole cosmos. The moment Mahadeva declared, Sadashiva declared, let me become many, he has manifested a company, an organization. Let me become many to celebrate me. But the whole thing is so smoothly going. if you bring the same fundamental principles for your organization also, let first of all you become clear what do you want to do is completely integrity and enriching. If you have some agenda and talk something else, nobody is going to do what you want because why you want. They will do what you want because what they want, not because why you want. Understand? Organization becomes organism only when people do what you want because why you want. Many times they will do what you want because what they want, not because why you want. In an organic organization, you and your expansions should know why you want what you want and should work only why you want what you want, for why you want. Then I tell you, not only you, even your whole organization, people will live like teenagers. There's no aging. Aging is conflict of interest. What is interest? Your original, what you want is really not doing good to everyone. You have some interest, you can't reveal that, then but you go on be painting, and you have a layer and layer. The way you talk, describe everything as its own layers. Then what happens to the listeners? What happens to the people whom you manifest, whom you attract? Then they also say, all right, you tell what you want. We may do what you want because we have to be obeying you, but not for what you want. Letter will be followed, not the spirit. That's the best way to collapse a law. Just follow the letter, missing the spirit. The law will become outlawed, useless. Look deeply. First, let you be very clear what do you want. And if you are convinced that is best for you and for others, you can manifest more and more people who can be sharing the same conviction. First, share the conviction before making them part of the organization. Appointments have to be done after appointment. Convictions need to be shared. Powerful cognitions need to be shared. Then money, remuneration, all other things become secondary. Organization will become successful. If other reasons are primary, you may have an organization with a lot of friction and stress. You will also age, they will also age. Working with the people with whom working or living with people with whom you have friction ages you. Working with people, living with people with whom you don't have friction matures you, never ages you. Working with people and living with people with whom not only you don't have friction, you have a overlapping boundary joy. You live like a teenager. Sadashiva describes himself as a teenager in his original Jnana Sloka. He says, meditate on me as 16-year-old.
If you are running a company, organization, home, or a team, sit and internalize this one understanding, integrity to the vision, then ability to transmit that cognition, powerful cognition to your team, your family, your company or your organization. Then you will see life becomes Ekoham Bhagushyamaha. Let me become many to celebrate me. Understand carefully. There are multiple me's, but there is only one mummy. There are multiple ones, but there is only one oneness. Mahadeva is very clear. My one become many, not me become many. Not my oneness become many. Oneness remains as oneness. That is what is the meaning of the verse. Purnamata Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate. Even after the whole removed from the whole remains as whole. Understand? I can give two-layer meaning. WHOLE and HOLE. If the whole HOLE is removed from HOLE, HOLE remains as HOLE. WHOLE removed from the WHOLE continues to remain as WHOLE. See, actually, through the Big Bang, matter manifests. Through black hole, antimatter manifests. When I held the Rudra Veena straight, I sent intense vibrations, sounds, and raised you to the state of Shivoham by Kundalini awakening. When I held the Rudra Veena other side and played, I created an intense minus decibel and sucked your patterns out. Understand? Decibel lower than zero. Anti-sound, like an anti-matter, anti-sound. That vacuum just sucked all your patterns. All your patterns can be stitched into your consciousness only through sound. Either by higher decibel or by minus decibel. Higher decibel, your energy is awakened, so that stitch gets broken. In lower decibel, by thread, it is pulled out. Understand? Listen carefully. Whenever your inner space opens its wings, like a moods of joy, positivity, courage, exploring, creativity, art, love, go on moving forward. But remember one thing, fundamentally, till your brain is trained to continue to retain that state, it needs certain kind of a grounding. So it comes down